there. So
that's all right.
This is a man who understands win streaks.
Hello. Good morning.
How to win these games. So he's stepping up into the IGL role, still continuing that forward. So a lot to look forward to.
Putting Australia into the team, are they trying to make it harder for themselves? Is it too easy for DRX? Is that what's going on?
So I know me and you we have very contrasting opinions about this pickup. I know you're
Australia
a fan,
in, yeah.
For me,
Australia
I'm
in,
worried
Bane
about
out.
this, if I'm honest, because when I see this DRX team, we see them on a big win streak. We see them winning kickoff. Yes, Bangkok wasn't perfect, but why are we making changes, guys?
What I will say as well is looking at the agent pool.
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy.
I'm thinking about Bane, and I'm thinking, man, that man played a lot of Sova, didn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen Australia play Sova. Can Australia play Sova as much? I'm not sure. Do we even need to play Sova, or are we just going to slam freeing on Teo every game and call it a day? Because that might be the way to go. Breach Sova, breach Teo every map. Maybe play a little bit more double controller than we were before.
Everything.
Honestly, the fact that you can play Viper
he was looking good and everything went downhill. Dude, I was honestly a strong believer. It was such a good first showing from them.
Now, Pelski was talking
they played like a very high level couple of maps. It seems to just be going wrong.
Been the standout GE for me. In kickoff, we saw him play this duelist role, and we were very, very impressed by his duelist, right? And now with Patrick Hu joining the lineup, we've seen him move mostly back to Sentinel unless they want to play that double duelist. We look back to that.
Is Australia playing? Yeah.
ISO last week, he looked great on that duelist. It looked like a real return to form for him. So I don't mind if they want to try this double duelist, because I think they need to enable Yudotan. I think Yudotan is the star of this GE lineup.
I think at the end of the day, we're getting to the point where I said it in kickoff when Patrick Hu wasn't able to get a visa yet. We haven't seen him play. Just put him on the duelist at some point.
Is Bane getting replaced with 6-man roster? We still don't really know. We know it's Australia starting today.
He had some off games towards the end of kickoff, I will admit, but for the most part, when you put Yudotan on the duelist, he is unleashed and he can kick it with the best in Pacific.
Dude, there's been so many changes this year.
Now, another thing that is always going to factor into a win-loss for these teams, of course, is the map draft. And this is really interesting. At the start of this weekend, we got to see two coaches and break down their map draft and their thoughts on it.
What do we see?
Of course, they're both very confident with it, and in the end, only one was right. So I'm curious how this is going to play out.
The DRX, they're going to ban Pearl. That's kind of their perma-ban, so I'm not too surprised about that. They have had some struggles on that map. GE's getting rid of Icebox. They were previously banning Ascent, and DRX has gone, well, you've left Ascent open this time. Let's give that a crack. They did play it themselves recently as well against DFM. But if you're getting a win against DFM, I'm going to need to also see you play someone else for reasons.
Yeah.
It's
always kind of risky when you decide to change your veto like this. If you have a permaban and you decide to leave it open, in a way you kind of have to expect your opponents to go, okay, right, well, we'll take you there. Let's see how good you've managed to improve.
He had the choice between Lotus and Fracture.
Probably the map they've looked the best.
They used to like the map until last week.
The DFM game they lost in OT and kickoff, it was like a bit of a messy one, but some of their other games on Split, we were like back when we were looking at GE and saying, wow, these guys are actually looking promising. We haven't seen them play Fracture yet, I don't think, so that is going to be a tough third map, I'd say, because DRX Fracture has been pretty decent, actually. But I just want to see what if GE
realistically, like a 70-30, I think
they can start defense here, and Split is a must-win if they want to do anything in this series.
Well, actually, DRX changed the player.
Absolutely.
They're probably at least 35 now, I would say.
One more time, we had that both series
yesterday. The problem is
this
last week it looked so rough.
Fracture fans. Here are our predictions.
Look at that.
I mean, Global's Filipinos, so 3 Filipinos, Mika.
That makes sense.
1 + 1 = 2 at this point.
Yep, that's what it is. So that's the predictions here, and I think why we won DRX is fairly obvious. The viewers seem to think the same. And with that, we're going to be sending it to the stage because VCT Pacific starts right now.
Patch out this week? Yes. It's today. I want to see if Wyatt's on there. Is in the real Wyatt or Wyatt? Yeah, I gotta do pick'ems today as well, chat. Just submit them. Let's find out. Dude, I should honestly check this Discord more. There's so many questions. Pacific is Sideshow, me, TMV, and Achilles. Then EMEA is Sideshow, me, TMV, and Shio. And then Americas is Sideshow, Wyatt or Bren, whichever name you want to call him, Dryad, and Shio. Americas could be pretty funny. They should definitely try to get Rossi on for it. I wonder if he'd do it.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1.
They should just have him come on for like 10 seconds.
Rise Pacific.
What time will it be at? 7 hours from now.
DRX.
Did we sleep?
Is coming
Yeah, we
back
slept a fair
into
amount.
Victory form.
I wouldn't say no to a 2-0
today,
so I can get like
if
an
they
hour
win
nap
today,
before.
This will be their seventh consecutive win. That is the
Like, I wouldn't be
longest
against
streak
it
since
if that happened.
2023, which Mako was also on that roster. But also, Pacific was a very different landscape back then.
Sonia, I'll do the
sure,
video
this win here
tomorrow.
to lock
I
in
think.
playoffs most likely is going to be a bit of a stepping stone for them, but they're still learning something from their wins. They've made a tweak to their roster. They are not keeping everything the same.
No, they haven't. So this is going to be
Did
very
DRX
exciting to
change
see,
their
especially
roster
with
again?
Estrella
Yeah.
in the roster. But
they
going
did.
against them will be Global Esports. They have also completely changed their roster since 2023 and are looking much better. But last week they had a bit of a stumble. Can they pick it back up this week?
Yeah, they're coming in today 1-1, a strong week 1 and not
Estrella
so
IGL.
hot
I
week
think
2.
Mako
Now is
is
the
still
chance for them
IGL.
to really kind of turn that around, but they have a gauntlet to run if they want to make it to playoffs, and it starts today against the kickoff champions DRX.
That's absolutely right. They are right now in the top 4 of Group Alpha, but this is a very precarious position depending on today's match.
For sure. I mean, they did put DFM away, but when you look at a round robin group, you're looking at games like this and knowing that they're going to be tough for you. So we get the coach fist bump here. Big man Elevated has got a lot of work to do. He's now working for two fellas.
Yeah, he's now solo.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I think
Or is
with
he
him stepping
solo?
up to this head coach position, it is a lot more work. It is a different role altogether. But it seems like he's taking it in his stride. He's going to try and rise to the challenge to help guide this team forward. So that's all you can ask.
Kudatan's the only
So massive
consistent one for
respect to him there.
GE.
Sure.
But there's no
I think
dancing
Kelly
around
S
it.
has
They have a
been
mountain to
pretty
climb today.
consistent.
Yeah, and it's not
personally.
great timing for them. I mean, this is an
I
important
think he's
game. I
doing
think
good.
they've got to reserve their expectations at the end of the day. They would have anyway. DRX is going to be a tough opponent for anyone in Pacific, so I think this might have to be a
Great
little
question,
bit of a
Sonia.
test game, a little bit of a learning
I'll
game for
just do all
Global,
of them in
and
one video.
I want to see, particularly on Split, the map they picked into this series, what they're going to be bringing.
Yeah, definitely. Their next match for Global Esports
This
is
is
going to
how
be against Gen G.
last
So
week's
this is a
round be a
really tough
permanent
way to
segment.
end the group stage
I mean, if I was
for
going to do
Global
it, it
Esports.
would
But
be
you know what?
Furia, but I'm not on for
I don't think this
Americas.
is a situation like even 2 years ago, even
I
last
think I'll
year.
be doing
Global does have a shot at
whatever
this.
team
I
I
know we saw our
picked
predictions
dirty
there,
if
like,
I
Amiga
pick
with
them
the Filipino
over
support
Furia.
there, but I think this is something that Global can achieve.
Yeah, I think their ceiling is high. So
Carry
can you
7
make
with
it
the
work
tier
today?
1.
We
Thank
have
you so
the
much,
Asian
Carry
picks
7.
coming in,
I
and
appreciate
I want to
that.
focus on DRX first, running that double duelist they seem to be liking, and we're seeing Estrella on the Vice.
Cypher Deadlock. Cypher Deadlock, and they start on defense.
I quite like this from DRX.
GE starting
So,
defense side of their opponent's
okay,
map.
so
They are rocking the classic double Sentinel. Deadlock Cypher,
he's
very
gonna
popular.
play Sentinel,
Used to
which
be run
makes
with
a lot of
Yoru, but
sense
also has been run with Jet, so
in terms
Patrick
of
Hu's got a lot of work to do on attack.
filling the void of Bane, but I don't think he's played much.
Them, but they need to get a lot of value off of this defensive side to start this game off.
All right, to take us through day 3 of week 3, it is 2 casters. You guys know them. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
Hello, it's us. You know us. We're 2 casters.
We are.
Just 2 casters.
Just 2 casters.
That's just it at the end
chill
of the day.
guys. Yeah.
2 chill guys. 2 chill matches here today. Perhaps we're hoping for things to be elevated a little bit here. We're hoping that we get some excitement
Elevated
from these
coaching,
series,
yeah.
but we have some very clear favorites. The desk was just talking about it. DRX, our kickoff champions, going up against Global.
The G comp looks
Global,
bad.
this is
It's
a big
pretty
one.
good.
If they are able to find a
Especially as
victory
they
here,
start
make
on
this, even
defense.
just a contentious
Like they
series,
could,
there's
if things
odds
went
of
really
making
well
the
here, they
playoffs
should get
become
like
stronger and
9,
stronger.
Yeah, absolutely.
8 to 9 rounds.
Look, GE can get it done here today. They're a team that has really strong fundamentals. They look like they are slowly but surely putting the pieces
My
together.
Ascent
Patrick
comp
Wu comes in,
is
now
I'm
you've got
still
the
a
five-man roster that
Vice
you originally wanted to roll
Yoru
with, and at times they can look like
Deadlock
they can contend with anybody
Omen,
in Pacific. So we're gonna have to see if they can
Teo
bring that to
Believer.
server today. Obviously with DRX, there's the big change with Estrella. Him being on the Vice, that's his first time playing that agent. So this is going to be quite interesting to see with him. You know, we're so used to seeing him on kind of
Komodo,
like
hello,
flash
mate.
initiators or
Good to
info
see you here as well.
initiators for the side of RRQ. A little bit of a different role that he's
I say that
asked to
slowly,
slot
bro. My
into,
brain's not
with
working the
now
same. That's
DRX
why.
leaning into this more double duelist
Yeah, I
kind of
can't-
style that
I can't
Flashback
walk
is
in the
picking
morning,
up with
man.
the Yoru.
Alrighty, well,
That's why my
we're gonna have
pick'ems
the
are so
double
bad for
duelists going
Pacific,
up
I think.
against
Can't take in the information that I'm seeing. I keep picking the wrong team. We got DRX on attack. We got G on defense. Dude, they go for a full Sheriff.
Sheriff in hand, catches a glimpse there, some shots flying Hyunmin's
Wow.
way, but he's able to go ahead and just quickly drift back.
That's a lot of Sheriffs, and you know they're
Tiny bit
taking
of damage
deep
gonna be
middle with
taken in.
this, so
Global
instant
Esports
reaction
gonna
over
continue
towards
scaling
A.
forward, taking so much control over mid.
Dude, the
They've got
instant
two players that they
reaction
can
was a
intercept over Gelato.
Yeah,
two-person
absolutely. But this
walk
should be
push
noted by
through the smoke.
DRX. Shots did ring through by Poppy. A scrape of damage on the freeing.
Mako finding one, and eventually able to find the headshot, avoid taking damage. Poppy going to be caught off guard there from behind. Kellyes is able to find Estrella. It's meant to go ahead and put him down
Yeah,
on
this
the
gets
floor.
real
Still a bit of a
weird.
cut off here from Freeing. Does have the stealth drone.
Dude, Fring, you can just chill now. You can just stay alive the whole time. Yeah.
Continue to go ahead.
You can go.
Gets a suppress out, instant
Yeah.
headshot. Salvo's gonna be
Did
sent
you run
to
the
a long
corner?
time, and
Ah.
there's Yutan's able to find one,
It's a
but
shame.
now
I would
he's
have
gotta
loved
wait.
him to
He's
actually
out.
like try get around the
meantime,
corner
it's all
instead of
Crystal.
util there.
Versus 3 that are still sat here on the site. Time's already gone.
Yep.
This is overall just incredibly well navigated from the side of DRX, and Mako in particular finding that opening, causing and disrupting so much of the game plan here.
Okay, nice read from DRX there, really. They saw one here, they saw
And
how many shot from
it's
bottom
really
mid?
cool to
2,
see
I think,
Mako
so easy
stepping
call.
up here. We
No
know
util,
that he's still
just
ITLing today. I think there was some
walked
question
into
marks
A.
about that with Estrella coming over to DRX,
And
you know, as
then
he was a IDL
I
previously.
think
on
that
RRQ,
maybe
taking over that role. No,
GE's
it's still
reaction
Mako,
here
and
doesn't
Mako
make
makes
the most
brilliant
sense
reads
because you're
throughout
gonna
this
meet the
entire
two.
round. His
Like I
ability
think you
to
just
call
go
for the
heavy
accelerate
short and
towards
flood
A
site.
after they identify the push out on the catwalk, and then his ability to re-clear
If you
that
think of
space,
their
find
reaction,
that
right?
pick,
They
get
saw
the plant
at least
down.
one or
Free
two.
buys a ton of time
So
on
going
the
here, they're
backside.
gonna meet them,
That
and then
opens up
you may be in a
so much for
crossfire.
DRX there in that post plant. Beautifully navigated by DRX. No other way to slice it. That is a really just incredibly intelligent round.
Nothing crazy for GE. And they kind of allowed 2 deaths, I would say, DRX. 2 people in my mind that would be allowed to hunt.
Nothing but classics here for Global.
Pushing with the double sentinel, but it doesn't. It's not too bad on the pistol. You're trying to like cover up what the comp is bad at, and the comp is like relatively bad at holding mid. Well, with a Cypher, it's actually pretty legit, to be fair.
Mako trying to draw some attention.
But I'm so fine. I'm so fine with a pistol that is completely different to what you're gonna do. I just feel like their pushes after they get the info is,
DRX will get ready to strike.
Mako might get caught here.
in my opinion,
I'm kind
wrong.
of curious. There was a read from GE. They got Yudotan snuck into Wine, but instead they actually backpedal, expecting a re-aggression towards A. It's going to be Patrick Hu all on his own.
Just now winning here into boats. Store now going to be shut at market. Stun connecting. Mako peeks in over towards window. Is able to find one. Patrick Hu can't quite hold the line here. Plant now coming in. Mako catching a glimpse of another player. Regen shield. Go ahead and push him back up to a 125. Yudotan going to be held at bay. Just stuck in back behind the boxes for the moment. Needs to get closer. So he can try to go down.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be nice. We might see the 2 hunt that are allowed to hunt. It's going to be interesting for Estrella. I know he's been actively hunting for a team for a while.
You're one away from
Quite
flashback salts. You might just
proactively hunting,
Yep.
I would say.
Swap it over. Make sure you're not going to
So
lose any of these weapons.
I know he's like very keen to
getting the Armageddon online.
prove himself at the moment.
A bad shout at all.
Dude, and this is one of the best teams that could have picked him up, to be honest.
The approach here from flashback. not dialed in on it. They obviously hear the footsteps, but yep, headshot will come through. Flashback will be able to go ahead and get that ult online as DRX, a very clean anti-eco, move up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, everything looking very, very solid for DRX in the protocols, in the fundamentals, in the awareness. Great pick there by Mako. Able to just push his way up through short, find that freebie.
Have we seen this back? Have we seen this 2 games in a row? We never see it.
Back on the Tejo. You expect him to put tons of numbers up. He's so consistent on that agent. You know, one of the first adopters of Tejo in Pacific and one of the best.
That Aspas moment.
See how they want to use this ult.
Well, first buy rounds. We got a Cypher.
Right now, though,
it's on a Guardian, light armor. And it only has 1 cage, unless the cage is already down. A little bit rough.
Good job of establishing their presence on the map and making things a little bit tricky for DRX in terms of finding an opening to set up their executes. Mako, there is a camera right around that corner. It is cleared. So good awareness by Mako. Oh, Estrella. Beautiful with the Bulldog.
Not ready yet.
I like that from him. Because it might cause a reaction like this, and he's still just fighting behind his wall.
Reclear that space.
I like the Waylay or the Yoru more on Ascent. I don't really like Waylay at the moment, so I'm never going to say Waylay. I think the Yoru is good, but I think it needs a strong comp to give it more options. Otherwise, you're going to struggle on attack.
Ball is there, dimensional drift, looking to go ahead and score it forward. Hyunmin
finding
Kelly S.
This is like the worst possible stuff for GE.
Anchor of this site now displaced.
Damn, they're really just trying to make sure they get all of the Yoru.
Just go for the save here. You know that you're up against 5.
Yeah, I think you gotta save, guys.
Devastating though.
I think you gotta just run away right now.
But unless they can find a pick in the next couple seconds, feels like they're just gonna have to back away, and yep, the call is made. They're going to go ahead and slowly drift out of here. I rewound back. Something didn't really sit right with me.
Estrella is not calling. It's still Mako, as far as I know. It's not 100%. And he replaced Spain.
The door was shut. It was planted at back.
Estrella's last team is RRQ, yes. Unless he played in Tier 2, but I don't think he was playing in Tier 2. But I know he was open to playing Tier 2. He actually messaged me about Liquid Academy. Around 6 months ago.
As DRX,
like he's just hungry to play.
It's just one of those things where you just assume they're gonna die to the spikes. Yeah, you just stop looking.
I was like, all right, moving on.
Yep.
Let's go into the bonus. Let's see the rifles.
Exactly. But this is so well played by Estrella. He's doing a great job in these 1v1s. Also,
like he just wants a chance to prove himself.
Back to open up that space for Hyunmin to make his way onto the site and win that opening duel as well. So already Estrella finding some serious impact for DRX as this Sentinel. And again, an agent he's never played. This is his first time ever playing in an official match with Vice. And he's looking really, really solid in terms of his fundamentals. So, as you would kind of expect with DRX, they're a team that is just historically great.
You go to him, I didn't you go.
Getting them integrated into the system and consistently being threats no matter
what event they're at. He seems like a super nice guy.
So,
plus I like keen players, man.
Going to be a bit of a toughie today.
He came across very keen.
Coming in.
I like that.
From all over the world as usual here at Pacific. Great time of year to be in Seoul as well. The cherry blossoms are blooming.
And honestly, I think with how much DRX practice, I think that works well.
It's the calm before the storm that is the blistering summers. You walk outside and you feel like you're just immediately swimming through the humidity.
Yeah.
Okay, so really, really rough start. Let's kind of hyper-focus a little bit on the GE setup.
Just the jackets on today.
They got...
Very nice.
I mean, they have the most deadly trap play comp you could probably get in the game at the moment. Grab net. 2 bits of info. Well, 3 bits of info out of these 2.
Paranoia out.
And then you got this as a combo.
Push forward. Is he gonna use that wall to
You could also use a trip
or
for
no,
middle.
just a sonic sensor pushed forward to keep track of DRX's movements.
And then have the other 2 bits for a trap
Trip
play.
the wall this time. I think that's something GE's been looking to do with that.
And the good thing about
get rid of that vice wall,
Teo is you can actually like stand here and you can be involved in 2 trap plays
DRX a little bit more honest.
depending on how they were handled.
Is either tripped or cleared over there by Mako.
Orb does eventually get taken. Freeing going to be tucked in here behind the boxes, and I'm not sure if they're going to lend any credence to this. However, he is about to be encroached upon by multiple people, and hits the instant transfer.
Oh my god, that third shot.
Oh my god, Freeing!
Jesus. That's...
Have some mercy, son. They're on it.
Yeah, that's...
Does not care.
Oh, there's the round gone. That third shot is incredibly fast.
I love Freeing, man. He's just so good.
Something else, but I mean, Yutan and Poppy, it's the same thing. Walk away.
Just walk away. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, you just don't expect them to be there. I mean, DRX has done a great job of kind of understanding the map and where they can find the open space, where they can find those timings, and keeping track of GE's
how long servers take to get
very
there.
well.
Yeah, it depends on... Yeah, that's true. It depends on where you sit.
Cypher in there, you might have a little
I feel like
bit
if
of
you
advantage
grab
as
net, they
GE,
could
but
probably
DRX
insta
is
get
doing
out
a
of
really
there.
good job in the early part of the game, kind of feeling out how GE wants to play it. You know, Mako's doing a great job by himself controlling A main. If there's any util put out there, he's able to identify and eliminate it, and then kind of keep GE a little bit more off balance. So an operator going to be invested in now.
Big change up for GE. They get the op out. Got to start getting some rounds.
Esports if they're going to get anything going on this map. Such a quick transfer there.
Yeah, that FUD is just so fast.
Freeing just so ready. If there wasn't a 4th player there, he's probably...
Okay, DRX, are they on top of the op? They should be. They're playing against a Jet.
I mean,
like, that is
expected him to just go ahead and get the 4K.
something that is insanely common.
Similar starts here, just sending out those missiles, trying to stave off any potential grab net combos over towards that B main. We can see that the deadlock is here at A. Flashback tucked into the corner. Poppy watching for this as Mako just jiggling around.
Guys, not like this.
Out of here. Straya on this lurk though, finding one now, confirms position of another. Crystal swinging out. Almost
why are they playing so aggro?
Does manage to go ahead and come away with the kill. Space being refilled, and Crystal maintaining control of this B site.
Oh, this could be great timing. He just used the drone. Oh, they're gonna double back. Okay. Just checking his back quick. Was Mako maybe looking?
Okay, well, they at least get a lot of info. So playing aggro has rewarded them with solid info that they aren't going A.
Good job by Poppy. I mean, he's been aggressive the whole map.
They are going B. I guess they could have timed up short, but it's very unlikely. You give it like a 5%.
Where DRX is. Hasn't really worked out too well, but this round could go their
way. We got about 5
so
seconds until everyone's in the best positions ever.
Salvos now sends them down. They have to just wide swing out a little bit further.
Dude, Crystal did incredible.
Keeps it now into a 2v2. Kind of a bit of damage suffered. Patrick Koo able to find the shot there with the operator. Gets himself online. Mako trying to stick the plant.
And I see a hand from G as well, just stuck together, pick up the op for the next round.
And GLOBAL ESPORTS will get themselves their first round win.
I can hear Kelly S down on the stage trying to rally the troops already.
The double B push.
This is a much better round, even though Estrella gets that freebie. This time
they're still going to be ready for him to be here.
That B main is clear. And good reading of the map. And it helps that Poppy finally
it was still nice from Estrella, though. I liked what he did. It's good amount of confidence as well from him.
Very
been playing super passive every single round. This one, fast insert.
Now you've got a judge for Poppy, an operator still for Patrick Koo carried over. There's that grab net.
There's the net, flashback locked in position. Mako going to be taken down. Crystal just finding that kill at top mid, peek out from bench. Gets the kill.
Yeah, another aggro rounds.
Mako was just swinging out. Either way, he is on the floor.
It was kind of nice from G though, the instant grab net over towards A, got the judge. I do think he's playing a little bit far back.
They try to open things up a bit. There it is, but flashback suffering some damage, but instantly finding the headshot does manage to put him down.
That was nice by flashback. He's been
I mean, it was nice by flashback, but Happy's playing so far back that like he's not in one-shot range, even if every single pellet hits.
Find some value. Not sure if they ever identified the operator in mid when it was there earlier, even though Patrick Hu has moved over.
Now the wall goes up, and it's a passive wall that they have to get to here.
Yeah.
But they have a 3-person hold of A.
Going on a tour, already has a second dimensional
They're basically
drift.
gambling.
Gets the spot out here, knows that Crystal widely is alone. Goes for the exit. A little bit of a crossfire. Nope, never mind. Coming. Doesn't need the intervention of flashback from boats. Just swoops in, finds the kill. Now plant down. It's another tough position to be in here for Global. As there you go, Armageddon.
Oh god,
Start things off,
it's a sick ult as well. They got to commit.
Look at this, turn this into an absolute meat grinder. Yudotan does manage to answer back one. Now into the
Really
1v2.
nice ult from Freeing.
Oh, look at that TP.
3 bullets, needs to go for the reload here or swap the weapon. Spots out Freeing, up close, the swing coming in.
Very nice. It's the peek off the contact.
Cover it up.
Yeah, again, good ult.
2 more charges.
Flush him out into the open. Everyone's holding for it.
Now up 5-1.
Yeah, and it just shows you why so many teams are leaning into Yoru. With that ult, you have so much ability to bypass a lot of the, especially Sentinel stuff. That's
I get the Pappy's scared of the angle, but he can go like,
those kind of things. You can get
he
that
can go a
info
lot
for
more
free,
forwards.
and then set up a pinch if you can
Like
find
he can
that
pretty much
isolated
stand
player,
here without being
like you could
seen,
with Crystal there, and put him just in a
and he's
nearly
here.
unwinnable spot. I mean, he has to go absolutely crazy there. Couldn't even find one because he was really trying to get a hold of his movement and his aim. Estrella again.
Did they pick Estrella though? I mean, they must have trialed people. I think Estrella was pretty good on RRQ.
As the wall, some noise going to be made. Swings off the flash. Comes away with one.
Like if you actually think back to him playing, like he was one of the, he was kind of one of their better players.
Up the gun there. So for Estrella to go for the equal exchange, not the end of the world. And now it's going to be on Freeing to kind of figure out what's going on. GE though, quickly making rotations to the other side of the map. Meanwhile, DRX
are matching.
Yep, doing the exact opposite. Little ring around the rosy here. Only a sheriff to speak of for GE's like.
Am I still a GE believer? I think too much is going wrong, man.
Freeing. I'll be the one keeping track of mid, and should be.
It's a shame because their first match of stage 1 was so nice.
In theory, you do have the deadlock all. I mean, if you can find a kill with the sheriff with Patrick Hu,
I think I'm out.
Put it into a potentially, 3v2, 4v2. Anything's possible. Just got to get there first. I mean, DRX has been so aware, and they just might try to get ahead of the game a bit.
Well, 4 players clustered up once again, working their way over towards Alley. It's going to be a heavy stack, flashback.
It was pretty good in RQ. Just struggled with the comms. Yeah, that was like the reason they got rid of him, right?
1 charge away. There you go, flashback from Lafine 1.
But I think he might have even been their best
to go ahead and gun down 3.
player, or at least like second
DRX
best.
Not looking to give Global any freebies.
No.
I think he was at least
DRX has just
look great in terms of
setting up
firepower.
these crossfires. Their post plants are so clean. There's very little to fault so far in what they've done on this map. GE, to their credit, I feel like is doing their best to fight for some of this control of the map, but they're losing a lot of the individual duels, especially at B main. At the very worst, Estrella's getting 1 before he gets traded. And so that's kind of setting them off balance.
I'm telling you, he was definitely fragging heavy in RRQ.
That don't really amount to much.
Okay, let's check the setup from GE.
Try to grab him, and the flashback was able to avoid
See, like
that.
if you're doing this camera,
I
would love like either a grav net, damage, or
really come to fruition.
hide under, grab, damage.
Big execute. Oh no.
I mean, they knew Poppy was there. They couldn't quite find him initially, but Kelly has just spraying across
Holy hell. I don't think they have vision of anyone here.
Annihilation gets the grab. Estrella being pulled to his demise.
Maybe the camera?
That's going to be Estrella.
Camera might have seen a couple of mini-map.
Freshly here in main to try to see if he can rank this back, but the shots are going to be
respect to
very
Kelly there. He gets 2 through the smoke. I don't know if it's...
I believe just through the smoke.
Yeah, I wonder if the cameras... I'm going to look up here. I wonder if the camera's on and you can see them through the minimap.
Much needed.
Yeah. I mean, there's a quick TP in from flashback. Hyunmin dashes in.
Nope,
just
there's question marks. There is question marks.
He saw one of the bullet tracers, so I guess you could say it, but still, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, so either the camera or basically Udatan got info of them, whether it's camera or facing.
I like it though from DRX because
Okay, they get another round. Can they get 2 in a row? 2 people can't buy next. We got instant Omen Flash that forces them back to the op. That's kind of nice.
Gunman going on a peek and winning out 1. Kelly S there to go ahead and get some covering fire, gets the trade back. So 1 for 1.
Well, you got another dimensional drift. And Flashback has been great at finding the timings and the openings for DRX with that. Plus you have Estrella's ult for the post plant with the Steel Garden.
With this comp, is it even winnable still? The GE comp? The GE comp isn't bad.
Again, GE seemingly just not reading the map correctly here. There isn't a ton of
I just
information.
think they
have to re-clear
their
the space
setups could be better.
They just have no idea. Since they evenly exchanged that mid battle and decided to back off. Here goes the ult, but this is they're aware of this.
Yeah, now hearing the dimensional drift, they haven't fully confirmed. As the jump out will readjust for Flashback is just nasty. Kelly S got to be noted there at having Flashback.
Yeah, and every single round so far with the Euro, it's been
Here's the break of the window as
an easy one.
Steel Guard, beautiful. Yep, just gonna be layered in. Knives go out from Patrick Hu up and over the top of the smoke.
Just like the Teo Jet. I think it's okay because you could. I think the Jet's kind of nice for punishing some of the setups with the wall. I would always have a Euro, but I think it's if it's a comfort thing.
So damn clean. Mako similarly picking apart Kelly S. DRX. I mean, they have their eyes on double digits. They're looking for 10 rounds and a half.
For sure. The way they're playing, looks like they might get it.
Yeah, I mean, they might get all the rest.
You said, so fast to readjust. I mean, I like the little tic-tac-toe game here with the ultimates. You throw the Vice ultimate, well, you pop the blades, get a kill. However, it's even better placement as well of the Razor
the Vice or the Cypher on this map? I prefer the Vice personally, but
to slow him down, and then that's a pretty easy one.
Cypher's good for more info.
Now you're back to a mostly eco. And okay, well, Patrick Hu with the hero rifle.
Nice shot. But then we go aggro through a smoke
for the taking. Paranoia goes across
with the weak sight. Like they take so many risks on weak sight.
Oh, waiting. Seems like, yeah, they have a solid enough read on it, but can they outwit him? Can they outgun him? Freeing.
Damn, bro, he always gets way more than he should.
An opportunity. A weapon in hand.
Sometimes it's 1 extra, sometimes it's 2 extra. Yori's got incredible time in the mid, can give good info.
Over to the knife as Kelly S breaks down the door. Does he go for the knife?
Who's the best way there? I mean, it's Jorgamo, and then no one else is close. Aspas had an okay one. Okay, I don't think it was good.
There as Herman will fall. The DRX continue to maintain a chokehold on this map.
I love the way that Flashback and DRX are using this Yoru. They're being extremely patient, finding good timings to use those TPs, either to create an extra off angle or, you know, show some presence somewhere and then go somewhere else to keep your opponents off guard. Obviously, the ults have been brilliant. They've been completely round-changing every time that he's used them, and Flashback has looked sharp as well.
Made it look nice against the Neon, I guess. But I don't think the synergy is there for Talon for it to look good on attack, to be honest.
Looking so good on this side. Estrella this time getting
I think it might take a little bit.
Oh my god.
Just a one tap to put him on the floor. Now the follow-up, Yuratan dead as well.
Jesus, your first buy rounds.
But
I just don't
just trying to quickly escape, gets his way across in towards tiles and out to safety. Tuck back, and now they're gonna have to try to fight their way through this jet.
I feel like a lot of these comps that I'm watching at the moment, especially in Pacific, where I see like double Sentinel, it just reeks of, we have a comp, we got smashed in practice by this comp, let's play this comp. And then it feels like, I reckon they didn't get smashed in practice from this comp, I reckon they got smashed and this was a Euro, and then they tried to change it for comfort, and then they didn't really steal any of the setups. Oh, they get lucky with that timing though. Yeah, let's see if they can get 4. This is a crazy round for them to win, to be honest, 3v5.
Provide enough cover, so the fuse comes in, and that's going to be Global, getting themselves a 3rd round win in the half.
Well, this is very confusing to me and I'm going to talk about freeing here, doesn't send his ult into B main.
Yeah, that's
After
also
the salvos,
true.
they know there's players there. This is ridiculous from Estrella. Continues to just be a monster there at B main. Okay, fine.
Yeah, he spots
you know
two.
There's at least a couple over there, and there's
He's
a
not
kill
wrong.
that comes out.
He does.
And Freeing just sits on his ult. He uses the salvos. I'm not sure if he was thinking some kind of post plant or what, but it all just crumbled in a heartbeat because GE just stormed in there and was hitting their shots. Credit where credit's due. GE played that really nicely.
A bit of poor judgment there, perhaps. Either way, third round win. It's just looking for the net and salvos. DRX able to bait these out and avoid them. As Sonic Sensor just going to be repositioned.
At least they're trying a trap play.
Yeah, you really want to either avoid
But
the deadlock or use flashbacks.
when you got all the
get rid of it.
tools,
Freeing's gonna trade.
do you not just have a better one?
Across the way. Who's next? I'll be able to trade that back out here. Keep it in a 1-for-1. Flashback, mask on, dimensional drift in place. Spots that one. He does not turn around. I don't think he actually
Nakasa's
saw.
so one-sided.
Yeah.
I think
Hell
Nakasa's
yes.
doing a great
Back
job.
into the smoke.
I agree with what he said in that round. Like the reason that GE won it is because DRX kind of messed up.
He finds two. Kellyus and Poppy both going to be taken down.
It's a one-sided score right now.
Patrick
They kind of should be
make this
one-sided.
8-4, rescue the half as much as they possibly can. But this is the double sentinel. This is where they should be. This is the side that they should be finding a good amount of value on. But Flashback has widely undone everything for them.
30 seconds left.
TP in, the re-swing. Yodotan able to go ahead and win out that fight. Flashback here from heaven.
God, they got
Sounds the
absolutely
jet, the neural
wrecked
step,
here.
getting the reveal. 3 players to try to fight through here for Yodotan. Spots at the first. Mako on the wire swing. Shut down. No further damage suffered here from Yodotan. Thorns pop the tap of the spike. He's dancing around it here. They know that he's not sticking it. They know that it's not getting up towards half.
Rip and tear.
There's just more Thorns at his feet. Locks him in position in DRX. Yeah, they look like they're having
Okay,
fun
that's
with
the
it.
done from
9 and
DRX.
3 at the half.
I didn't
Dominance here from
really
DRX.
like the stuff
Yeah.
from GE because it's
really,
like
really good game plan.
they're calm
Especially
because
behind
of the
Aura. I
jet.
mean, it helps that
Kind of
Flashback
wants to
is
go
12
aggro and they
6,
want to
but
set
it's
him
a
up with
lot of the ways
util.
that he's using his
So
util,
then they end
using
up
those
just
ults
being
for
aggro
cycling
with
them
people
quickly.
that
They're prioritizing
should be
him on
used
the
for
alt
like the
doors.
stall and the combos.
Everything you want to be doing with the min-maxing
And then I
game
think
with
if
the
they
Yoru
want to use the
is
jet,
very
they should
well
be
thought out.
doing it to like punish
Slight
the wall.
missteps here or there for DRX.
But then they're
A lot of
using
the
their
time,
wall
GE just looked like
reactively.
They were guessing at what DRX was doing. They couldn't really get good reads. They were going to the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, I think it's very easy
Even
to
with
like
that
copy
heavy
a
sentinel
deadlock on
composition,
this map, but
DRX's
not
Mako still
have
doing
a good
great
understanding
job
of it.
keeping them off
We see
balance
it
with
quite a lot
active
at the moment.
gameplay.
And the deadlock's crazy good on this map at the moment, but
DRX win. $10 for the ticket, $500 for the flight and the hotel. Welcome to Korea.
Heck yeah.
Hope you're enjoying your time. And if you're a fan of, you know, Korean Valorant, today's a relatively good day for that.
True.
Got T1 and DRX, 2 of the heavy hitters in the region. And for Global,
they're going to struggle against the Vice.
Lots of
Oh,
trying to
yeah,
walk back
they are
here.
going to struggle against the Vice.
curious to see how they're going to look to utilize
The
the double
Vice
sentinel
wall?
as they move over onto the attack.
For sure. It's one of those
You'd imagine the Vice
situations
Wall's going to
where
be
it
over
feels
towards
like with
middle.
deadlock
Well,
that
actually, they have double,
if you can
they
get
have
to the
double
post plants, it's
duelist,
a
right?
nightmare to get through, right? That
Sure.
wall is so
Maybe it doesn't need
stupid.
to be
It's
over towards middle.
It's so annoying. But it's getting there that's going to be the interesting thing. That's going to be the problem, especially with how good individually the DRX players have looked, especially like Estrella, with the way he's been able to solo lock down B main. Trying to get to those post plants in the first place looks like it's going to be challenging, but you never know. Sometimes you switch halves, you switch sides, and everything's just a little bit different.
Okay,
You can
it's
shake
1-0
off what
for
happens in that
Pistols at the
first half,
moment.
No problem. It's going to be
And
a lot
they're
of
running
ghosts
away with it.
for GE, 1 Sheriff for Flashback for DRX. For now, he's just going to fall back. Oh, Hyunmin.
Right up here alongside the smoke, the push in. He's just going to get overwhelmed. Doesn't make
There's
the
so many
check,
crouches
coming
on
down
this
20
one.
HP, but loses his life. Freeing similarly tagged up. Over at short now, down to 40. Flashback, TPing back across, gets his way over towards Alley. And right now, Global widely slowed up. Freeing, considering going for the peak, thinks better of it. Sends out the stealth drone, spots out one. Poppy going to be finished off.
Wait, that was nice.
Find the kill here.
The swing
from
off of there?
backstairs into market.
Kelly S. was in
Sergeant
area
Fruitcake
looking
with
for a
the
lurk.
Prime. Thank you
Mako
so much, bro.
seemingly
Appreciate that.
somewhat aware that it could be possible.
Guys.
Just
Come on.
forgetting. It would seem that there's a player in that position. Estrella goes for a repeat. he's able to find Patrick Hu.
He's been solid, to say the least, coming in here for DRX today.
Oh, Mako, that slow peek in. Able to avoid getting caught, the net not going deep enough. Elias, however, swings around and loses the fight.
30 seconds left.
Mako puts him down. The salvo's now coming through. That's going to be a big chunk there on the Unotan as Mako recovered Ghost. Utilizes it here against Global Esports. Once again, Unotan, last one standing. 49 health in a 1v4. Flashback. Oh my god. Okay.
Jesus, nice shot.
Finds the headshot. DRX find another
2-0 from pistols, and this is going to be a fast map.
In the lead.
I was curious who they were going to give the orb over to, give the ult charge to.
See, I do like, okay.
A couple big kills. Mako,
like, getting the first kill, taking market, creating pressure, and then like waiting for rotate is great. But when you look incredibly uncomfortable with like your angles, it's not good. Like, if you watch them there, they get 2 kills back because they're uncomfy.
That's so snappy from Flashback.
Crisp. Well, a situation that we've seen GE in.
The coach got suspended for a year, and honestly, I think we're starting to see like little gaps of maybe not having a full staff. So I do think their defense didn't have much thought behind it. And I've praised this team before for having like really good micro. But if your micro guy then has to cover all the macro, so you have no time to actually get like a lot. Well, to be fair, the macro is really bad. But
you know, again, to their credit, we have seen GE
like I think he might be spread too thin.
Very rough starts.
Yeah, absolutely. There's tons of talent on this team. We know that. We know how good they can be. And Elevated's really getting animated in there, letting them know earlier. And I think they could do it. I don't have any doubts that they can. I really like this GE team, but you know, against DRX, who is just so incredibly well drilled, and Mako, who's reading the macro game insanely well. Estrella comes in here and looks like he hasn't missed a beat since
Why is he suspended? It was like harassment from DMs, basically.
Playing the Vice. It's the first time he's playing Vice.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of them got leaked, and then apparently there's more. So,
well, it is going to be a stinger purchase here for the side.
If Right's doing a 12, like a whole year ban, you know it's pretty bad.
Armor here in Patrick Hu. So flashback. Every other target would be an insta-gib.
He's right up towards A heaven, so if this A execute comes through, the Vice wall is right in front too.
Okay, so one's gonna go through the wall here.
Top. Thorns sent. Estrella gonna be locked in position there. Flashback coming over to Mako, finding one before falling. Poppy now. Last one standing as the round quickly ends.
What
11-3. Economy
what happened to the dash
DRX.
here?
2 losses, but widely still in a strong position. Outlaw still going to be carried forward, handed back over to Flashback, and it's going to be those singers once again for the side of Global Esports.
Hey, you're flipping the coin a bit here as the side of GE.
Oh, yeah, it went up.
If you can find the weaker site, if you can find, you know, the 2 and the 2-3 split, you know, a lot of times teams maybe run 2B, 1 mid, 2A.
They used the optimized wall over towards shot, the one where you can't peek.
Outlaw.
Well,
just really
again, I said some of their macro was good when we watched them earlier, but
salvos to back off freeing.
Doesn't take damage, but forces his position.
Oh god!
I mean, they can't get anything.
Oh Jesus, bro! He can't see anyone. He's just spamming smoke.
You're up 11-3.
He's got 3 headshots.
And you just killed 3 through a smoke. Have you no shame? Have you no sense of mercy?
Okay, 9 chances. No. Oh my goodness.
He's like,
no morality, no soul.
It's like walking. It's like Joaquin Phoenix in Gladiator. Just thumbs down. Just absolutely not.
The first
any
one.
Of it.
Okay.
Sure, but then he gets the ping reveal. And
oh
then just
god, it's the ping reveal. It's incredible.
Yep.
Dude, I've never seen anyone get a double kill through there.
You know,
we rarely see a kill through that.
You think that might give you enough space to try to work your way through mid, and Freeing just
double?
re-clears that space. He has so much confidence, throws the drone through, gets the spot for Hyunmin, and
33 minutes at the moment. pretty fast.
I have to see. It's full rifles for GE. So good luck.
Oh. Unscopes it just before the swing in, so just a tiny bit of damage going to be taken there from flashback. Freeing. He gets tagged up, though, down to 43.
That timing there, very fortunate for GE. All those players have half armor. If he had stayed scoped in, he might have got
The
one,
fastest
knows,
game is the Paper X Lotus. I can't remember if they were playing T1. I don't think it was T1. They were playing someone last year.
Again, this time does get sat down.
Is it Talon? That's 22 minutes or something. It will never get beaten.
Get some shots in from behind though, and he's going to be able to do so. Kelly S.
That was full armor too.
Yeah,
he got the headshot.
Yeah, hits the head. Mako now really looking.
But yeah, 22 minutes including the 1 minute halftime break, which is actually 2 minutes, I think. So I think it was a 20-minute game in terms of just gameplay. Never say never. No, it's actually, I'm so confident it will never get beaten. It's one of the most mental things I've seen.
Try to see if he can make anything happen here. The 1v4 to extend it, to cut the lead to 42.
Lowers, yeah. Dude, I remember just being like, these are the fastest rounds ever. They just sent it C every single round.
3 rounds for Global
Ooh,
Esports
this
on a
was
set.
crazy
13-3 the score line.
Crazy rough. A lot of double sentinel comp starting on defense, not getting anywhere near enough rounds.
Magnificent,
to say the least. And so much of this game is just predicated on flashback really piloting that Yoru incredibly well on the attacker side. Great game calling from Mako. Estrella, phenomenal on the Vice. Really looked solid in the 1v1s. What else can you say?
TMB has another video here, but will he do it to his boy?
All the way through, just,
I'm not sure.
You know, slow and steady wins the race for him, I guess. Didn't really need to be explosive with the jet, was finding his more often than not.
I'm not sure he will.
And that's the winning
He
recipe
will?
for DRX.
I'll ask him today.
Yep.
He's on for Pacific. I'll ask him today.
Check. Looking great there. Pearl, sure. Make it work there.
Why not?
Why the hell not? Seems like maybe just, you know, don't play it on Haven. It's maybe the one map where the your jet combination doesn't work out.
Even then, I could see worlds where it works.
I'm just trying to silently make a dig at Vitality still.
Oh.
But it doesn't matter.
Is Rossi going to be on Black Chat? I don't think so.
My brain's a little bit scattered.
Unless Kurt got him after. Unless Kurt saw the potential from his 10-minute segment.
That was just a map.
And locked
we're
him
gonna
in.
Get ready
I don't
to
think
hand
so.
it over to an analyst desk. Because, I don't know. What do you guys got to talk about? It's all yours.
Wyatt be there? Yeah, he is there.
With 2 analysts, so I'm going to ask the analysts what happened.
Yeah, this is
13-3
rough.
on Ascent, a map.
Dude, against a double sentinel comp, they managed to plant 10 times.
There's no 2 ways around it. 12-4 in those first bloods as well. I mean, it's hard to play when you're global like that, and I mean, I feel like Global were never able to stand up to the test of DRX, especially in that first half. When we see Global with that double sentinel, that's the half where you really need to make an impact, but it wasn't there at all.
Yeah, for sure. You want to have a strong defensive side. It's what we've seen popularize this comp for the longest time, and you know, even teams in NA running this comp and Apex running this comp over in EMEA. I remember the hallmark of this comp is you get a strong defensive side. It's the kind of comp that you can pick when the other team picks Ascent into you.
Yeah.
You start off good on defense, and then you get just enough. Either you have a good set pistol, you have some set executes that you can run on that attacking side to get you across the line. A lot of teams, which is why we saw DRX actually run the Yoru instead of the Jet, because of just how good it is self-sufficiently to get you value on attack. And you saw them in this game. I was kind of questioning it when we were talking about Estrella before. What is he going to play? Because Bane was playing a lot of Sova on a lot of the maps, at least in kickoff. It is kind of getting phased out of the meta. He was actually on the Vice, whereas they did play the double duelist again, and instead of that Sova presence being that kind of initiator presence, they used the Yoru more so as a pseudo-initiator to fill that role.
I think Estrella did great coming into DRX's debut on this team, returning back to the Korean team. But like the casters mentioned, all these players really performed.
Yeah, I mean, when you have such a dominant game like this, you don't really have weak links, I would say. And, you know, we see the individual level of DRX. I feel like all of them were kind of free to take their aim duels and were winning a huge majority of them. You know, the casters, of course, highlighted Mako's call and thought Mako did a great job just understanding GE's defense across the board, consistently finding holes there and just running a great game plan. But yeah, shout out Estrella. I mean, I thought he looked really solid on that Vice. We'll touch on that again in a little bit with some replays, but big respect to him. Coming in, new squad, you know, back speaking Korean instead of having a YGL. Lots of changes for him, but a nice, easy map to settle him in.
Now, I want to talk a bit about the Yoru plays there and how effective his ults were.
Yeah, so we can pull up some replays for this, and you can just see the most important part of Yoru, it really is his ultimate. And in this first half, we saw him have the ult 4 times. They were able to use it in the bonus round, just snowball it forwards consistently, kept farming that orb, and especially against that double Sentinel comp, you just bypass all that util. You run straight through it. You're not going to trigger any of the sensors. You're not going to trigger any of the traps. And they were just able to really snowball their ultimates to keep that first half rolling forward for them and build up such a big lead.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to, rather than the slower approach of something like a Sova drone, and you have to run those kind of more kind of set executes or take your time clearing traps with things like the Shockies, which is not even really that good against things like Deadlock Wall, maybe a little bit more effective against Cypher. Like you said, streaming these Yoru ults back to back to back on the attacking half. I mean, it's one of those ults that, as a coach, as an IGL, you can really just call rounds around it. Whenever I get a Yoru,
round.
It plays itself. You get a Yoru ult and the round essentially plays itself. And a lot of the time, it informs your call so well on the attacking side that a lot of the time, your early to mid round can't even really be bad. A lot of the time, if the round's going to fall apart, it's in the late round, the XVX, the post plant.
Yeah, so as well with GE before, we saw Patrick Hu trying to play this Yoru. You know, clearly the coaching staff, I think, understand the power of that Yoru, but swapped him across back to Jet for comfort. So I think comfort is important, but that's what you're missing out on in that Yoru. If you have an effective Yoru like DRX were able to run, it just gets you round after round after round.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this happen on other squads as well, including Estrella's former squad, RRQ, with the Yoru on this same exact map.
And credit to Flashback. Like, where the hell did this come from?
Yeah.
He'd never played this kind of agents before, and then DRX was just like, I think we'll try this. This can be a new style. This dude is just owning every game on Yoru. He's just getting better and better.
Yeah, for sure. Now, this was a really short map, but I think we have a couple other things we want to highlight.
Yeah, so I think Estrella played a fantastic game, and I think a big part of it was on this attack side in understanding the kind of his job in the default, right? So he's responsible for B main and how DRX have this set up. And one thing he was really, really good at is he would always manage to get one pretty much consistently across the board. He's playing in different positions, he's mixing up his util, and he's managing to get kills and trade out in this B space. So going 1-for-1 as an attacker is actually a nice advantage because the defenders have to cover the same amount of map with less players creating more holes for you as an attacker. So really big shout out to Estrella. I feel like you know, he did well statistically, but I really liked how he approached this game. He clearly understood DRX's game plan and was able to execute it smoothly.
Yeah, he had a great game, and I think that shows trust from the coaching staff. You will have a Senti player who, on the attack side default, will feed. It's one of the worst things that you can have happen is have your player on the wing lose their life and give a lot of information and space over to the defense. The best Senti players do what Estrella just did, being able to poke and prod, be unpredictable, be able to find openers and read the rotations and things like that. So the fact that he's been let off the leash shows a degree of trust from DRX's coaching staff and their overall, you know, team, I would say. But also, I'm not surprised to see him on the Vice, because when I think about Estrella, I associate him with things like Viper. You know, when you play that on defense as a pseudo sentinel with a set wall, that's something that you can be used to. Also, using the arc rows, he's used to playing flashy nets and things like that. So that's a piece of utility that he's going to be very comfortable with. So honestly, Vice does not seem like a bad fit for this player, if you ask me.
Well, I can see why they trusted him. Let's take a look at his stats again so we can admire his debut with DRX on the Vice.
Yeah, 15-7, you know, he's able to take those fights and he's winning a huge amount of them. So big respect to Estrella, you know, like, I was talking about this pre-show that I was a doubter of kind of seeing these changes in DRX, but I think, you know, after watching them play this double duelist style, I really don't mind it. If he's going to kind of stay consistent in this role, if they want to keep running more double duelists, then I can kind of see why this change makes sense. And I think as well now Estrella's not having to IGL like he was on RRQ, we can expect that higher level of individual play from him.
Yeah.
Sure. And he's speaking Korean.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
It just actually, now that it's happened, it does all fall in place and seem to make a ton of sense.
I'm sorry, Turby. I shouldn't have doubted you. That's my fault. I'm sorry.
It's been good this year. I mean, there's some people who still don't believe, even if you make it to the international event.
That's true.
And you win bloody Pacific. People are like, that Turby guy's absolute fraud. What does he need to do? Do we need to win the World Championship?
Tough being a coach. I mean, you just end up on here with me.
Yeah. I mean,
but
this is your punishment, Turby. You start losing games.
All right, well, map 2 will be Global Esports pick, okay? Yeah. Ascend was DRX's map pick. I don't know if the map pick will change things very much, but the whole point is that it should. So going into Split, what do you guys think?
I mean, I think their Split has looked better. I do think they've had good showings on Split overall, so I think you can be a little bit more optimistic if you're a GE fan, but once again, it's still tough. It's still DRX you're against. It doesn't matter if it's a map that's kind of leaning more your way, it's still going to be difficult, right?
I think we've seen some good performances from Global on Split, but on the other
DRX
hand, they were facing teams that are making really strange mistakes when Global was on defense, and of course Global completely capitalized on that. Now you're going against the DRX, who's very honed, looking very sharp, and they have a lot of protocol in place that, you know, they won't be making the same mistakes, in theory. So
I mean, I just want to see GE play a little bit better and pick up some rounds and see the best out of these individual players. They've got a very interesting looking roster.
DRX, Gen
you didn't
G
see anything, unfortunately, from them on towards the Ascent game, which DRX flicked against them. Here is their map pick, and indeed we will see them actually allowed to start on defense by DRX. DRX is picking the attacking side, and now once again playing double duelist. You're going to get Marco over onto the Viper instead of Astray, which is interesting because Viper is a very comfortable role for Astray. He's going to be playing the Omen instead. I would not have picked that as the pairing of the controllers.
Yeah, that seems like an interesting way round for me. Across on the side of GE, they're sticking with Deadlock, Cypher. This is a style that this team have been running for a long time. I do think Deadlock is underused, to be honest, so I like that they're trying to make it work, but they need to be stronger
I kind of like the comp again, but I'm just worried it's not going to have good full process.
All right, well, this game is very important for Global Esports. Can they shake off and reset what just happened and bring it back for Split? We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's see if they're going to be able to have that recovery. It's been talked about ad nauseum. When you get blown out on an opening map, a lot easier to recover compared to playing a
okay, we got DRX on attack, we got GE on defense, again starting on defense, the better side with the double sentinel. They're against double duelists normally.
And they were able to rally back. So
it's like the best thing you can have against the double duelist on this map.
We know the quality of player that they do have. One of the things that we need to be seeing is a bit more confidence from them.
When you just fight middle, I guess.
They
do come out on top, and they had a grab net for anyone that was going to swing late as well. So
very much goes the way of Global. I could have called it the Battle of Mid.
I don't know, man. GE should just comp diff them, I feel like.
You had it right there in the palm of your hand.
Right in front of my face, and I just absolutely...
Maybe the Teo's too strong.
Facing in, taking quite a bit of damage here. Re-peaks. Orb just going to be picked up. As the paint shell has not thrown it, we'll be able to find one
got a lot of info in terms of the double push as well.
In the meantime, scale their way up forward into mid, now drop down onto the site. And can go ahead and smoke off Garage, so they know that they've got two players. They're in behind.
Yeah, they get a good pump for Heaven. They hold Heaven. And does this guy get back his sight before the smoke goes? Ooh, they're in nice positions. Dude, is he really going to go wrap around B main? Damn. It's not planning for anyone right now. I think that's a mistake.
Not spotting. Estrella trying to line up these shots. Eventually he's able to find it there with him near the final bullet.
Okay, well, they're for sure going to think that he's somewhere Heaven.
Last one left.
Spawn.
Here's the footsteps. He's approaching in from behind there, not watching for it at all. Mako striking, gets him off the spike. The push coming through.
Dude, show me some confidence instead. Time play time.
Able to find the headshot before Mako can swing back around the other side of the pillar.
It's pretty nice in the end. Pressure of Spawn.
This round is done and dusted, but instead it's going to be Global picking up their first pistol win.
Oh yeah, Mako there went around the world and almost stole this round away. Player advantage in mid there for GE, and they're able to capitalize, win the 2v1. An exchange there for Hyunmin. Like you said, sitting on that paint shells, I thought maybe you could throw it to delay it a little bit, but have to just go for the fight. Yudotan, a huge
Yeah, it was a really unconfident round from Mako.
For Global Esports.
There was 2 chances where I felt like he should be swinging, proper committing. Okay.
There's an outlaw play with full armor behind it here for Hyunmin.
Oh boy, this could be really nice though. Everyone can be one-shot right now. Mako takes the hit, drops him the gun, buys heavy armor.
Waiting any kind of jiggle peek here, but Nebula goes up. Poppy maybe having some kind of sneaking suspicion that there's going to be a little bit more firepower behind here.
It just is so Mako to just be that selfless. The gentle giant gives the gun over to his teammates.
It's not only that, but also Flashback has full armor.
That's true.
Maybe it's in case Hyunmin dies, so they have somebody else that can pick up the outlaw and have full armor.
That could be.
It might be that. You got 2 people that take turns.
Yeah.
It's a heavy
maybe
investment.
It's just, you know, using the Neon as the living drone to try to break through. Look at these trips though. That one right there.
Okay, so he's gonna have a chance to kill the jump peek at spawn.
Yep. That's something a lot of the ciphers have been talking about. Foxy9 was talking about it the other day in the post-match interview. Yudotan is going to find Mako.
There's the jump peek.
Oh, he's gone too.
Considering the swing out, but
well, there goes the outlaw as well.
Does manage to find and trade back. The weapon be picked up. The answer is yes. And maybe the game plan is going as they had hoped here. Is Flashback. Oh,
the timing.
Yep. Snatches that up. Net going to fall short here. Not able to find too much. Flashback scopes in, gets the shot, but now Spike on the floor. Flashback hounded down, and it is just Estrella. Try to see if we can get anything done. Smoke blooming the plant. Just gonna be stuck, and yep.
Hey, nice hand from G.
Gonna be seen, so Poppy able to go ahead and collect that one. So 2 casualties on the side of Global Esports.
And DRX definitely a little bit wrecked money-wise, especially when we're looking at Mako.
You in a really tricky position as DRX.
Yeah, he didn't get too much for this.
Knowing that your opponent's gonna have that outlaw. And with some of the players investing extra cash into that round, you're going to be able to come through with at least 3 rifles.
DRX playing double duelist every map. Feels like they're leaning into that.
Armor. Okay, so yeah, a Sheriff in full armor, and then Hyunmin is just going to have the light armor. So if you're going to run into that outlaw as Hyunmin, well.
Oh my god.
My goodness, well, incredible info.
Something about DRX and just not clearing scan utility versus Filipino teams. Shoutouts to Secret on Haven from years ago. Freeing able to find one. Flashback does get taken down. Crystal able to come away with that. This cage gets popped. Oh, missing each other like ships in the night.
Oh my god. That's so wild. He ended up going into 3-way crossfire.
Things start getting away from them just a little bit, but Kelly's arriving. Finds one. Net getting a minor grab there onto Mako.
Still should be kind of hard for DRX with their positions.
Very solid. And there you go. Poppy able to find one, finds 2 now. In a position to go ahead and just close out the round.
Very nice for GE. Again, they shift this comp diff them, and they're actually doing a lot of nice stuff with their comp. The fade is getting so much value.
Yeah, this is just so nice. I mean, the timing on that haunt just gives everything away for DRX, and they're immediately trying to find their flanks are Global Esports. Crystal, oh, unbelievable with the class.
Melly, hello with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 26 months.
All hands on deck for DRX.
Appreciate that, good
he was cleaned out. Poppy, so good in moments like this. And then able to double face there right as the poison cloud is dissipating. Really nicely drawn up by GE. A bunch of stingers for the side of DRX. Full rifles. Couple ults as well. Annihilation and the Cosmic Divide if necessary for GE.
Oh, this fade eye is nice though. Oh my god, we didn't check the corner. Wait, fade eye is kind of cool though. Once you commit, like if you go fast. Looks like G's done a little bit of homework as well. Knew they were going to go fast on this one. They have a fade eye for once you go super aggro.
Tries to scale forward, tries to catch Crystal off guard, but wise to it. Picks him apart, Estrella now. Desperately trying to reposition TPs into its backside. Scoops with the Vandal, the pressure being applied. Estrella out, last one alive.
6 bullets.
1v2 with Crystal low on HP, nearly lining up here for him.
Good damage in the end.
Yudotan last alive.
Still like this from GE. They were kind of prepped for what was going to go, what was going to happen.
Yeah, and they try to go for the fast hit, and Freeing just doesn't check that corner. It's a trade and then a gun upgrade for DRX. And then everybody else from the side of GE is quick to get over here. Great work by Crystal. being aware that somebody could be pushed up. I think freeing there, wide swung outside of the drop rope from B tower, where if he had tried to isolate that fight, I think he could have done a little bit more in that situation, but maybe just didn't anticipate that there was going to be everybody, you know, 2 players.
Okay, now they got a lot of ults to keep the snowball going. They're up against Omen ult.
Where the spike was.
Don't think they're going to have a set strat with it.
Nope. DRX.
Salvos to take
like
this. Wait, what is this?
As in tune with this.
This like on the roof and it points down. That's pretty cool.
With the rays and the neon, haven't quite really seen it find some of those big hit moments, some of those fast combos that will put GE players off balance and get some freebies.
Reposition from Patrick, who bit of an all-in spot here from him. Does slowly slink back over into vent before the Nebula dissipates, so keeps himself safe here for the moment. Bit slower here from the side of DRX. Have to suspect that not being able to find a round win here is going to be the likely call of a timeout. It's Mako. Not going to get darted here by the camera. Oh, tries to slide in, get alongside the wall, but he cannot. Yutan quick to go ahead and find that punish. Now the Nightfall going to be layered.
Damn, he actually got killed by the trip as well.
Rifle damage to find the kill.
Yeah, dude, if DRX play like this, they're really going to struggle. The GE has some nice stuff, though. They get some nice stuff. As there's pressure over towards here as well, they drop the wall so they can rotate heavier. Getting full info over towards middle.
Time keeps ticking.
Oh boy. I mean, you gotta kind of rethink some of these ideas. There's some micro mistakes that are costing you, and then you'll
yeah, definitely seen the double sentinel come up pretty strong.
But there's all that util that's in front of him.
Cypher's wrecking
the Cypher stuff.
Cypher's wrecking the neon.
You have everything you want to slow that hit down as
Deadlocks,
Global Esports,
giving him good info.
Just kind of running right through it. So
the fade again is just doing great stuff.
Absolutely phenomenal on Ascent, and Global Esports looks phenomenal here.
Okay, they got one hero gun.
Still sitting on Annihilation and a Cosmic Divide. Okay, Estrella, good for one.
Maybe 2 hero guns.
All going to be sent, but I think it's a little bit of a whip.
Yeah, wall missed the mark as well, so they can just push all the way in.
Mako lurking.
No way he wins that.
Shot connects. Kelly S on the floor, and Mako says, "Yep, I'm satisfied with that." Reroutes back through sewer. It's going to be a world away from the rest of his team, but given the player advantage, should be relatively safe. And now, Global Esports constantly have to be looking over their shoulders for this Viper.
Spike planted. Them down.
You're going to use that Tejo util to try to keep people at bay, allow Estrella to shift over to Garage, but he's kind of turning his attention back and forth, timing.
Swing in, Patrick Hu able to win out the fight. Showstopper is online.
Don't think he'll use it unless they get another kill.
Weaponry. Does he decide to pull the trigger on this ultimate? The drop down, Yutan going to be felled there. Swinging from Hyunmin, finding another. Now it's all down to Patrick Hu. Freeing, just able to escape. The paint shell going to go his way. Swings forward, ends up dying. Patrick Hu needing to win the fight.
Good damage though.
Kill on the Hyunmin.
Ends up being good damage. Mako picking up the gun at middle, so
be able to find their first round victory.
They get one upgrade. They put a gun into it.
Well, it really seems like quick decision making is the name of the game here for DRX on their attacker side on Split. It's just that opening kill.
Ziusun, thank you so much for the gift, bro. I appreciate that.
There was one in mid, of course, as well with Mako, but once Estrella found that kill on site, it is just
Estrella looking
everybody rush
really
through,
good, to be honest.
Get in there and take that space, scale forward, and get ready for the plant.
Okay, so a couple of these rounds were low. Dude, I wasn't even on top of that. A couple of these rounds were low, so G have to go down to an eco.
Use the Tejo utility to clear the corner, Boombot to clear front, and immediately a couple players from GE trying to tuck in. They're on a weaker buy already after winning 5 in a row.
Crystal, the only person with a classic is first contact.
Holding the line for one, Yutan able to go
Hey,
ahead
what
and push
though?
forward. That's going to be a weapon.
They got a gun from it. They got a gun and space. And now they're going to double that gun as well.
The rest of the team trying to push their way forward here into the side. Flashback. Barely
11
able to go ahead and
HP.
draw the weapon, stabilize to find that kill. Showstopper going to be sent.
Oh, that
Flips
is.
the corner of the pillar. Kill not found for there. Things now grinding to a halt. 3v3 with flashback dangerously low.
Just are you going to check this corner?
Drop down. Solid damage dealt. That's going to be a timing from Yutan. Showstopper sent up into heaven.
No way.
Finds it. The puppy is there
11
now. Comes down
HP.
a flashback.
Not a good plant for heaven.
Puppy has no idea.
It's going to be left guessing. He's playing it patiently, but
What did he
flashback.
do? Tap the spike. Oh, send it. I don't know. He's oh my goodness.
A glimpse of him. Knows that he's not going to be
bro.
going for any kind of defuse, so finds the headshot to be able to go ahead.
It's a
Drag this
rough one.
round
Dude,
across the
G
line.
still did pretty good damage though,
DRX, a
to be
second
honest.
I just absolutely scrappy there. Yudotan, nice job. Again, GE always is coming at you in pairs. So I really like the way that they're focusing on the teamwork here on this defender's side. Yudotan had a tremendous round, just got clipped by that showstopper.
The DRX rounds, yeah, they're not convincing.
Great patience shown by Flashback. Cutting sound, waiting that out, and using it against his opponents. Very, very nice.
Whoa.
This is a really early
Okay, the
Cosmic
old
Vibe.
school, the 10
This has
star.
got to send your danger senses tingling.
The 10 star. The instant
What the heck
ult.
is
They used to do it
this?
like
Well,
this.
Straight shots. Over towards Yudotan and
Yeah,
flashback,
problem is
barrel
it
stuffing.
does give you a lot of
Spot
space
out.
to like clear
Nice.
through middle.
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Player standing. Out of charges.
It feels like there should be some kind of set play off the back of that, and DRX was just
Nah, it's
thought
just the
that-
10
yeah,
star. You
I
just
thought there- yeah, I
delay.
thought there was gonna be
But the 10 star
more
did
aggressive
straight
positioning,
line.
scaling forward
And it would
into
just
mid,
be like
trying to get that
this. So you
control.
can kind of
and
just
beat Garage
hold
because it cut off through there too.
Yeah.
all of
Yeah.
this.
But then
But then it didn't.
But this gives you a little bit of freedom here. Then you can swing
know.
off of it.
I can see if there's some kind of plan behind it. Maybe they just couldn't execute it for some reason. Maybe there was some piece of util that slowed things up that
This
they
is
weren't
an
expecting.
Ung strat. Yeah, this is like a 2022 set strat from a tier
Well.
2 team in EMEA.
not sure about the cook on this one.
And honestly, it didn't. Well, it had
needs a
okay
little work.
success
Yeah.
back then, but
That being said, though,
they
it's
also
going to be a
used it
third round
differently.
pickup for the side of DRX.
All they're
Streak
trying
their
to
way
do
back
is
into this
like
game.
delay,
Global
right? They're trying
Esports
to
is
they're trying to
solid enough
ult.
position as
It feels like it's some
Kelly
kind
S
of weird
and
set
Free
round, so
missing
then they're
each
gonna
other
try
just a
and go
bit.
aggro somewhere, probably over towards middle is what you're thinking.
Nothing that comes of that. The big problem here for GE is
It gives
that
them a lot of space in B
you're,
as
you're
well.
forking over the
So
economy
odd.
game because of that. So they're anticipating aggression. It just doesn't come in the spots that they're expecting. They try to
And then
slow
they
push
push
that
through their own
and
wall.
Estrella's right there.
Enemy.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah,
but
it is
the
what it is for
concern now
sure.
is that
They're
you're back
trying
on
to
an
delay.
eco.
Basically, they're trying to
You're gonna
delay,
have
and
a
then you
judge
go
and
fast
1 hero
into the
rifle.
double sentinel util, and
Pockets
then
are
you're getting
a little
caught
bit
by
deeper
stuff.
For DRX. Still have a couple ults to work with too. Annihilation though for Kelly S could find some value here. There's 3 players stacked right outside of B. We're looking for some kind of trap play, I think, off this grab net. You could do like grab net into gravity well into paint shells. It could be really annoying for DRX.
does have that annihilation on the back as well.
True.
So yeah, I mean, you can see just waiting to try to spring this trap. Question is, does anybody from DRX really fall into it? They're just going to go ahead and swing on
A
the
lot
corner.
here.
Pinchel now going to be lobbed in. Gunman going to be able to find one. The net being removed. It is going to be DRX who are able to trade up as Kelly S also gets taken down. Patrick Koo able to avoid getting stunned. Flashback comes sprinting at him. Lightning fingers in play. Crystal brings that to
The
a
nade,
very
yeah.
quick
They
close.
got a little bit unlucky that they like 4-pass and commit
Quite a bit of
swing.
damage. Down to 47. Now going to be caught out at range there by Estrella. Yudotan, last one alive. No weapons recoverable here for him.
I don't think you
Find
need
any
to
real
use
value here.
These are all on the eco.
Oh, no, you don't use the pit.
Please don't.
Okay, does manage to find one. Has to reload it, though, and on the Jiggle Peak knows that he's dead.
Okay, I think maybe a
4
timeout.
to 5. Thrifty not
Giving
coming to
them a
fruition.
lot of
Global
rounds. It was
Esports
looking really
still
good.
in with an opportunity
And
to go
then
back into a buy round.
B's looking rough.
Back into the driver's
Like
seat
A's
here.
looking good, B's looking rough.
Establish a dominant
Think-
half.
Yeah, I like
I think
the
what's
ideas
going to happen is they're going
early.
to call a timeout. And they're just
Clear
going to
that
call a
annihilation.
switch, right? Cypher's
Great
going to go
use
over
of the
towards
Tejo
B.
util to clear the back of pillar to get that judge out of there. I was
It
kind
might
of
be too
wondering,
obvious,
I
but I think
quickly
it's-
scanned towards the
probably the-
util once that
Whoa,
judge was
no
identified
timeout?
how DRX
You
was going
lost
to be
4 in
able
a
to handle
row.
it. By the time I saw, the salvo's were already out from freeing. So little things like that, protocols that DRX has, so good. Kelly S, trying to get ahead of that smoke. A little bit of damage towards Patrick Hu. Again, DRX so happy to contest for this. Oh my god.
Yeah, they hear all the spamming. They know they're going to be safe spamming from the normal angles.
Clearly, I mean, I think what they've been drilling is Mako's just been teaching everybody how to get kills through smokes.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of Mako, Ted over here, continuously noted.
Yeah, that's a good kill and is good info from him. Prowler goes out, cleared everything, picks up the orb, gets his orb. Another Prowler to see if they timed the original Prowler and if they need to rotate.
Gotta be careful with the footstep noise.
So,
Had Crystal stayed there.
at one point, Crystal's going to fade at this as well. Does he get good timing? Oh boy, can't get much worse for GE here.
Crystal.
Yeah, that's nice from him though. Gets the early info so the rotate can come in. Fade eye, does he swing off it then? Sorry, fade all even. Fade all at least hit all of them so they know they're all here, but was kind of wasted.
The spike now. Just trying to assess, it seems, where they really want to plant this. Instead, it's going to be the back corner. Freeing off the back of this, does have that Armageddon now online.
Go ahead.
There it is.
Sends it towards screens. That's going to filter everyone in towards heaven now, and they're going to be filling screens on the back of this. Unit's unable to find the first, however. Estrella finding back, finding two. Neural depth reveals all, but
nicely
free
done,
does
man.
not matter. Does not.
Yeah, I like the calling on this one though. The calling on this from DRX is pretty good. I just wish Crystal didn't insta-use his ult after he saw one. Do you see the neon, the perfect time to UTIL? You should kind of know that's what's happening. Especially with no pressure around the map.
A couple Prowlers go out.
Sliggy, how long until you think Eamon or anyone in Liquid finds the picture of Boulder Mill at the office? When did you put it there? Dude, you'll never know when they find it. Anyway, Eamon will just find it, look at it, and put it in the bin. Like, you won't even. He doesn't have a social media head. He'll just look at it and just go, "What?" He'll probably send it to a mill. You put it 2 months ago?
The coaching staff so well.
Dude, I tell you, I reckon Eamon's found it and he put it in the bin.
He
would have sent it to a mill and that would be the end.
Maybe another fast map, send it over to map 3 is now all of a sudden 5 in a row for DRX and it's tied up.
Oh, let me know where you put it.
Oh boy.
And next time I'm there, I'll check if it's still there. But I won't tell them.
Before closing out the half, Global, I mean, if they can pick up the next 2 rounds, 7 and 5, I'm not going to feel too bad about that, just given this double duelist setup from the side of DRX. They should be finding value when it comes down to the attack. You were able to deal with it so well for those first 5 rounds, and even play them close in some of the ones following up behind that.
Yeah.
But it's going to be another thrifty attempt.
Ah, it's really rough, man, for GE. That's such a good start. Okay, they go for trap play. Now this one's old school. Camera spots feet. I don't think they'll fall for this one. You never know. Camera spots feet, they get to a set point. It's going to be grav net into stun into nade.
This smoke has to be sending alarm bells in your head.
Yeah.
It's way deep.
Leave Hyunmin back around the corner. He could just paint shell if they really have a strong idea of it. Looks like they
Did they play their judge setup so far back?
Goodbye.
Ooh, nice though.
That's the spike.
Every pallet first shot.
Crystal not in control, and Mako, once again, noted. GE, a very solid read on this round. Only 1 shell left.
Doesn't reload.
For Crystal. Here's the weapon getting picked up. Spike as well. Going to be sending out the C's nade. Looking for the grab.
The arts in a VPAC.
Tiny bit of damage there. Relay to try to clear the corner. The slide in. Flashback able to find 1. Crystal going to be done with the salvo into the corner as well. Freeing.
The 2v5. Definitely gotta look at Kelly. Yes, he's made a lot of space.
In hand, looking for the headshot, cannot find it. Freeing just a little bit faster, but Yudotan, Stinger at that range, still able to find the damage.
It should be so fine because Kellyus is here pretty early.
Flashback gives them a winning chance, and there you go. Kellyus recovered. Vandal pushing forward, catches him off guard, and Global will be able to pull it off.
Yeah, when in doubt, get the judge out.
Weapons and economy, but still winning out the round and getting themselves up to 6.5.
Yeah, just not really being able to sense that trap where DRX kind of aware that maybe somebody could be in B main, but not quite aware of the weaponry that was going to be right around that corner. I mean, a lot of times the judge is going to be up in, you know, male or up in vents, things like that. This time, it is right next to them. Good reaction, though, here to use the relay bolt into the Tejo util. At least give themselves some kind of chance. But the whole time this battle's going on outside of garage, Kelly S is just walking through spawn after they kill Mako. He's just taking his time going on the walk. And he will find a ton of value because of that. Couple away from freeing's ult, still sitting on that Viper ult for Mako, but he's been on solo duty over at A. And this time, off the rip, GE sent an extra player over, thinking that maybe there could be an aggressive push.
The change of the op out.
The freeing flashback
No,
duo
they need to get info.
clearing through in towards mid. There's a sonic sensor that Kelly S is going to try to play off
So they
of
need to get info.
from heaven.
He's spamming non-stop, so they know they got B main.
They're trying to bait for him a little bit there. But the smoke goes up, and Poppy's going to reposition.
And does he tiny bit of damage there.
Just a bit. See, now DRX very wary of any of these trap plays, and GE might be...
Okay, nothing happens for a little bit. They have no info over towards middle, so they decide to push. Fake smoke. It's a classic.
Saves him off here for the first. Paint shells.
Oh boy, he has no idea.
He has any clue. Yeah, he does not know. You could knife him.
No surprise.
How long does he wait for?
Wait.
Well, he's trying to see if there's anybody else pushing in this angle. There's not. He's all alone. Patrick Hu now dead in heaven.
He wants more.
Yes, though. Continuing to play this
Oh,
quietly.
he wants more. I'm
Slowly
scared,
sneaking
but it's
in
smart.
from behind. Now opens up here with the shots. Swings back in, looks for a little bit more, but Straya
Unlucky.
just able to win out that fight. That could have been everything. Quick peek in from Crystal.
Yeah, I mean,
Does
as
go
we
ahead
can
and
see,
interrupt
he
the
needed
spike
to get
plan,
more, so it's
they
the
still
right
have
play.
enough time. As Yurtan now
Could have ended worse.
the
Yeah,
1v3.
but as soon as
The
that
pick
guy
could be
dies in
thrown
heaven, he's
Mako's
like,
not in position for it.
he's got to
It's
get
the last
two.
round of the half.
Might as well.
I think he's just like, yeah, we're fine without it. Seems to be the thought process here. As
Six?
Now
Oh, I feel like DRX would be pretty happy with 6.
Snake bite perfectly at his feet.
Especially considering the start.
Fantastic bank shot, and Mako will go ahead and deliver the final shot. So 6-6 at the half. Global looking a hell of a lot more alive at the beginning of this one, but then struggling. DRX finding their footing for quite some time there.
Yeah. Again, a lot of trickery that we're seeing as the half wore on and things got more difficult for GE.
0-5-6-6, yeah.
Some of it didn't. Good post-plan protocols as always for DRX. Yeah, pretty curious about this defender's side now.
The next
for
game,
DRX's
T1 against
agent
Team
composition.
Secret.
You know, how aggressive are you going to be able to get with that Neon? That's a big, you know, kind of gamble that you're taking on this map, running a Neon on it, right? Like if you can put some pressure on your opponents, if you can find some good relay bolts, find some good combos, you can take a lot of space early, find those first bloods, but it can be tricky. Seen a lot of teams try and fail to run the Neon on split. But
Pacific
if
is a
there's
low
any team that can
floor.
do it, it's DRX. And
Out of all the
Global
regions,
Esports,
they might have the highest
much
floor
more
at the moment.
Standard-ish comp, other than, you know, kind of the double sentinel deadlock. Was that enough value on that defender side? Kind of one of those big
It's either
questions
them
you
or
always have when
EMEA.
you run,
Well,
you know.
yeah. You mentioned it on that ascent. Now that they shift over onto the attack, they have that critical piece of utility.
Yeah, the
that
deadlock.
Who's
stupid
better, Team
wall
Secret or
that they
2G?
could
I mean,
use in opposed
2G is probably
So,
better, but
we'll see
2G is also
if they're
better
gonna
than
be able
like
to,
two
they can
teams
get
in
into
Americas
those
right now.
positions very comfortably and quickly. Then yeah, the
Behind on
deadlock
the
util
times.
absolutely can make things a living nightmare for the side of the RX.
And even if you can get mid control on this map, it's really annoying as the defenders because you can either cut off mail or vent for the rotation. So there's a little bit more that the deadlock wall can actually do on this map on the attacker
Team
side.
Secret or
before
Furia?
you
Okay,
get to
now we're
post plants,
talking.
In theory.
Think. I think Team Secret beats Furia.
How far can GE get?
Unless the sense,
against some of
well,
this aggression
Team
that
Furia
you
would
would
win
expect
Ascent,
DRX
and
to be
then
throwing.
Team Secret
that's a lot
probably
of
win
damage
every other
free.
map.
That it is. Quickly panicked. Sends out that suppressed drone and flashback out from heaven, able to find one. Yuratan Patrick Hu, however, trading up.
Fair play, man. They absolutely sent it.
Themselves in
Patrick
with the
did good.
advantage. Patrick Hu tagged up down to 58. Mako.
The greedy
again.
plant, but I get it.
Plants are dead.
Now they go for the
Spike now
safe
being
plant.
ushered
Hellman
all
gets a
the way
pretty
in the
good
back.
timing. Does Pappy push through the
back corner
smoke?
here.
Didn't see him.
Tenman,
Oh, the
yeah,
timing off
catching
is...
a glimpse of either, it would seem here. Both players not noticing as Mako will be taken down. Now the approach coming through. Hyunmin narrowly able to survive.
Should have done enough damage with Hellman on 10, we'll see.
Straya
Crystal probably didn't feel confident to fade eye here.
His back, for his team. Crystal now tucked away, completely quiet. Strikes, finding one.
Okay, very nice. Double pistol for GE.
For the fade. Global tie things up 2-2 in pistols. They regain
it was
the
2-2 though.
Yeah, this is just a good coordinated effort. Who was it that dropped down there? It was Flashback to try to back up freeing. Don't know if I agree with that play there. Got a little ambitious. You know, felt like maybe they were going to be able to shut that attack down, but Patrick Hu got pretty deep pretty quick.
Just finished the Lev Fury vote, not convinced about Lev still.
What angles you were going to be able to deal
it's
with.
hard when Fury played like that
to
be confident about anyone beating them.
Very well thought out. DRX fought back a bit. Mako, as always, good for kills through smokes, but wasn't enough this time. No buy up at all to speak up for DRX. But it's got to be in the back of your mind as GE. So you're going to be a little bit more diligent. Well, bye-bye, Mako.
Quick elimination found there. Patrick Hu. Oh, getting him lined
up. Yeah, double.
Down to
another
13
double.
on the back of that. Slide in from Flashback is going to be good for a kill, as freeing similarly does find Yudotan. But now it is just Estrella. Very low on HP, with not much more to be done.
Delay there from Poppy. Waiting for
So two casualties.
the sound as well.
Not much loss in the way of economics. So global.
Current form NRG versus Lev, who wins? I still think NRG
go into their bonus.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty decent.
But again, it's hard to gauge where Lev are at the moment.
Good value out of the Marshall there. Couple quick kills for DRX. They spring into action off of contact. Try to do what they can with the classics.
Boys, let's go, boys. Just fucking win this map, bro.
Let's win the map.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, for what it's worth, Kelly S does a great job just always staying positive, being vocal. You can hear him up here in the caster booth. Who's freeing?
Not eating any damage this time around. Straight up.
Okay, big buy rounds.
Boost it up over the
Big
top here.
smoke into triple swing. I like this. They just absolutely send it.
And it's gonna be a 1-for-1.
No, they don't. Oh.
Blast pack across. Patrick
Oh boy. They like hesitate and then absolutely send it and then tank the nade because of it.
Oh, I love this. Freeing, aware that they had given up this space, using the drone to clear it.
But I understand the hesitation, right?
They were heads up.
End up being a 2-1-1.
Just drift back here from Flashback. Not over challenging for the fight. Freeing eyes in towards that A heaven position in case they come up through the vents. Flashback gets positioned here on the rafter, just on that corner. Drops down, makes some noise though. Not the silent drop. Intentional or not, hard to say. For now, Global
Okay,
Esports
DRX takes some space. We have a one-pass and fake over towards A.
Trying to get some kind of read, waiting for this Haunt
Does it cause any kind of rotate, especially as they cleared over towards B? Let's keep an eye on Hyunmin.
They just took the time to go ahead, double clear into garage, get the orb.
No, doesn't really bite on it. 20 seconds. Kelly has to do a madness.
Anything there, and Kelly has flushed over towards this side of the pillar. The spike still in hand, needing to clear this out. Cannot find it.
Spike down.
Spike will be down. The round will come to a conclusion. The bonus conversion not on the cards here as DRX bringing things back, being damn close. One round separating as Spring will find the final kill.
Stop your momentum.
Really aggressive towards mid this time, but DRX so good about understanding when and where players could be. That one from Estrella, you can't really blame him on. You're just anticipating, you know,
who's the best team in
one
Korea
of their players,
now?
whether it be one of the Sentinels.
Are you
or
quoting or are you
Poppy,
asking?
Maybe try to challenge that
It is
angle.
T1.
So you're trying to use that as kind of a catch that solo lurking player off guard. Instead, there's three there. He at least is trading one out. That's not bad in that situation. But really, for me, freeing there with that timely stealth drone is what really allowed DRX to settle in comfortably there in the mid round. Very heads-up play from him.
Right, let's start looking at the money. 1, 2, 3, 4, can't buy. 1, can't buy.
Backed off by the util just to pull out the grab net.
Punish over towards middle with the grav net nade. They don't get too much for it, and they don't get any space for it either.
Global just fishing where possible, trying to see if they can catch anything here for free.
Estrella's trying to inch forward.
Block of vision.
Nobody's really
So I do think, in my opinion here, DRX mess up a little bit. Like, in my opinion, Freeing's drone is really early. Like, he's droning
drop.
as he's done the
setting
Cypher
relay bolts,
cage.
trying to just hold back this line. Keep them protected for Yunmin, who swings in.
Oh, he
Almost has
just
to
get
line up.
don't do
Only gonna be
this.
good for one. Looking for the transfer there. His flashback. He cannot. It's gonna be Poppy coming away with two. Looks for a little bit more, but freeing in from behind, able to go ahead and find the punch. And now Yudotan.
Man, neons are so crazy.
Double stack this. Really smart from DRX.
30
Smoke
seconds left.
set up. I mean, he has a cam. He could throw it out, maybe, but I don't think he's gonna get much of a glimpse here.
I mean, he clears a fair amount.
So stray shots to connect. And as he goes
Wasn't
for
the worst
swing,
attempt.
Estrella is there.
Okay, force him
The
down
off
to an
angle.
eco. The double
We are tied up
pistol
at 8-8.
lead hasn't
Global
really given him too
getting
much of an
knocked back
advantage. It's going to
economically.
be rough here, I
Attempt-
think.
Another attempt here out of Thrifty, pulled off the previous one. This would be a critical one to win.
I mean, the timing there, not bad from flashback. Almost transferred over for the second. Freeing quick to react through the vents. Get over. Find that extra kill. Poppy's still busy watching.
If I'm Udatan here, I'm kind of calling that from one cage, he used his drone. So
Drive is there.
if his team chills, he might be able to one cage, get the drone out, hide from it, pop the second cage and actually luck and get some space.
Still Crystal taken down.
Or we can just dry swing.
A little bit of damage found on the Mako, but Mako wins those. Re-peek from flashback. Quick little reload. Ping out. Kelly S through the smoke is able to go ahead and put the Outlaw on the floor. See how much more damage they're going to be able to find.
Gee, you're probably going to time out after this. What are they going to be working with? Let's see.
For Kelly S.
One away
Cannot
from
create,
so
get another
many
kill.
ults. They're going to have
You can
Deadlock
send an
or
annihilation, and all of
Astral.
a sudden, it's a 2v2. Still a chance for Global Esports
So
for
he
sure.
probably...
Free gun. Makes a bit of noise though.
I imagine DRX are at least going to have some kind of punish over towards
Looks like
B
it was
main or go
intentional to
aggro with the
sell,
double
like they were trying to go
duelist.
towards A.
Or it could be a
Outlaw
sick round to
scooped
do
up
for a
for
double
Poppy.
walk push middle.
Hyunmin still
Honestly, I
with
think the
eggshells.
double walk push middle is the one.
Just waiting it out
30
quietly
seconds
here.
left.
Luxo or
DRX, they have
Cortezia?
to
Bro,
know that this weapon's gonna be
Cortezia is
picked up.
insane, man. Or
Let's
Cortezia.
spot out.
How I meant to say it again?
Main
I
shells,
did know and then I
salvos,
forgot.
Everything being
It's
chucked up here
Cortezia,
towards
right?
heaven. As the clock hits 15 seconds remaining.
I think he's a monster, man. I mean, he's so
Being
good.
able to just get the plant would be nice here for the side of Global to get that money. And it's freeing, going to be pushed off the angle. They're out into the open.
Oh my god, where the bullet's going?
Okay, eventually, stability found. An extra casualty picked up there for the side of Global Esports, but DRX close out the round and now regain the lead 9-8.
I'm just so impressed with the way that DRX is so communicative and the way that they know when not to fight.
Yeah, they both
Like
look
so many
really good
teams you'll
though.
see when they're in an advantage in a 4v2 and the players will get overconfident and they'll push. In this situation,
Jogamo,
you know,
thank
the
you so
players
much
from
for the raid,
DRX
bro.
Freeing
I
and
appreciate that.
company, they're
Thank you,
backing up
thank
while
you.
they're allowing the players from A to rotate over so they can really all
What's up, Raiders?
collapse
How are you
together
doing? Hello, hello.
onto those last two players of Global Esports. Don't give them any chances. Doesn't matter if you're up against an eco. Play it correctly every time. And that's something that DRX does so well. And it makes it very
Okay, we're
difficult
watching what is potentially
to get
the
those,
end of DRX.
you know, 2
Global.
VXs or 1 VX wins against
Global
them.
had double
It does
pistol
happen,
and
of course,
they just lost the lead.
but the way they play it is so textbook. Global Esports coaching staff, Darion in there today as well with Elevated, trying to help his
That's
coach
crazy.
out, new head coach out.
That's a crazy line, man. Bro went for the first message with that.
First time in 2 years, after 2 years,
It's funny.
to see DRX and GE.
We talked about how important this one could be here for GE.
That was good though.
Win.
Okay.
You're in a great spot to make
Calvin,
the playoffs. If not
up
already.
still. He's
Not
got
only they
all,
would block, but
and I want to see a
well,
nice
that's a
plan.
very good
I want to
spot,
see a
yeah.
nice plan from
And it would
GE.
basically come down to them in paper
Orbs are
rounds.
important at the
So
moment.
you win that series and then you're in. Now,
So you would
a loss here
imagine
would make that series
that
versus
if there's
paper
no
rounds an
pressure,
absolute must-win.
or they see them fighting early over
Got a
towards
ton of
A,
firepower
they could go get
for
this orb.
DRX in this round. Hyunmin's on the op, has a showstopper.
Crystal, you got a
Crystal's
little bit
been
of
really good in
util.
these situations. We've seen this a couple times where he's able to outduel these
Oh,
operator
boy.
players.
Okay,
A
nice.
lot more pushing in towards him. Sends at the blast pack.
This is the first time they've done this, so it probably is a little bit too obvious. They've been double caging here. It's the first time they double cage Heaven as well. And obviously they've used an insane amount of Fade Util. Oh god, this ult's nice as well, and they dropped the Spang. We got any smokes from Australia? No, so they can't smoke on top of it though, so they can't hold this.
Just tucks back to the opposite side. They'll abandon the spike. They'll maybe allow it to be recovered. There's op shot ringing out. Not going to be finding much there. Spike now in hand. Crystal picks it up.
Still think minimap wise, GE don't look in the worst position if we ignore the spike in the time.
Over onto the Raptor. 30 seconds remaining.
When you add the spike in the time in, they're absolutely right. But they are doing the right thing.
Across the map. B site opened up. Estrella, however, nearby.
Astra ult fake as well. Big jewel at middle. Give me this jewel at middle.
Gonna be absolutely dunked on. Showstopper now in play. Paranoia sent here from Estrella.
Damn, bro. Wait, you actually played this really nice. Wait, you played that really nice.
Spike is on the floor. This round has gotten away from
Wait,
Estrella.
that was sick.
Are clean at the end.
That was so nice from him. He had to do it all, and he did it all. And he didn't.
Before he pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
And he didn't like panic use his flash.
There for Global Esports. Just a great back and forth with Hyunmin and Freeing here.
What a beast! Now he's looking great.
God, that's so good. And that immediately sets up the ult.
Estrella on DRX, yeah. Bane out, Estrella
They
in.
were just coming back into cycle to try to catch him as they went back towards the sewers, but instead he used it just to
Nice shots as well. Nice shots, nice util usage.
Allow him to rotate
Dragon
back
heavy.
Allow Flashback to
Doing his
allow
role.
them to swarm that site. Mako tucked behind the box. Got a spot, got out of dodge. Seemed to sense that C's coming.
Trying to scale forward. I mean, Patrick, who was just sent
Okay,
in,
well.
unassisted into mid, ends up getting absolutely massacred.
And I never want to like harp on about eco strats, because obviously like an eco is like, it's a little bit whatever, but GE do this thing that really irritates me, where it's like they'll have someone that has a gun,
Just toying with him there.
and everyone else that doesn't have a good gun will try and make a play,
Flush him right into the shotgun.
and it's really irritating.
He's gonna go at him.
Why not?
Jesus Christ, bro.
Runs him down. Flawless. DRX 2 away from locking in a 2-0 victory.
Yeah.
Why did Genji not pick up Estrella? I don't know, because if Estrella's messaging me about Liquid Academy, I guarantee he's messaging every team in Pacific.
Your teammates.
So
Making sure you're always making
they should have at least
the high
trialed
percentage
him.
plays. What else can you say? They're, as usual, very fearsome.
He did trial for Genji. Oh, okay.
Okay, what are we doing there, Flashback?
But then that's good at least.
I think he still has the judge on the ground behind him, so he's going to show the op.
I think it's worth taking the moment to again also say what a glow up from Flashback.
Yeah.
Remember the first time
Trialed for your premier team too. I mean, honestly, with how keen this guy wants to play,
Oh God, yeah,
maybe.
last year.
And then this year.
He just wants to be.
Was it his first time
Just
in
wants to be
this?
playing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
And we were just like, what is this? And then the second half roll around, he started looking better. And then every other series after
According
that,
to Frost, his agent. Wait,
Well,
how
there
does
was no
Frost know
doubt
this?
about his
According to
mechanics
Frost,
in
his
my mind.
agent asked for more
always been
money,
very
and
talented
Genji
in
said
that
no.
regard. Now he's got the decision making behind it.
I don't know if I mean,
This-
we'll take it.
It's pretty.
We'll take it for what it is. I'm not saying it's 100%.
A lot of space here. They don't have a ton of info.
I
They're
think,
playing
but-
for something aggressive.
Okay, fit dude. On site, Mako is in trouble.
Nightfall going to be sent. Mako does get taken down, freeing.
Okay, big trade, freeing. Double sends though.
On the floor. Showstopper out from Hyunmin,
Big Joe.
not finding much of anything, but Patrick Coop maintaining control there of
Patrick's
elbow.
done pretty good.
Freeing will fall.
At least DRX all
Still
did this
get
together.
A bit more fight available here for the
Oh,
side
you're a
of Global.
crazy guy, but fair
Flashback
play.
finds the headshot. Poppy going to be taken down the overdrive in play. Drops
Wait.
down off the top.
Doable.
Still has a relay bolt available, but it's going to be a big round from
A
Patrick Coop.
really good round from Patrick.
To get Global another one under their belt.
It's worrying though.
In, 2 more to go to
Armor
tie it up.
rebuy, 3 guns rebuy.
This is a weird one from DRX for me. It seems like kind of an on-the-fly decision by Flashback. Picks up the op, has the judge, so he says, I can just hold down the B corner. And then they double stack
They do
mid.
need some help.
They don't.
I
this
think
is kind of the one part
I
of
think
the map
being in
that
a
they left
team
open and GE's able
would
to
really
figure it
benefit
out
TMV
to
just for
deduce.
like
maybe just a little bit of
understanding,
or
a little bit
like
more in
Nobody's
depth for some of his hindsight stuff.
towards A main. We've seen that a lot from DRX, and that might have been enough for GE to get the read that
I think it's
this
always
was gonna
worth
be the weak
people
side, and they were
who
able
want to
to
be
punish
analysts to do it.
Kind of some scuffy moments there as well for DRX players.
But they're in a rough spot.
Standing right in front of this door.
And TMV probably doesn't make sense for him to do it, money-wise.
More players from DRX on this side of the map.
Over there.
This has to, yeah.
Guess they're just gonna be picked off. Kelly S trying to swing in, but Mako out from window, finding him. I mean, Patrick Hu, for a moment, I think he simply threw the weapon on the ground. Or swapped him out. Does manage to grab the spike as Poppy finding one. Opens up that B site, but
how do you get there?
Not a clear pathway.
It could go all the way back.
Flashback. Reading this incredibly well.
1.5 is the timing like here.
Poppy, does he swing back through right now in that astral form? Ooh,
No way. It's insane timing.
The re-peek. Flashback still suspicious.
Respect the flashback here.
30 seconds left.
Unbelievable.
And they're going to figure this out real fast.
I hate TMV. Wow. No, I just think there's information that you'll only get if you're on a team in terms of like game understanding.
There to go ahead and finish the job. 12-9 DRX.
Okay.
Look to bring this series to a conclusion.
Three chances, and considering they want a double pistol, it's pretty
very
rough.
Good changes round around here in their mentality. Immediately, Flashback is on his horse to get over there with that operator to back up that A side hold. Does a tremendous job with it. Even finds the kill onto Poppy there. Huge moment. Huge performance on this Dion. Kind of questioning on split. Well, question's answered in my mind.
Well, quick readjust for Flashback, finds a shot.
He grab netted the Prowler.
They're trying to pre-fire his exit angle. He just stays still for so long. He's able to avoid the lion's share of damage being thrown at him.
I think he got caught by the grab.
Boombot just gets a bit there, a splash, a lick there onto Patrick Hu. But this right now feels like Global very much is trying to get.
Big
Okay,
miss.
I was gonna say square peg into a round hole, but Patrick Hu.
Big miss. They still got the Viper on.
Able to find one, so off now going to be on the floor. The Nero
I
theft.
mean, shot.
Hoping to lead the path. Showstopper going to be sent down. Kill not going to be found. Hahn gets a reveal on the two. Hyunmin's still going to be low and does get finished off. Mako is here on the site looking for a little bit more, but cannot make it happen. Yuta finds the second with the Stinger. Upgrades to the Vandal. As the smoke gets ready to dissipate. Spike still not planted. Looking to try to fight their way forward. Freeing, able to find one. It does end up getting
two
dropped.
chances.
Global Esports not going down without a fight. Need 2 more rounds.
Yeah, and they managed to get out of there in terms of the
as good as Flashback had been, that whiff up at B Heaven
Viper.
cost them. That's a great
It's just
angle
the problem
to take.
they're
He
gonna
just
have to
doesn't hit
deal
the
with the tail.
He had that fight isolated. Patrick Hu just wins it. He gets that. I think it's a very different round there because you don't have the
Razor. He
to
shot
clear
it into
sight.
the
Maybe DRX is able to hold the
Viper,
line
right?
a bit
And
better.
Mako just
He's
insta
gonna
went
have
out of
his
there.
ult coming into the next round.
I'll just take mid, boys.
Timeout.
All right.
Okay. First time out of the map for DRX. Even when, you know, that 0-5
Map 3?
streak
I
was
don't know
coming
about
through
that.
Global
Hasn't looked crazy
Esports.
convincing in the buy rounds.
Didn't see Termi wanting to get involved, but it seems like now he wants to make sure that they don't take this to any kind of overtime. For sure. Let's see, though. It's another opportunity for Elevated to get in with the rest of the players here.
I'll be really curious what the changeup might be. Gonna maybe put a little bit more attention towards the
Are they
extremities of the
six-man
map.
roster is Bane benched? We don't
Seems to be
really know. Would imagine
At
benched.
times a little bit of a pressure point, but we heard just a brief kind of idea from Global Esports in their comms that maybe mid, although with Elevated coming through, might be different ideas for them as well. It seems like that's been a big
Of the script, TMV
pressure
joins
point
Wolves
for
next
Global
year. Honestly,
Esports to try to push against
Wolves
DRX.
need some help, man.
They have some ults.
That wouldn't be the worst
Poppy has
move
the
ever.
Cosmic Divide. You have the Armageddon for freeing.
How a team with actually that skilled players is doing this bad is kind of nuts.
It's going to be a little bit awkward if they can't get it
on
done in this
like
round
roster-wise, that's like a top 2-3 team in China. I don't know how they're struggling so much.
No utility.
Wait, what the hell?
Well, I think they thought that they were going to be able to have the catch, that he wouldn't be able to get out.
Okay, they go for the punish with the
When he's, like, right in
stun.
the corner and he could just go to
Salvo's on the left, stun on the right.
Away, so they get rid of that Armageddon that could be pivotal in getting, you know, a retake of a site going. Cosmic Divide in play. Kelly is able to find one.
To be fair, Wolves are guaranteed playoffs. I mean, I would be embarrassed if they weren't, mate. Again, they have like the second best roster in China at the moment, in my opinion. Okay, nicely done. Yeah, it is rough at the moment for G. In terms of positives, for Australia coming in, they look really good.
With a 2-0 victory, and with that win, they have officially punched their ticket into the playoffs here at Stage 1 alongside Boom Esports.
Yeah, well-deserved for DRX. They continue to just steamroll teams. They are so solid in so many different ways. Macro, micro, fundamentals of the game.
Yeah, I think it's honestly it's looking like a good pickup. He's playing multiple roles at the moment, right? He went from Vice Sentinel to Smokes.
Very nice to see, but
and even his Vice looked pretty comfy. He's like blocking aggro.
Even when they're running stuff that doesn't feel very DRX, it still kind of looks like it. It still has that same flavor. Even though if it might be a bit of a different recipe.
But for GE, there's not that many, man.
Also not very split. I mean, the neon rays is definitely something.
Because they had they had everything going for them, at least on the start of this.
Go with it. They're able to get the victory. And I thought for sure we were going to be seeing, you know, Raise Yoru coming out from this team.
Me too.
But they changed things up. And, you know, a couple more stumbles.
They just got a lot of work to do, especially that ascent. Outclassed, yeah.
Global Esports,
you can flame NRG today in Plat Chat. I'm not on Americas. If I was, I wouldn't flame them that much as well. If I'm flaming anyone in Americas, it's Furia. Like, at least I can see what people are doing with their time in Americas. I can't see what Furia are doing with their time. Don't know what's going on there.
Hello everyone, it's Bella with the post-match interview, and we have the new guy. Hello, new face, Estrella. 안녕하세요. 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
2G are improving week by week.
All right, Estrella,
you can't be angry at that. Again, I can't be angry at people improving week by week.
This is your first. Oh, okay. Make sure to put the jacket on. Oh, all right.
Damn, is that like a sponsor thing? They got to do interviews with jacket on.
Here in Pacific with DRX. So, how are you feeling? How was it like? 익숙한 얼굴에 새로운 색이 이렇게 입혀졌습니다. 오늘 DRX로 합류하고 첫 출전하자마자 승리를 가져가셨는데 지금 좀 기분이 어떠신가요?
Mako, yeah, trying to make sure he doesn't get
get
told off.
네.
It's good. 좋습니다. All right. And now you are finally able to come in your mother tongue Korean. How confident does that make you that you can freely talk to your teammates in Korean and without the pressure of being the IGL as well? 이제 드디어 팀원들과 한국어로 이렇게 소통을 하면서 게임에만 집중을 할 수 있게 됐어요. IGL의 그 부담감도 내려놓고 편하게 소통하면서 좀 더 게임에 집중할 수 있을 것 같은데 좀 어떠세요?
일단은 제일 확실한 부분은 제가 외국 팀에 있다가 이제 한국 팀으로 왔잖아요. 그래서 그 부분에서 확실히 엄청 편하다는 걸 느꼈고 말도 많이 잘 나오고 확실히 총에 더 집중할 수도 있고 다 전반적으로 좋은 것 같아요.
Overall, I think the biggest change was that, you know, I joined a new Korean team. So I think the fact that I don't have to go back and forth with Korean and English, it really takes the pressure off and I think I can actually just focus on my game and my aim as well. That is amazing to hear. And joining any team is a big change, but mid-season is a bigger change. And I think this is all part of Coach Termi's big picture. So what do you think Coach Termi wants you to fill in? Like, what kind of role do you think he brought you on into? 아무래도 코치 터미 감독님의 큰 그림이 있으신 것 같은데 좀 에스트레아 선수는 좀 어떤 역할을 기대하고 저희가 만나보면 될까요?
그냥 있는 그대로 봐주시면 될 것 같습니다. 딱히 막 특별한 그건 없는 것 같아요.
I don't think Coach Termy actually had any specific goal or role that he wanted me to fill in. I think he just brought me on, and I think if everyone could just see me as Estrella, that would be great. All right, thank you, Estrella. That was a good win from you guys. Congratulations.
감사합니다.
And to everyone in the venue, we have a DRX meet and greet in the lobby, so make sure to step by and wish them congratulations. 오늘 1층에서 DRX 팬미팅 진행될 예정이니 많이 찾아주시길 바랍니다. 그럼 저희는 좀 이따가 만나겠습니다.
Chat? Yeah, it's in 5 hours. To watch the last round of Ascent of NRGG2. I mean, yeah, but I imagine they're heavy demoralized.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for DRX.
Like if that's all you got, then
it's
it's not that bad.
It doesn't matter if they just
I could do probably every round for Furious Pal.
Go ahead.
GE looked better this map. I
Like
do
it's-
think they showed some stronger
It's weird
ideas,
to
but
it's weird
overall,
to
I
pick
think
on a
it still
team when
felt
there were
like a
teams that were
dominant
worse.
DRX. If anything, I think the scoreline is slightly generous towards GE, given that they won both pistols and the bonus. That does help get those rounds in your favor. But I think all to DRX's credit, when you're able to overcome those barriers and close the game out, very well deserved win.
Totally agree. I mean, not to mention the fact that GE, I mean, this is their map pick. A lot of the time, when you pick split, you're necessitated to start out on the attack. They were with the knowledge that they would likely
Talon's Ascent, I imagine they've worked on it. I mean, Talon's Ascent was the worst map I watched last week. The worst map I watched this week was Furious Pal.
And the majority of the work they got done was on their defense, and once again, similar to what we've seen in some of GE's other games, unfortunately,
Ascent,
their attack was a little bit too
yeah, it
one-dimensional
wasn't
for
great.
me. A little bit too contacty.
It's probably up there as well.
A lot of late finishes
But
in the mid to late round.
the Fury map, I'm telling you, was
DRX really
really crazy.
and punished them for that.
Yeah, first
Like, I couldn't
again,
believe what I was
dominant for
watching.
DRX. You know, I think that really
Okay,
is a
chat.
very telling story in
Let's-
the level of individual firepower that DRX were able to
Let's
bring.
spam
I feel like
some
they
ads.
could
We'll be back in a little bit. We've got
consistently
T1 against
challenge
Team
Windows Angels
Secret.
with almost double the amount
Team
of first
Secret
points
are
compared to
known.
Global. It's a much easier game
Not
to
the
play
best
if
thing
you're
they're known
constantly
for. They're known for like not doing too
Of
great in
course.
the season,
Yep,
but
definitely
somehow
makes
always
sense there.
being the best
Global
team
Esports, we
in
did touch upon this,
Pacific.
you know, at the beginning of this
So,
match here, that this is
let's
Global's
see if they
map
can keep
pick,
that
and
up.
yeah, Global had some really good ideas, especially on the defense. They continued that trend here today with DRX, but then we were kind of debating a bit. You know, DRX seems to be testing out new things, not just players, but new ideas a little bit here, and I can see why they're quite in a secure position going into playoffs now that they're officially in playoffs, and this is a good time to start maybe testing out some of those recipes.
Yeah, DRX have never been afraid of doing that, right? You know, back in the day, we saw Termy never take a timeout in order to force his players to adapt. So they're not against being kind of innovative, trying to push that push the barrier a little bit on what is kind of acceptable to do, and you know, try it out in official games, which is a really nice way to test new things. And it's nice to see them continue to innovate. You know, they're growing into this double duelist style even more, and I think it fits them great. You know, full credit to Flashback and Hyunmin who are making this work and look beautiful.
It's kind of the opposite of T1 and Gen G for me. Like, they continue to change agents even after they're winning. They change players even after they're winning, and they've been undefeated for the longest time. So this just seems to be what DRX's approach is. They continue to try to make steps in the right direction, to continue to develop their roster. They're not a team that is just comfortable, despite the fact that they're undefeated here in Pacific. And I love that philosophically. I think, you know, esports is all about, in general, striving for excellence, being the best that you can be, and I really do think that DRX embodies that.
Yeah. And then we're seeing our player stats from this game. Flashback topping the leaderboards there, 6 first kills. Patriku, a slightly better game from him. I felt like he warmed up into the game and did look a little bit better. But it's tough on the duelist with only that 1 first kill when you're against 2 duelists on the DRX side who are consistently able to find those openings. And I think that was the story of this map for me.
Oh, 100%. And we were a little bit curious about Neon on Flashback instead as that second duelist choice.
Yeah.
The casters touched upon it as well. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I thought, I mean, I like the Yoru a lot better. I look at what T1 does, and some other teams do as well on this map, where they play Raze Yoru. In the past, you'd play Jet and Raze, and you do these very explosive plays, especially on the attacking side. And I think with Neon, I don't know if it's necessarily a good fit for the map. Even I feel like teams like Nongshim, who love the Neon, have moved away from playing it on this map because it doesn't necessarily really fit. But Flashback played it very well, so DRX knows what they're cooking.
Yeah.
Now, Estrella has joined this roster, and somehow he has managed to make himself the most talked about guy in this game.
Yeah, he's not skipped a beat since coming away from RRQ, and as you were saying in that interview, you know, now he's able to come into Korean, he doesn't have those language barriers, he's able to focus more on his play, and I felt like we saw that today. You know, he didn't seem burdened at all. Feels like this is the most unleashed Estrella that we're able to see, consistently finding multi-frags. You know, we also doubted, why is he on Omen and Mako on the Viper when he has so much experience on the Viper, and I thought he played a great Omen game, so very much to his credit, I have to say.
Yep, he is our match MVP after all, and we were kind of split on this between Flashback and oh my gosh, Estrella.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Australia because we were making that like sort of pun earlier.
Yeah, I mean,
Australia.
it's
Australia, but
the closest thing I can have to having Australia in Pacific because we don't have any players. So anyway, Australia, yay! Let's go Australia! What an absolute unit that this man is. Unleashed, like I said, with the language barriers, without the burden of needing to IGL. I thought that he would put in this team for the IGL. But like I was saying, over on the Ascent post map, where I was saying, I feel like the way that he was allowed to play on Ascent shows a lot of trust for the coaching staff. And I got that vibe from the interview, you know, where he said, I wasn't picked up for any particular role, I was just picked up because they wanted me. And I think that really shows that the coaching staff trusts him and they have picked him up for a reason and they really think like this guy is good. And I mean, for DRX to pick up a player, they have to be flexible. You can't just do one thing, I feel like, unless you're going to play Teo, but we don't count that.
Yeah, absolutely. Apparently not. But yeah, DRX, they did mention this. Ken Yang mentioned it, and we like the evolution that DRX is taking. This is very different than I think the other two Korean super teams that we're seeing, the very established Korean powerhouses here. We're seeing like, you know, how certain teams are deviating from that traditional Korean Valorant style.
Yeah.
So I think this is very exciting for DRX. They are now in their 7th consecutive win, now tying with their last consecutive win streak in 2023. So let's see if they can make it 8 next week in their next match. Now, later today, we have one more match with one more of these Korean powerhouses we were just talking about. It's going to be T1 facing off against a Filipino squad, Team Secret. So let's see how this turns out. We're going to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we are going to be going into match 2.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Yeah. Just give me the beat, that's all I need. Just move your feet and let it breathe. Cause all you see is all you need. Don't be cheap, don't do it for free. Turn up the heat like an oven, baby, give me that love and make me wanna lose control. control. Go in the beat, start pumping, and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do. Got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Just give me the beat. I don't wanna step on your toes when I see you moving. I don't wanna let this go unless that's what you're choosing. Everything that I've done is the truth and it's already proven. I just wanna make you laugh, wanna do it for your amusement. Turn off the heat like an oven, baby, give me that love and make me wanna lose control. Go in the beat, start pumping, and the party get jumping, everybody get on the floor. See if you lose your mind and you lose your cool, then you know that you're doing it right. And if you ain't in the mood, I tell you what to do. Got something that you just might like. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. I just wanna move my feet now. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. Just give me the beat. My vibe, my style. So cool, so fly. My G, so fly. So high, cloud nine.
No rush in the nighttime for your spot in the headlight. Stars shine in the nighttime. Just gonna like the dark. Just gonna like the dark.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, and here are our Masters champions, T1. They are back. They have 2 wins in the pocket here in Pacific. It was not a fluke. It wasn't just luck in Masters. Isn't it crazy that some of these Masters winning teams come home and people are like, oh, they just got lucky because of the, you know, the way the brackets went or whatever. It's insane. So T1, they've come back and they've managed to look even stronger.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. I mean, this is the very start of the year, we touted them as a super team, and I think that they have become exactly that. This is the team that continues to kind of grow for me, and I think all the way through Masters looked very strong, and the first 2 weeks of Stage 1 have also been very, very strong, and they're coming into a matchup today that they're going to want a clean sweep.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is the expectation of this game. Team Secret have been having a rough time, so T1, I think this should be just another notch in their belt, really. But that's what I said about the Zeta series, and they did let one game slip through their fingers a little bit. The thing that you always say about T1, although they're winning tournaments, they're doing very well in Pacific, they do drop maps. They do struggle to win some of these maps sometimes. They have very close games and close series, even when sometimes you wouldn't necessarily expect it. And they weren't domestically dominant. Like, they've almost lost to a lot of teams. They almost lost to Boom in kickoff. They almost lost to PRX. They lost a map to Zeta. They play very, very close maps. They lost head-to-head against DRX. So I wonder how much a team like Team Secret can actually push them today. I do expect T1 to win, but I'd love to see Team Secret push them a little bit, maybe steal a map or something like that, especially given the overall way that the round-robin group kind of, works for the format.
Well, they'll steal the first map.
It's still the first map.
That's how it works, right? You steal the first map.
Is this another, like, what is it called?
Because it fell apart last week, right? It was
because
a rule
it wasn't their map pick, though.
Oh, so it's if their map pick is map 1, they will win.
So
okay.
Speaking of Team Secret, let's see how they're feeling here. Yeah, they didn't end up winning both matches, but they win. They take the map. They're good on Pearl. If they pick their first map. They usually win the first map, and then, you know, we've seen the pattern here. Now, this team is the only other team besides T1 who has not changed their roster mid-season. They've kept their roster here. They have a lot of really good players on their team, but we haven't seen the, you know, the full potential of this squad in quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, this is a squad that could be very good. You know, last year in Stage 2, it was this same group of people, and they looked great. But, you know, it's very up and down. And right now in Stage 1, they have been on a down. 0-2 heading into this game. Playoffs looking more and more unlikely unless they can turn around and steal some wins, and they're going to really need to steal this one today.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't think a lot of people have the expectation that they're going to be able to win this match, but I think T1 is the, as far as Titans go, as far as teams go that you could potentially steal a map away from or push a little bit, they are a team that can be susceptible to be like letting the game get away from them from time to time. For Team Secret, the standout is always Envy. This guy is an absolute stud in Pacific. I think Wild Oreo and Jeremy have had their moments. Even Jesse Vash was pretty decent in kickoff, I have to say, and 2GE taking up a lot of the IGLing mantles. So look, I think you can't go against what their record is. They're having a rough time right now, and I'm really not sure what they can do to unlock more of that potential, because for me, I made the excuse of kickoff being a thing where I remember Coach Meow saying in some of the content that Chobra did that they changed a lot of roles, and maybe that kind of threw things around a little bit. But I think now going into this stage, and given the fact that they've had such a long-running roster, how are they going to potentially turn around this kind of run that they've had? That's what I'm asking, because not much has changed in the team for a long time. They're not breathing life into it with a new player. They haven't changed their coaching staff at least since the end of last year, start of this year. So what's going to be different for Secret here?
Yeah, we'll definitely want to have answers for that question. Now, T1, on the other hand, they've been cooking and they've been cooking and they've been cooking. So we've had some time since Bangkok here, and they had some spicy takes, as you can see on the menu in front of us, and they've been going a little bit off meta.
Yeah. I mean, they make the meta. T1 make the meta at the moment. They play double duelist, and then they win with it, and everyone goes, oh my god, that looks amazing, we should play double duelist, and then they do not. They forget, oh, we don't have Meteor, we don't have Buzz, like we don't have Izu, who can just flex around and play whatever the hell he wants and look pretty good doing it. So, I mean, I don't know, they have their own way of approaching the game, and it works fantastically for them, to the point where other teams think that it's an effective way to play the game in general.
Autumn has also been a Reina enjoyer for some time, so I wasn't too shocked to see that come out, but you know, I always like it when an agent like Reina that isn't very meta gets play, because you know, you just get to unleash that player, and the players always love it when they get
I feel like I'm back in Australia, like looking at like a Thai restaurant menu, and they're like warning, you know, the Australians like, oh, I'm not sure you want that Reina. Don't order this one, big man. It's not going to work out well for you.
Well, here's a spicy guy. It's Meteor.
Yeah, Meteor is the real highlight of this team. The back-to-back Masters champions, and I mean, he is looking better and better and better as time goes on. I mean, how can you start to doubt this guy? I feel like nothing's stopping him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he has been exploring playing a active duelist role, something that he used to do in the past. On ISO, on the Reina, just the kind of agents that you can really trust the Angels and play kind of in the middle of the pack, or get some of those active lurks going. Does very, very well. Does well, as you would expect, on the Sentinel role as well, which is what he kind of made his name for last year. So he's a fantastic player, and honestly, even when he wasn't playing particularly well at the start of the year in kickoff on the Sentinel role, there's none of that weakness now. This dude is just gun game in, game out.
But there is another guy on the server today from Team Secret that we have all eyes on as well. It's Envy. This guy is phenomenal. He's an excellent player.
He's been a real shining star of the Secret roster. I feel like he's been so consistent. When you watch Secret play, it's Envy getting the job done time after time, especially in these maps that they managed to win. I mean, look at how great his stats are, considering where Team Secret are at right now. Team Secret are 0-2, but he is right up there, you know, statistically with the very best players that we see in this league, which really, you know, should leap off the page.
Yeah, I think he's got great output given how flexible he is role-wise as well. He can play a little bit of flashy near, and he looks like he's reading the game very well. Like, I do enjoy watching him play KO. In particular, it does seem like an agent that really suits him, so you can tell you can see the cogs turning when there's a good KO player for sure, and also plays the Sentinel role quite well. And I think that's something that I find interesting about this Secret roster is you have these players that can flex around a little bit. Like we even saw them play Pearl the other week, and Wild Warrior was thrown on the chamber and opping a little bit. So there is some interesting flexibility for some of these Secret players that you do have to keep an eye on. It does kind of unlock different ways that
We
they
got
can
maps
play the
at all?
game.
Any?
Now, with the map
map
draft coming
knowers?
up, I am a little bit curious. T1's,
Oh, there we go.
you know, map
Oh.
ban for a long time was Abyss, as we
Crazy
discussed.
timing.
And you know, there's no Abyss for them to ban anymore. I do wonder if Pearl will be the map that they end up banning. So
They've just been banning, I think, based on opponent at the moment. They took out Ascent, then they
Yeah,
took
they
out
play
Lotus against
7
Nongshim, I
they play
believe it
7
was. Now
maps.
they're going to take out Pearl, so totally agree. Abyss going out of the
feel
map
like
pool is
T1 will be
fantastic for
fine
T1.
with Fracture
Team
going
was
out as
already
well.
doing really well.
What do they even
So
pick
we're
these
gonna
days? You
Haven
get the
as first
Meteor
map. I
Haven.
mean, this has just been
Great
super good for T1. Every single game, they just dominate on this map, and a lot of teams are copying their style.
Yeah, I mean, they run the ISO,
Icebox.
and it's just, it's so spicy.
I think
right?
the
You know, we
Icebox
see
pick
more and more
probably
teams trying
makes
to do it, but
a
it's
little
like,
bit of
once again,
sense.
it's
They showed
you
a
don't
bit of
have Buzz, you don't have
weakness.
Meteor.
Meteor
How we
had to
actually
slow
use it
start on the
compared to
Reyna.
How good are Buzz and Meteor? Icebox coming in as map 2. Now, we just spoke about it. T1 were playing the
Yuki
Reyna
again.
chamber there. When we last saw them play. Do you
Emma
think we'll be
Yuki
seeing
with
that
the
again,
two
or do you think
gifted.
that was
Who
more of a one-off?
Parfait keeps calling you out, Emma Yuki. Thank you so much for the two
Nongshim
gifted.
did push them a little
Emma
bit.
Yuki,
It's been a
appreciate you,
decent
dude.
map for Nongshim
Thank
in the
you, thank you.
past. You did see
No?
Secret
Oh, okay.
lose Icebox
This is
against
straight up
Zeta, but
no.
they're going to run it back. And I think, didn't Dep play Reyna against them?
You did?
as
Oh,
well
you
in
didn't
that
gift,
game?
okay. Yes, he
So they've
did.
already had to
Must be
play
someone
against
else
the
with
Reyna, and
Emma
it didn't
Yuki.
go well last time. Maybe that's going to further
Thank you so
incentivize
much, Emma
T1
Yuki.
to run it down yet again. And Lotus will be the third map decider. It's a map that, as I mentioned before, actually T1 did ban out, but they have also played the ISO
Well,
kind of Haven-y comp on Lotus
I mean,
before.
no
And
matter what
Lotus
the
has
map
been a
pool
map
was,
that
it was
surprised
always
me
going to
even
look
for
rough,
Secret. They did beat
Secret.
RRQ in kickoff on that map, and they look pretty decent on it. So they do at least know how to play that map, and they kind of play the standard style on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be a good map 3 if we get there, but once again, Secret have all the work to do to make it go the distance.
Oh, absolutely. We actually haven't seen Icebox all weekend, so
Nice.
today's going to be the first time we're seeing it on week 3. But the first destination is going to be Haven, and like you gentlemen pointed out, T1's Haven is really damn good.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. They run this double duelist that we see more and more teams adopt, but I'm not sure anybody in Pacific does it as well as these guys. I feel like they understand how to be aggressive, they understand how to push.
Even
they
on the same
understand
team,
how
Secret
to
can't be saved.
maximize their
I mean,
ultimates.
they...
It's a great fit for this team, and I
They
think,
shouldn't be...
I wouldn't really expect them to change away from this when it's been working.
They shouldn't be
for so long.
looking
No,
this
definitely not. I think they're just going to keep running
rough.
it back. They keep a lot of their comps standardized at this point. That means there's a lot of data, there's a lot of footage out there, a lot of tape for Secret to study. And Secret is a team that occasionally they come into a map with a really good read, a really good game plan, and they're able to actually abuse the other team a little bit. So you need to see a little bit of that. The interesting thing, I suppose, about Secret's comp here is just the fact they play the Astra. Not many teams are playing the Astra on Haven right now. It does have a lot of interesting stuff you can do in terms of, you know, running the Cosmic set plays across the B side and things like that, particularly on attack. And obviously does give you a little bit more of that kind of pseudo-senti defensive power. You've seen even some teams mix it into Ascent to help kind of hold the chokes on that map.
There's
on
people putting their
defense.
points
So
in Team
we'll
Secret.
see if
Dude,
GE
they're
is once
the...
again
They're
gonna
the
be chucked
giant
on the
slayers,
Astra,
though,
and
man.
We'll see how it does work out.
They've
for 'em.
always got a big upset in them.
I'm pausing because it's like we had to talk about predictions. It always hurts a little bit. Today's hurting a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, with the two Korean teams facing off two teams that have been struggling.
Dude,
Quite
Mika's
a fair
out
bit, and
here.
Team Secret is that team that's
She's
struggling
gonna
today.
have worse
So
predictions
T1,
than me. My pick'ems are
I would say
absolutely
even Mika, you
done
know,
for.
we've talked to her about it. She's supporting her homies,
Pacific,
but
but
it's hard
Mika's
to
must
predict
be worse
against
than
T1,
mine.
all things considered. But what are the win conditions for Secret today?
Oh, I think, well, number one, start strong. You can't let the... I think we've
Yeah,
seen
they
Secret look
gotta
good
get
in
a
map
double
1
pistol,
before, and then
probably.
they've struggled to close it. But I think if they look weak in map 1, they're never going to be able to recover that momentum. I think you need to try and start good, but obviously you're starting on your opponent's map pick. It's a big ask. I think we need to see Envy go crazy, I would say, and probably a step up for some other members of that Team Secret roster. You know, maybe Jeremy, someone like that. I think they need big individual pop-off games to be able to stand toe-to-toe with T1, or very, very good anti-strat, because T1 don't really change much. So if you have a solid anti-strat, that's one way to do it as well.
For me, it's all game plan. 100% all game plan at the end of the day. They need, there's a lot of tape there on T1. You always know, you kind of always know what T1's going to do. It's just a question of whether you can stop it. And I do think, yeah, the firepower diff, they're going to have to at least play on an average or above average level, as well as have an excellent game plan. And I think as well, T1's going to have to be sleepy, because sometimes they are sleepy and they let the game get away from them and they let things get a little bit too close. So you need to take advantage of T1 kind of, you know, autopiloting their way through some of these games sometimes.
Yeah, fair assessment. I mean, we've had some time since Masters Bangkok, though.
How many teams per group qualified to playoffs? It's 4.
There is a bit of a gear issue happening on stage right now.
Oh,
so
no.
I am sorry, guys. You know
It's
how
like
this goes. We're gonna go on a very short break. We're gonna make it as short as possible, and when we come
third
back, we're gonna
seeds.
dive straight into match 2.
The
So
first
guys,
seeds get a
hang on tight.
bye, and the 4th seeds are in lower bracket. Right, so it would be this. 2 plays 3, and then you got 1, 1, 4, 4. If this is a bracket.
알겠습니다. 선서. 선서. 우리는 스포츠의
What on earth is this?
위하고 스포츠 정신의 근본 원칙을 준수하며 노력과 실력으로 정당한 승부를 펼칠 것을 약속 안 합니다. 네?
This was good. Is this what we showed yesterday in the pause as well? Oh, they had different teams to it.
네, 들었어요. 아까 젠지 애들한테.
이거 반칙, 반칙.
저는 못 들었어요. 괜찮아요.
제가 그래서 연습하다 왔어요. 커스텀 파가지고.
Dude, why is Pacific's content so good?
이게 만데? 이게 만데?
우리 지금 여기 소바 메인이라고 지금.
This is sick, man. It's like our very own little Mario Party.
오! 와, 현실 공격 골.
오!
오!
Wait, they're going for full power?
아니 왜 이렇게 못해? 파이팅! 아니 많이 써야 돼.
형, 차색이 좋은 것 같아. 지금!
잘하는데? 확실히 소바가 어렵긴 하네요.
힘이야.
아 근데 소바만 하던 사람인데 당연히 이겨야 되는 게 아닌가.
저 브릿지 해요.
자 화이팅! 아유 벌써 큰일 났는데?
그럴까.
화이팅 노아준! 아 이거 좋다. 아 뭐해?
아, 잠깐만요. 중년 갖다 샀나 봐. 아, 예?
안 샀네. 아.
He didn't buy armor?
네. 근데 본인 과실이기 때문에.
네, 이건 본인 과실이에요.
Yeah, I agree. That is on you.
사고 이슈로 1패 인정하겠습니다.
Since it's a dumb issue.
오. 아니 형 다
That's a sick way of putting it.
오 좋은데. 오. 오, 장순다.
진짜 완전 피해다 형. 좀 많이 어려운데? 상대의 머리를 읽어야 될 것 같습니다.
역시 아이주에. 좋네.
Was it best of 5?
아니 형 지금 무빙 좋아. 이대로만 해. 좋은데. 정빵. 형이.
정빵 많은데.
보고 쏘면 안 돼. 예측샷을 해야 된다니까. 아준이 형. 아준이 형 학습 상대로 지금 예측샷 하잖아.
Bro, he's going for it. He's going for it. He started on him, dude.
어려운데? 세레모니 골. 아쉽네요. 이길 수 있었는데.
Another tech pause, yeah, of course.
형 너무 성의 없이 대답하는 거 아니야 지금? 아니 아쉽다. 진짜 아쉬운데. 잘했어. 나이스 까비. 1cm라도 까비.
야 얘들아 확실하게 얘기해야 된다.
그럼 내가 확실하게 이겨줄게.
Pass the spike to the opponent within 1 minute. There's Waylay. Ah, dude, you're never gonna be able to throw that on anyone.
아니 근데 내가 볼 때는 이거 궁 다 있어야 돼. 궁이랑 대시.
No one's getting a successful throw over the spike, surely. If you start with the spike, you just lose, no?
가위바위보. 아.
You can use it all. Oh, okay.
가야 돼. 가야 돼.
It did.
해야 돼. 어려워 보이긴 해. 어렵겠지.
아.
I have the spike.
나 깝치다가.
좋아. 안 돼. 제발. 한 번째 어떡해. 와. 그렇지. 나 고수인데?
Yeah, you gotta use that ult and just hope they mess up.
까불지 마.
이대로만 해. 이대로만. 알려줬잖아. 뭘 더 알려줘야 돼. 너 걸리는데? 너 걸려. 같이 써.
Right, that was sick. Fair play, man.
어차피 1분 안에 하면 돼.
Fair play, he actually owned him.
야 몸에 붙여 그냥. 그래서 10초.
도망가. 걸렸어. 빨리 줘. 괜찮아. 그대로만. 나이스. 어려운데?
혼자 이렇게 못해.
내가 볼 때 형이었으면 더 못했을 듯.
야 너 일로 와봐.
Dude, he even came up with this idea. It's pretty good.
아니 뭐 잘하긴 하는데
스킬 활용이 아쉽다.
저보단 아쉽지 않나.
안 돼,
이럴 때
그렇지.
겸손해야 돼 임마.
뭔 소리야? 아쉬운데.
오. 자? 오. 심리전을 걸겠다.
와 미리 던지니까 알지.
예측걸. 너무 센데? 20초 남았어. 20초. 아유. 거라 그냥. 응?
나이스.
우리 큰일 났다. 이거 역전패 당하겠다. 오, 무서워. 오, 어딨어? 어디 갔어?
어리둥절까.
이거 먹.
Oh, he messed up.
야 그거 저거 쓰지 마.
Don't use that skill. Yeah, it does look like kids. Unless you're giving it.
안 좋은데.
좋은데 지금. 잘하고 있어. 잘하고 있어. 오. 아니 이거 어려워. 끝까지.
1호 못 찰 건데.
아니 스파이크를 들고 있지 말고. 아우. 오. 이거지. 좋았다. 대시를 쓰면 따라가란 말이야 임마. 아직도 모르겠어? 너 이거 잘 피해야 돼. 너 이 쓰지 마.
있어.
너 TP 쓰지 마. 알았어. 화이팅! 도망가. 지금. 오이.
천천히 해.
와이프기.
깨달았다 브로 깨달았다.
따라가. 아니 감도를 늘려야겠는데.
Spike dropped. I have the spike.
아니 큐를 들으라니까 왜? 아니 그거냐 이거. 아니 잘했어. 잘했어. 2점이면은 하준이 형보다 잘한 거야.
나보다 잘한 거야. 6대 3이야. 이길 수 있어. 3대 0 내야 돼.
저는 잘 모르겠는데요.
야 1점만 더 이기는 거야. 1점만 더. 명간이 한 판 보내 그냥.
나 나쁘지 않아.
Wait, these ideas are kind of smart. They ohm and flash them so they can't see the minimap.
발로란트 하면서 한 두 판 했나? 안 내면 진 거 가위바위보. 야 우리 빠 내지
오늘
말자.
가위바위보 왜 이렇게 다지는 거야?
아 너무 빨리 탔어.
어디야? 아 너무 빨리 탔네. 나 이거 가깝다.
그래
이거.
너무 빨리 탔어.
오 좋은데?
내가 딱 한 3초 형 3초.
제발. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. 와.
좋았다 형 이거잖아. 어떤데? 저리 가 임마.
명관이 먼저 하자.
아 나 먼저. 오케이. 자, 슛. 오. 와.
와 떨어져. 아 너무 가까운데.
이거 아닌데.
너무 가까운데?
저기 아까 영섭이 형 위치거나
떨어졌는데? 아 너무 가까운데? 우리 떨어졌는데? 너무 가까운데? 자 갑니다.
That's not ready.
저 보냈어요. 모르고.
실격패.
나.
아니 형 오버타임 가고 싶네.
영섭아.
우리부터.
나도 아까 전에 근데 몰수프 당했는데 난 이겼다.
10 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Okay, Jack, we'll go for a break in a bit.
이걸 또.
와. 떨어진 거 아니야?
아니 떨어졌겠냐고 형 바보야?
아니야. 뭔가 보내 빨리 보내.
지금 준비됐어요.
보내.
Okay, Jack, they're giving me 10 minutes, so I'm gonna send it to a little break. It's a cool idea, though. I'll be back in a little bit, right?
위 팀은 제1회 퍼시픽 운동회에서 탁월한 실력과 빛나는 팀워크로 승리를 거두었기에 이에 축하의 마음을 담아 이 트로피를 수여합니다. 감사합니다. 아무래도 제가 아닌가.
아무래도 하준이 형이 소바를 좀 못하지 않았나. 저도 그렇게 생각하기 때문에
저도 그렇게
얘 때문에 진 것 같아요.
저도 그렇게 생각합니다.
근데.
He's gonna show you a picture together.
Mm-hmm.
You guys recognize it?
Hell no.
I forgot.
What?
Jet has 3 smokes, but it might be better. Wait, I don't remember this.
I forgot it. Me either, I don't know.
This I remember.
This one is.
Oh yeah, this for sure.
This one is a horrible thing. They can't pass this way.
어떻게 엄마 오버할 때 나이.
This one is annoying. I don't like ranked when Rain is again.
Oh, when you can on both at the same time, right? So it's OP.
No, at that time I think this one is not OP, I guess.
初めて見ました。
Who the this guy?
Vision strike reflex.
これは覚えてます。
Did we stack? You.
これ覚えてる人いるかな。
So this is the Korean team.
Oh, this is. Wait, you were in. Did you use the same name?
Yeah.
No, me and Jinmung is quite. We competing each other so long time since 21.
Oh.
What? This guy looks like 괜찮아. Ning 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 ning. You look
Yeah,
older,
younger
bro.
now,
Yeah,
yeah?
younger now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same like me, bro. I think everyone know that.
No, classic stacks.
The mouse kiss.
The mouse kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, classic. You same, bro.
Yeah, same.
You same.
Really? So long ago.
So you're like 16?
No, I was 17, I think. So young.
Really getting old, bro.
I'm already a boomer.
Hello guys, I'm Stax from T1 Valorant. I play Valorant since beginning.
こんにちは、TFM のジンブンです。バラント初めてから始めました。
Hello everyone, I'm Singh and I'm from PaperX and I've been playing Valorant from the beginning.
Hello, I'm Cruz and I'm from Talent Esports. I've been playing Valorant since the start as well. For me, he's the same. Toxic.
What do you mean toxic, bro? I'm not toxic. I'm kind of guy.
You fake kind guy.
Not fake. After break time, you come follow the blue, bro.
My first match ever was against you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Reina?
Yes.
Yeah, Reina.
Yeah,
At the
Reina
Haven.
Haven.
Yeah.
I was complaining in a scrim and I played against him and then his race was so annoying and I'm
Yeah,
like, oh, this guy is so annoying. So I told my teammate play like him.
ステーツ選手なんだけど初めての、会ったのは覚えてないけど、大会で配信で見て、熱い男だなって。
The most memorable thing was probably qualifying for my first tournament. It was really a big surprise to me because I never expected to like qualify for a tournament like that. When I was playing professionally, I was just like playing casually with friends, you know. I didn't expect to like make it this far. Somehow I'm here today.
一番覚えてるのはティアンを上がってきて最初の試合が一番熱もかかってるしちょっと熱かったと思います。
I think personality-wise, of course, I feel it changed. Last time I'm more like introverted, but now slightly better, I think.
I become more calm, I guess, because I getting older and then I think a lot. So yeah.
僕がいた本当にゲーム始めた時はランクでボイス使わなくてもう全部意見とかも無視してもうゲームする人だったけど、性格時代が変わっててそうしたら絶対上手くならないなって思ってもう頑張って書いたけどまだ足りないですね。
For me, it's like
change.
a lot of change.
Really?
Yeah, because I was like hype man. I was like ah, and then now I feel like when I have a lot of kids in the team, I can't be always mad anymore because they will be very sad if I'm always mad. So I need to come back to being the same guy I was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like I change all the time.
All these old players, it's like we play against them like when I'm like a kid, you know, like 17, 18 years old, I remember just starting out. Yeah, definitely it's like nostalgic, you know, like just thinking of all those times.
その先輩っていうかその長くやってる人を見ててすごいなって思ってもっと頑張れたのですごいリスペクトしてます。
Yeah, I can remember Jinbong. Yeah, he was really good. He was really good aimer. I think Munchkin few times. Yeah, not many.
なんかまだ強い人とまだ会えてないなって感じあるので多分モンチキンさんとかそのチーム時代でちょっと強さを感じたので。
I agree. Munchkin, insane. I press tab 18 and 2 and I'm like, okay. Next, for me, I think it was 2022. The only team we couldn't beat was them. So the next tournament, Copenhagen, the finals, I was like, okay, guys, we all agreed that let's just run it down. And it was 3-0.
I think it has to be Demon 1. That guy, I just remember whenever we play him, it's like you cannot even jiggle pick him, you know? You jiggle pick him, you just get one tap.
X10 against Envy. I think that was the first time Pacific team ever beat NA. And my life's changed after that game in Thailand. People know me, stuff like that.
That thing's crazy.
That's
Superstar.
why I think like that. And then I checked my Instagram. Not a lot of followers.
I think against NRG in Tokyo, it's really fun to play CGRS because I think he's like a really good teammate. Like he just makes the team very hyped and happy. So he played really well and it was really, really fun. I played you in Tokyo first game.
We got destroyed by you guys. Yeah. That's bad.
Good memory.
Yeah, good memory. For you, bro. For me, it's the first international Masters, Berlin Masters. It was first, yeah, when I was in the Business Trackers. If we gonna make the playoff, we can qualify for the champions.
Did you make it?
Yeah, we make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we made a playoff, and then we go to home. We met the Gambit, bro.
Oh yeah.
Prime Gambit.
Yeah, Prime Gambit.
Every player improved a lot, but I miss the older player, like ex-Gambit player, like Shadows. First I met him in the Berlin. He looks like kind of UFC fighter. Really, he beard and the muscle and height, right? And then he's the first time he invited me. Hey, you have a lighter? And then, yeah, I have that.
I feel like now May has improved a lot. He was good, but he wasn't
He was a support.
so good. Like now, I feel like now May has improved a lot. So I think May.
Yeah,
I agree.
I think maybe like 3-4 years ago, the game was way more simpler. Maybe when you execute side, it's just like smoke and flash. But now there's like stun, bomb, flash,
sit down. Nowadays, everyone is the burst shot, you know? Move and burst shot. Ba-bang, 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 ba-bang. Back in the day, we see, we crouch, we spray. And then we won, easy one. Real man fight, you know? Everyone is just like, beep, 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 beep. Everyone, Michael Jackson, bro. I want to see more agent over the 100 agents.
Too many stacks, too many.
Yeah, but at the time, we're not gonna play. We're just watching. we just watching the chicken. 없으면 좋겠다고 했어? 유지됐으면 좋겠다고?
아니요, 바뀌는 건 좋은데.
너무 많이 추가되는 거라.
바뀌는 건 좋은데 결국 프로니까 이게 돼서 메타 바뀌는 건 좀 빡세가지고. 僕もバランスが面白いからずっとやってます。
First thing is a fan, of course, right? And then that thing.
I lift weights because this year I lift weights because practice lifting trophy.
Thank you to all the fans for supporting us. Whether we are winning or losing, it really means a lot to us. And
keep on supporting us, whether you're Thai or not.
ステージ1も頑張っていきたいと思います。
이제 시작했기 때문에 아직 할 일이 많다고 생각을 해서 더 재밌는 모습 보여드릴 테니까 끝까지 응원해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Creamy, Wild Oreo, Forsaken, and Kelly S.
Flex?
Flex, they all play Flex agent.
Flex?
Yeah, I think Flex.
Why? Flex? Younger guys, young boys.
It's not the Willis.
Confirm.
...2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1. Rise Pacific.
Okay, delay's done.
T1.
We are officially at the halfway point of group stages, and we are going to find out if T1 is going to be joining the other two teams as the official playoffs qualified teams. Right now, they are undefeated in their groups. Now, both of these squads today, T1 and Team Secret, have made no roster changes since the 2025 season started. The only two teams so far to do so. So they both must see something.
Ever watch CS these days? Nah, not really. I'm not even sure I've watched a CS game this year yet.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are not bulletproof in Pacific, though. They showed that at kickoff, and I'm wondering if anyone's going to be able to upset them here in the group stages.
Yeah, that is the question. Now, T1 was on a full series streak ever since the beginning of this year until last week. They had a 2-0. Now, Team Secret, on the other hand, well, they also broke a particular pattern of winning.
Yeah,
or losing.
They didn't manage to get that 2-1. You know, they were so used to having one map looking incredibly dominant and then losing the series. But last week, they didn't even manage to find that. So this team really needs to make a turnaround. And we know that there is so much potential here. There is a lot of room for this team to grow, and I think their ceiling is really high, but they've not been able to find it, and especially not in this stage 1.
Yeah, this is a tall order for Team Secret, and we've just never really seen this weak before. To be honest, there was always this hope here, so surely Coach Meow has something up his sleeve.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of tape out there. They know kind of what they're going to expect from T1.
Right,
You know, they
the
don't
problem
usually
is,
change
I agree,
up
there's
too
a lot of
much.
tape
T1
out
has
there.
picked their patented
man.
map that they've been playing game in, game out.
It's two
Secret's
maps with
got an interesting
Meteor.
take on
If
the
he
veto.
decides
Not
to
many
win, he
teams
can just
wanting
win.
to play Icebox.
That's
They're
like my
banning it
main
out
thing
first
here.
or second
He has an
phase.
ISO on
A couple of
Haven.
teams picking that
It's
up,
like
so
it can take
we'll see how
over
Secret goes
the
on
map.
that given that
If
they've
you can play
already dropped a
Reyna
game
on
it so far
Icebox,
in
it
this
can take
stage.
over the
Well, I
map.
do have to say, there was a time when Team Secret was really good at Haven. I mean, it was classically the Sova map back when they had Borkum, back when they had Dubstep. They were phenomenal in Haven. They basically kept hitting A, but it worked.
Yeah.
And they were experimenting a bit this year. I wonder if they are going to go back to the old pattern of what did work.
Watching
or if
Team
they're gonna
Liquid
try to
Academy,
find a new way
I've
to
got
fit
Flat
into
Chat
this
on at the same time,
just
so
like T1.
Yeah, it's hard because, you know, when something
Can't do
used
that
to
one.
work for you, it can be tempting to go back there. But the game has changed a lot. You know, we're seeing so much more double duelists. We're seeing the likes of Vice, the likes of Teo. There's a lot more different options out there the teams are able to grasp. So I am curious how Team Secret are going to line themselves up for this Haven and what they've got cooked up to try and counter what will almost certainly we know will be coming out from T1.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the end of the day, Haven is one of those maps that you can still play pretty classically. I think the biggest change is just how much popularity it's seeing, like you
owners
said,
are
of the double
furious
duelist,
in
but I
their
think
stream.
that's more of a side effect of T1's success. I think
Yeah, I mean,
Mateo is kind
they
of
can
the
be
option
angry
that
at
you'd
the
be
SM.
expecting. T1, they're not going to change a thing.
Was the
Straight onto
split?
the
Well,
attack with
split
the
wasn't
double
that good.
duelist. We know what we're going to expect from them.
Yeah, over on Team Secret, they are throwing it all the way back. Breach, Sova, and Omen. Very, very old school take
Jet
on
too.
this map. Yeah, Jet as well, you know. This is about as classic
I mean,
as you can
it
get.
it
you know.
is the
What they
classic.
really need to do is they need to re-clear this space.
Got a
where the
Jet that
double
relies
duelist
on
uses
an
their
op against an
utilization
ISO.
thing, Fight it back with Breach and Sova. You should have
Maybe.
that util advantage.
I think
Doubt
T1's
it, but
patterns
maybe.
are well established. You know that Izu's going to be lurking up the middle of the map.
Best
You
ISO in the
kind
world
of
at the moment.
know what the
Meteor?
patterns
Yeah,
are
I
around
think
the
so.
Sova drone and the single E-net, so there's a lot of footage and things that Team Secret can potentially
Just
exploit,
way
but
too
can they
consistent.
actually execute it?
Yeah, well, they definitely are able to do it. Whether or not they can do it today, let's send it to our casters to talk us through the very first map of today. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. Team Secret versus T1. David and Goliath, blah, 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 whatever plot lines and metaphors you would like to use. This is a tough battle. Team Secret are all but eliminated from the playoffs. If they can get this win, then my God, the run could absolutely begin. But any kind of loss, I think even maybe even a map dropped, and it's going to be dire straits.
Yeah, it really has to be clean here from Team Secret, and we need to see a version of them we haven't so far in 2025. If they're going to have any hope of doing this, I mean, T1 going to Haven, a map where they beat the #1 seeds out of every other region in the world. G2, Vitality, EDG. This is arguably, I'd say, not arguably, the best Haven team in the world right now. With the way they run this
that's
comp. To Team Secret's credit, they have some experience playing against it because Talon has picked it up. So in their last match, they did have a bit of a go at it. It was like a 13-9, I want to say. Kind of close, but they changed up comps again because they were playing something vastly different. They were playing Teho, Breach, Astra.
I think someone will try and
with
get
a
Mind
Neon.
Freak for
Now they're
Paper
going back to
X.
the old school comp, except the
Okay, so
Cypher
if they're
and
just
the
having him as
Killjoy.
a sixth man,
What is this going to look like? I mean,
think
certainly more comfortable
Alex
in the
could
agents for Team Secret.
really just
I
use
do
the extra
appreciate
man
that
in
notion.
terms of the help.
I appreciate the
So
signs.
I don't think Paper X would let that happen.
Shout out to him. Got his win. He got a win earlier, and apparently had.
I
some
think they would
fun
just
on the,
use him as
I watched a little
kind of
bit
like
of it.
assistant
I
coach
didn't quite get
vibes.
to tune into that.
He didn't quite know.
If that is a thing.
who,
Okay, we raid boss the raid
was.
boss.
Yeah.
He's a raid boss normally.
One's
Now he's got a
British and one
shield.
has the deepest
I
voice
was,
you'll ever hear.
And
look,
a
all I'm
ghost.
going to say is, like, the two of them could not be
T1
more
on
different.
attack, you got Team Secret
so,
on
like, the
defense.
fact that he got him confused.
It's very funny.
Yeah, it is hilarious. Do love Rossi, though. Not afraid to speak his mind, that's for sure. Team Secret being thoroughly aggressive.
You think it's more likely to see
side of the map for
2G
T1
or GE go to
definitely can do
champs?
some damage. So
Wait,
you're trying to get ahead of that.
I think it's more likely to see
okay, that's
2G
nice.
or 2G
Yeah, stray
go
shot.
to champs.
On the timing, it would seem, just able to find stacks.
2G, because
Tripwire gonna be
honestly,
cleared here from behind,
they'll
so
get Spike back, and that guy's
We're going to understand where a
insane.
decent amount of this pressure's coming from. Shield going to be broken there as the shock dart flies through. Otherwise, damage is avoided. Strafing forward, Jeremy able to find one. Izu going to be taken down, while Oreo trying to hold the back line, and does. Sylvan falls. Suddenly, it is all on Meteor. After shock,
Well, maybe we
not
change our
there to
answer.
Clear him. Finds the first. Will not find anything else. Pistol goes the way of Secret.
Really good pistol.
Just
and
a really nice game plan here off the rip for Team
just a
Secret.
1-4 push
Bash,
behind as well.
Just playing fallback the whole way. Even gets a kill as he rotates up into heaven. Uses that shock dart to clear the shield of the ISO, which is one of the biggest threats that T1 is going to be bringing into those pistol rounds. And able to really knock away the win conditions from T1 there. So really nicely thought out by Team Secret. Not afraid to
and T1
kind of group up,
T1 didn't
push out
know about the
attacker
numbers
spawn,
behind. Well,
and just come at
they
T1
know about
from
the
a
numbers
bunch of different
behind.
directions. So
They didn't take any map control, so they kind of go wrecked.
That guy that was just on our
Meteor,
screens.
Sheriff, Armor.
Certainly
We
finds
got
himself on
Outlaw,
top
we
of the
got
scoreboard.
Marsh,
Envy
we got
is
Stinger.
absolutely who I'm going to be having my eyes on here for Team Secret. Has been the linchpin for them. The top and most consistent performing member for this squad.
Okay, so they're going to create pressure around the map, but I'm looking at Sylvan, and he's already on short.
Yes.
He's got a 250
Dude,
ACS
Sylvan's
right now.
15 seconds walked up short and broke the
Crazy
camera.
how good he is on initiators.
Meteor, though, has he slipped the net? If he swings out around this corner, or if he just peeks back into garage, I mean, he's got two players basically dead to rights here.
What's going on here?
But right now,
How are
it's
they
just
everywhere?
Ace. Thagnan just sat inside. There you go. Takes the timing, goes for the shot, puts up the shield, looking for the exit, and will be able to get out scot-free in the meantime. Plant coming through here on the A site. Stinger, Spectre, as well as that Outlaw, which is still being brought across the map here.
How does that shock bounce
Trying to go for the retake, but Wild Oreo is able to find the headshot spray there onto Izu. Buzz taken down, and now they close the distance down.
Okay, nice though. Nice fast
Meteor
flood.
trying to arrive, but looks like it might just end up being a
Might
little
get a
bit
kill
too
though.
late. And there
Okay,
you go.
doesn't get a
Jesse
kill.
Bash will find a third.
One
Overall,
away from his
two
ult
players
though,
lost. A bit of
so
damage is dealt here.
definitely
Given the
gonna see
investments from
some
the
kind of
side
punish
Secret,
over
they still
towards
close
C
things out.
from Team Secret
Classic
here.
Meteor.
Like
Start
all
things
the
out,
focus
just
should be
somehow
on
finds
C
a way to
really.
slip the net, has great reads on his opponents, does his homework, and
It looked a little bit rough to be
some
honest.
value
Like
in the
T1 were
round.
everywhere
The
within the
rest
first
of T1
20
gets the
seconds.
plant down, gives themselves a chance, but the
Found
overwhelming
two.
firepower
They found two
that
gaps, then they played
Secret
retake
is
A.
able to bear. Very, very nice. Just love it. Run and gun with those short-range weapons, looking so good for Team Secret. Really like the game plans.
Yeah, we're looking at Team Secret. They got
You do have the Outlaw.
two people ready to kind of
full
punish
shields
over towards the
for
orb
T1.
on long
Full shields,
because
Meteor, one away from having that kill contract online.
that for sure is the easiest call right now.
See if that comes into the play here, or if he wants to try to
Yeah,
save that.
I like this.
for
Even though they're creating
future
pressure
round.
on the map, you would imagine
Team
at one
Secret,
point they go
the
back.
bonus conversion here would be absolutely massive.
And they've got 2 GE pushed up into Cubby already, so if there was an attempt to go for the orb to get ISO the ult, they might be able to counter that, stop it, but for now, a lot of presence being shown.
Why are people flaming me on
in mid
VLR?
by
I mean, it's
T1.
VLR, mate. It's a public forum.
Letting some
The internet
gunfire rip,
exists.
sending out the drone.
12-years have
Spot
access
there.
to the internet as
Suss
well.
out the Cypher utility, it feels like they've done so. Plan B.
Pick out. Ooh, blind is there, but so is Envy. Just peeks in from window and Buzz. Got no one there behind him. Ends up falling down. Rest of T1 looking like, I mean, they've taken a leaf out of Team Secret's book from a couple of years ago. They're just attacking A.
Yeah, that was a gun drop too,
No
though.
one, no one in position to get a
Adds
kill
a
off
lot of
the
firepower there to Team Secret's
kill trip
retake.
though.
It's been something they've been happy to try to go for.
Into the
Shock
hands of Envy.
darts.
It's more worrying than VLR isn't flaming someone like this. That's actually
Close.
true, yeah.
No teleports available.
Nice to see Jesse back on the Sova.
Oh, he jumped over the trip. Wait.
Oh, I think he actually did manage to
Yeah,
jump
2Gs
over top
made
of the
it.
trip.
He did.
Meteor still sights in over towards long, trying to spot this out of Stacks. Pushes forward into the cyber cage. Tucci going to be taken
That's
down.
a
Jesse
shame.
Bash able to find one, and Stacks will continue to fall to his
Hey, it was a
hand.
nice try though.
And overall,
Actually,
not a bad bonus attempt.
no,
here
they
from
had a
Team
lot of
Secret.
potential
Cannot
here.
get that
They took
conversion, but they still do
3
remove
guns out of
3
him.
players from T1.
Yeah, not at all. Not bad at all. Gotta like what you're seeing. This goes back to what the desk was talking about in the lead up to this. Wanting to see a bit more play for retake. Let some of that util come out early from the side of T1.
They're flaming the
and then
chat
Team
moderation.
Secret
They
can try
don't
to
like
punish
being
that.
able to flame
breach
here,
util and
so they
other
found
things.
VLR. I mean,
And
it's
if you can
just
get those shock darts to connect
just
onto the
a bunch of
Sova, or onto
kids
the ISO,
who are
excuse me,
addicted to
then
dopamine,
get rid of that
and their
shield,
parents
and they're
never
doing a
told
good
them
job
no
now
from a
of
young
understanding
age.
this early game plan
And they
and trying
don't
to put some
understand the
C
world.
garage pressure down and
It's the
shutting
first
it
time they've ever been
out of the way.
punished in their life.
Trying to grab the orb.
Flash does force Jesse Bash off of that. Now he's going to be pulled in to the Gulag and swiftly dealt with Meteor.
Okay,
We'll find the
nice.
shutdown as once again onto the A side we go, and Wild Oreo.
Dude, it's always a nightmare playing against ISO, especially ISO when it's Meteor.
Either way, ends up dying. That's going to be a monstrous advantage now in the round, and already the call to save sounded
Just
here by
a
Secret,
real
so we're gonna be
simple
tied up
one,
at 2-2.
just side hit with the
This is just
ISO
a
or
classic
capitalize off the
T1
space.
round. You have the ISO ult.
Yeah,
You grab somebody.
this is the thing about this comp. It's like
TP
normally
through, send Buzz in.
this is
finds his
two
kill.
like these are round
And
wins.
it is round over. GG go next. Meteor, not afraid. Has plenty of money, so he can go on a little bit of an exploration himself. But I don't think Team Secret's going to be.
What's the point in Euro
anywhere near him.
TPing A long? You probably
Time the round's over. We'll have to see.
capitalize off space
mean, in
mains.
general, though,
I didn't fully see it. I imagine they recon here,
hard to play
TP here,
ISO,
right? It's just a
Meteor
catch
makes it look
space.
easy.
Make sure that if they do
Just
ISO ult, they
so
can be a little bit
tremendously
earlier.
talented with his rifling, with everything. I mean, look,
Also means they don't have chance
said
to
it on
like
Twitter,
vision
I'll say it
block
here, I
and
think
take the
Meteor's the best
space
player in
back
the
till the
world right now.
recon's cleared.
I think when you
And
account
also
for
mess up
everything
their
that he can
timings.
do, the different roles that he can play, the skill that he has, he can snipe if you want him to. He's the best rifler on the planet right now, it seems like, because he doesn't lose these at all.
Stupid discourse that you're allowed to say whatever and can't be held accountable for it. I mean, yeah, it's also they are like this is the thing. It's also like it is kids.
I don't think you'll find
Like
too
it
many
is
people
just
who are really willing to disagree with you.
it's kids
Not
that are just typing, man.
employing logic.
Not like it is what it is.
So.
I mean, look, if you still think Ospas is the GOAT, I'm with you. I think overall, you might be right. But right now, I think Meteor might have it.
Maybe Toronto could be a proving ground there. We'll have to wait and see for the future. As for now, Hunter's Fury going to be opened up by Jesse Bash. Hunting here, trying to see if he can spot anything out, but this time around,
Okay,
no one
clear
really
short
playing
so
close
that
to
he can
A
take the
aside
angle, but
from
at the same
Izu, who's
time
on
my
this
jet's
linger,
pushing
and
long.
He will be able to strike Jeremy. Not sure what hit him. And given that the
Don't
plan's coming
really
through,
like the
Jesse
idea,
Bash
but they gotta
maybe
do
sends
something
himself
after they
in.
lose C control.
Okay, he does manage to find an elimination. Maybe an opportunity to try
They're
to wiggle their way
all
back in for a
on the
retake here.
eco.
Maybe it was just going to end up being a very quick call to save.
Gojo, thank you so much for the
Does
prime,
go
bro.
ahead.
Appreciate the 2 months.
Dissipate down. Buzz holding forward, going to be good for 1, then gets eliminated. Hunter's Fury also used here by Stacks. Maybe not the most necessary.
Yeah, looking
As
clean
Silver will
though.
find the final two,
Looking
and T1
clean.
will find themselves in the
Team
lead.
Secret have enough money to buy into
just
this
finding the
one,
open
but the
space
problem
now.
is, like we
They've
spoke
been
about earlier,
conditioning
they're
for
now
these A
against
hits.
the
Now they're gonna
Euro.
go over to C. Very
So,
slow.
probably gonna
very
lose this
patient
one.
with it. Meteor, so good. Has that double tap popped. Izu watching on the flanks. Envy, there's somebody who can shut Meteor down. Absolutely, it could be Envy for Team Secret. We're bigging him up, and with good reason. Incredible player. Nice work there by Sylvan at the end to hold things down. And okay, T1 starting to find their form. Buzz has his ult. Are they just going to go for a quick
They wanted a very good
hit
play
off
on
the
VLR.
Yoru ult? Nope.
They said that the mods are soft, but they made a VLR for him to complain about you getting deleted. It's true.
Oh, it's outside the smoke. You don't see him.
But mate, you can't. You're trying to. The problem is, you're trying to reason with young people. It's not gonna happen, man.
This undercut, dimensional drift going to be sent.
Just let him be.
Well, Oreo scattering back here. There's a Buzz on the chase, at least spotting out one. Not sure if he got a glimpse of 2G. Certainly has seen Envy. He's just gonna guide Meteor forward.
Jesus Christ, man. He has another ult, dude. Like every single buy round, Team Secret are up against an Yoru or an ISO ult. Take full space with the Yoru ult. Big distraction over towards Garage. He just decides to push on the spawn. Team Secret are kind of sleeping a little bit, but
You're going to wait this ult out. You're going to wait out the double tap. Nope, Meteor's not even going to give you a chance.
You know what was in the back of Team Secret's heads?
Meteor's bullets.
Is Jesse Bash going to see if he can hold on to the weapon? He cannot. Stacks able to flush him out and make this as costly as possible. It's Jeremy slowly slinking his way into heaven to try to hold on to this. And it looks like they're not going to go pushing up towards him, so he should be able to retain the weapon.
Well, and now you're going to have to contest with another Meteor ult in the next round, potentially.
What's he on right now?
It's gonna
9
be
and 4.
Scuffed by for Team Secret. I mean, no fear. And when you have a Yoru leading the way, of course, makes it a little easier. Unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable. He's so clean. And yeah, you got to take a timeout. I mean, it looked good
to
for
walk
Team
down
Secret
middle
the
and
first
duel
couple of rounds.
people.
Even the bonus round looked stable. It looked like they had a good read on things. Looked like they had a good game plan. But, you know, things start unraveling pretty quickly. Meteor comes online.
Which map's the best
Buzz
with
has a
Yoru
couple good
only?
executes
What should
there,
Paper
uses
X
that
map
Yoru all
pool
nicely,
be?
and
Okay, what? There's two
all of a
loaded
sudden the rug
questions.
gets pulled out from underneath you, and you
I'm not
fall
sure they have
down the
much
stairs.
correlation.
Let's see what the answer is going to be. I mean, I think some of the initial ideas aren't bad.
A
Play a
solo
bit for
Yoru,
retake.
like you can make it work
Try
on
to
most
wait
teams
out some of that
you can make it
util,
work
it's
on
just
most maps these days,
that
just
time
purely because of
around,
Teo.
They didn't wait. They
Probably
didn't
say
get far
the
enough
best
back.
map for it these
got
days
stuck in
might
window.
be Split, to be honest, with the Teo stuff.
4-2. Still
Maybe Pow.
recoverable position here from the side of Team
Maps
Secret.
where you can like split a little bit, I
And
guess.
it is going to be another thrifty attempt here for him. Has that Rolling Thunder, Zinvi. So if you get a couple of picks on the approach, you have that opportunity. Rolling Thunder send rescale back into a site with the scrappier weaponry that they have. They're going to be dropping. It's like one. No,
Okay,
pivot
do
back
they
to the
decide to
Singer here,
just
the 2G.
aggro Sendix? I think they need to do something. Camera go over
Solid weaponry
towards
to
C,
go for a
gets
retake
info,
alongside that ultimate, if
and
it comes into play.
do
Fingers come out onto one.
T1
Much else gonna be
want to
spotting here for
use
recon,
these,
but
this all in the
immediately Team Secret
eco,
call
or
for
are they
full
okay
pivot, just
to
getting
try
everybody
and keep
gathered
the
up over
eco
towards the
clean
safe
and
side.
then save it for the big buy rounds?
I say that. A little bit of a pause just in case there's that mid lurk.
Nope.
Yep, I knew
Just
they were
use it
fishing for
straight
this.
away.
Envy with a Sheriff.
It's a shame
It's a-
Jesse shot
it
the
breaks the shield, but
clone, so they
finding
realized he was in the corner.
stacks at the same time to
Meteor
find
wins the
Jesse and
1v1, and it's the same.
Wild Oreo.
It's a 5v5 on site, and they got one.
We'll see what the timeout
And we got
call
1,
leads to as we
2,
go into the
3,
next buy.
4,
In the
reaching
back of
max
my mind,
money.
the whole
Buzz,
time I'm just thinking, after
150
that
away
breach
from
zone
max
comes
money, and
out,
they're basically
they're
all there.
looking- They're looking for Envy. They're going to use the ISO ult on him. Just make sure that that Rolling Thunder can't even get an opportunity to do anything. As soon as they got a
Which
spot
match am I
on
most
him,
excited to watch?
you know, Envy was trying to get out of
Next
there.
week? NRG
but
MIBR
hard to
probably?
escape the kill contract.
But
Yeah,
could be
they
it
don't
could
have
be a
Yoru of their
song.
own, so can't just try to
Can't TP out.
send the fake in.
No neon dash.
I think a lot of the EMEA games are close
Curious
next
if Jeremy
week
was
as
gonna try to
well.
go for a glass cannon operator, but it looks like he is just gonna go for the Vandal here, the full armor. Currently posted up top here on the site.
Oof.
As he swings out looking for
Dude,
a
the
limited
Angels
form.
are just disgusting at the moment
Punished
though.
for his greed. Buzz able to go ahead and quickly collect the headshot.
I was kind of curious if maybe somebody from T1 might grab an op, just because they're feeling confident. Buzz is very good
Do
on this
they?
map with that operator.
No.
Haven't checked
Okay.
for this quite just yet. How patiently does he play this? 2G.
No, bro, the FUD guy
Do some
checks
damage, and then
it.
Stacks finally assesses the situation. He plucks him out. Jesse Vash refilling that space out
On
there.
Plateau, you mentioned something should go Yoru. That's what I would have done if it was like I had the whole of the off season. Him going Yoru now, it's too late, really.
As Neural Theft going to be invested
Like
in Stacks,
he might
goes
get good
sprinting
by
across
stage
the
2.
opposite side of the map cam, set up deep over towards the defender's spawn. As Izu going to try to intercept and break up the ranks here from Secret.
I know where he's at.
30 seconds left.
DRX Boom is next week as well. That should be pretty close.
Another dig.
I think DRX,
Wild
well,
Oreo and Jesse Bash both tagged
I think
up.
DRX will be
Stacks now
fine.
left alone to try to clutch at a single shock dart. All that he has to his name, the tripwire still blocking off that long exit, so they know that he's got to either be here on the site or he's got to be in towards the garage.
No,
Stacks
guys,
got it done.
no,
A Red Bull
no,
clutch.
no, the two
T1
didn't play together, and then Stacks is just
looked
too
so
aware
good for
because he
Team Secret.
insta reclears.
They had a great
That
hold
he was
there.
like kind of
A
bang.
great read by Jesse to refill that space. I don't know how in the world Stacks
Easy
figured out that
1v1s,
somebody
yeah,
might
the
be in that
game's so
corner.
many 1v1s.
Maybe caught a glimpse of it on the mini-map or something, but goodness. Then he just clutches the round out because he is Stacks. He is the beast. And it's a heartbreak for Team Secret. That looked like a round they
Yeah,
might
and it
be
was
able
one
to
of their
turn
better
things
goes
around.
at it
might
because
be
they
able to
didn't
get
have
something going
either of
here on
these
this half.
ults.
And now
And
they're
now
back
they
to
got
an
an eco. And the chance of one of these
Hunter's
ults
Fury to
coming
boot for
online
Stacks.
after the eco is pretty
Deal with
high.
the post plant. Couple Guardians. See if they can find some shots. Nope.
Just one to the shoulder. Meteor getting
Yeah,
a bit of
3
damage.
away from his ult.
Comes away with the kill as Buzz catching a glimpse there of Envy. Down to 60, stays alive. But now without their Omen, it becomes that much more difficult to try to really slow up these approaches. Fishing for some damage here is Jesse Vash. There's the double face and almost finds himself that second elimination. Meteor taking even more damage.
But like all the right people are getting kills on T1 at the moment.
Still has the shield though.
He's going to be set on alert. T1 are still drifting towards
Yeah,
his A
I like
side,
this
maybe
though.
not getting the
Meteor
read,
low
but this has been
HP, so
really
calls that he
reinforced.
wants to lock.
They have no info.
Get caught off guard. I mean, this could very well spiral into a Thrifty here.
Now they should know there's two there.
Hey, they spot two.
Do you assume that it's just going to be stacked up? Envy finding one. Neural Depth about to reveal.
Yeah, Meteor can take a lot of space. They can go back. Oh, very nice. And Meteor goes spawn.
So still decent layers set up. This Meteor not popping the shield, just looking to try to play surprise. Finds the first,
Okay,
cannot get the
but
second.
he's
Jeremy
one away
does
from
manage
his
to
ult
put it
now,
down.
so he did incredible.
One away from his next.
It's a nice decision from him. Again, low HP, trying to lock. Probably going to have more impact into the round. Oh, yeah, missed the flash. He had confidence that he hit it.
Diffused to come through, and a much-needed round win found.
Okay.
Yeah, that's huge from Jeremy.
Red Bull clutch of their own.
So good. Able to hold the line there. I mean, I can see the follow-up ideas from T1, just feeling confident. You know, they've been winning a lot of their duels. Here's one of them. And they've been able to find some good trades, and they think, well, if we could just play for trades at A, we could just get through there. But you have a couple ultimates to throw at this to give yourself a safe plant. Jeremy just able to dodge.
Very nice.
Also had the shield for Meteor, didn't?
He didn't pop it, yeah.
Didn't pop it, and I think if he does, you probably find a much different round result. But Jeremy with that, able to go ahead and pick up his 10th clutch in Pacific. Congratulations on the accolade. Secret though, how far can they snowball this? Operator now in hand for Jeremy.
Okay, if Team Secret don't win this,
once again, all of T1 very much focused on
I
the
don't want to
same
say it's
site.
done, but
Yeah.
it's going to be insanely rough for them. Because they're about to have the two ults up.
Clearly just an A hit. It's a decent
The
shot.
shock's
dart,
good.
stacks for
Stops
quite
the
a bit of
drone.
damage.
A little bit of damage. Meteor gets
Meteor's
his
gonna
ult.
grab his ult.
And he's
Off
been
that
owing.
orb. He's just gonna go ahead and grab Jesse. Or Wild Oreo, excuse me.
Actually ends up being the Cypher that's better, but oh my goodness. Nice shots.
Double tap to take him down. A rare loss. There's a spike now planted. T1 will be scattering a bit as that smoke does dissipate. Buzz ahead, not getting caught
Oh my
by
god,
that
he
rolling
nearly
thunder.
popped him through the cage.
Trying to force the angle. Dimensional drift is available.
No,
Sylvan
don't tell me
breaking
they
through
win
in sewers,
this.
Able to find one. Buzz tagged up, taken down. Envy from heaven, finding the kill. Jeremy. Knives pop. They drop down, double peek in towards hell. And it's all on Sylvan.
Nicely done from Jeremy. Okay.
With some very nice movement. Breaks the crosshair.
They're actually doing alright. Like the T1 comp struggles a little bit on defense. If they can get like
from
5.
Envy that broke Sylvan's crossfire angle to help out Stacks. Really nice
They
setup.
got the
and then a
ISO out of them.
flourish from Jeremy. Oh, that is crisp, Wild Oreo.
Second shot, being able to find the head right as the shield gets broken.
It's crazy good.
Woo. Yeah, very nicely done here. On 2 rounds separating, Team Secret unable to really fully break down the economy.
They're
but if they win
spamming
this
so
one,
many
T1's
A
gonna be
hits.
in a bit of a difficult spot.
You've got the ults, though. The Yoru ult, you've got the Hunter's Fury.
TP forward, off the dimensional drift. They're in onto the site. Hunter's Fury available for Jesse Vash. Sat in heaven here for the moment. As Buzz falls at the site is relatively safe.
Okay, he should have at least heard the trip over towards long.
Now Sylvan at 21.
Oh, that kills him.
Shock dart kills. Plants interrupted. As
No
T1
smokes,
starting to
they have to
scramble here
plant.
and look a little bit off kilter. Stacks, Hunter's Fury comes out, gets a tag onto 1. Follow-up final shot will connect onto Envy, so some damage dealt. So there's a spot out, but damage being suffered here on both sides. Operator now going to be on the floor as Buzz trying to take control here of this connector. Shorty not going to find the elimination, but does do a considerable amount of damage. And 2GE on the flank does get taken down.
Enemy remaining.
Now it's just Jesse
Very
Bash.
nice.
Falls quickly thereafter. T1 reestablishing some control here within the round. and
They
within
got no ults for this
map.
though. There is
Themselves up to 7, potential for an 8 and 4.
They don't have the best buy, but
As usual,
they still got the
T1
chance for
very
the
good in
5.
These post plants, everybody doing their job. Watching the
Just
correct
outgun them a
angles,
lot.
easy
Yeah,
there.
it is
the
just
wall
an aim
bay.
diff from in a lot
Nice
of
job
runs.
by Buzz. Swapped over to the shorty. Buy himself a little extra time and space. Stacks wins his in sewers. So just a lot of individual skill showing up there. Everybody doing their job quite effectively. Of course, helps when you got a couple big ults. Now you have a Hunter's Fury still for Jesse. I was a bit curious to see, oh, they got another spot. That was a really deep recon from Jesse. He sent that into Narnia. It caught stacks over at attacker side spawn.
Jeremy just going to be backing off the angle. Izu getting himself quite far forward here in sewer.
Incredible timing again.
They're going to try to flash clear
As
out.
they crank pressure over towards
Izu at the
C.
same time, still just slowly walking up, hearing this. Checks the cubby. And now big
Yeah,
clash.
does he
Izu's
expect
able to find
an
it.
extra passing
Shots
along?
coming through. Attention from Team Secret now starting to be tied over towards this A site.
Well,
T1 are rotating back in.
after the round gone.
Tagged up as Izu just absolutely taking over this round.
Man, fair play.
Stacks is the one to lurk this time.
How often do I play
Find
ranked?
that kill right outside of double doors.
I pretty much only play Valorant like 2 months of the year.
Brutal.
Like I'll play in the off season.
Spike wasn't anywhere near where the Hunter's Fury where you would expect it to be. Wow.
Okay. Probably one fight, but still 2v4 with both players shieldless, tagged up.
Once every 5 blue moons.
Stacks
Yeah, it's not
still
often.
on this deep little linger, and Jesse Bash
The classic off season immortal climb. Yeah, pretty much.
There's the camp, there's the spray.
Just hate playing for the first month because I can't hold a mouse.
But 8 and 4 secured here
Second
for
month,
T1.
still pretty awful, but feels a bit better.
Yeah, about what
Then
you would
stop
expect,
again, take 10 months
coming
off,
into this.
repeat.
Still seeing some decent things from Team Secret, but the individual skill on display for T1, it is just incredible how well and how self-sufficient the players are on this team. And that's why they can get away with running comps like this, why they can run the ISO Yoru, you know, why anybody
Play
can be
more
lurking at
TFT
any
than
given
Val?
time.
Yeah, I think I do.
You'll see Stacks do it.
At least do
often
for the
later
new
in the
patch,
halves.
for sure.
So they'll sell
definitely
you
played
kind
more
of this idea
TFT
that's going to
than
be Meteor,
Val this
Izu,
year.
and then as the half rolls on, sometimes Stacks will start doing it. They'll start selling you some false info on
But I like to play Val.
where the lean is for the team.
I like 5 stack, but 5 stack
really
you
hard
either
to
get
get
stream
reads
sniped or there's a smurf.
on what they're doing,
And
on top of
then
them
I
being
think playing
tremendously
ranked,
talented top to bottom.
because I don't play enough, I get annoyed that I'm awful, and then other people like tell you how to play,
Team Secret,
but I'm just losing
on to the
angels.
attacker side has to be,
But then what they're saying is
really,
wrong,
really good.
so it just becomes like annoying.
because this is a defender side for this comp, actually pretty strong for T1. They're
They
pretty
try Marvel
solid at it.
Rivals? Nah, I never even tried it.
Oftentimes going
I would like it though.
positive in the round ratio.
Play any Battle Royale games? I played H1Z1, that was a banger.
So a lot of work cut out for him, but we saw some moments, we saw some glimpses of hope. A few outplays here and there that
Nothing
T1
like
had
Fortnite or
to
anything
pull
like
out
that.
to win rounds, but
Fortnite? Nah, I don't like the build mechanic. When the skill in the game is a build mechanic, like a one-player skill, I don't really like it. Like I like the skill to be aim jaws instead of building. Like I don't want the skill to be whoever spends the most on the server doing one-player stuff is the skill. I think that's a boring game for me personally.
Jesse, as always, on point with
Exposing
the
my age of this statement? Yeah, probably. I just don't like building being the skill, man. I think it's it might as well be a one-player game.
There it goes, quick TP out. Looks like Meteor does get noted.
Rocket
Shield now
League,
gonna
yeah,
be
similar
broken.
thing. Rocket League's kind of fun though, but
Meteor out to the open
I
eventually.
agree.
Will get taken down as Envy collects the kill. And this mid-aggression,
Benji, why you just
nicely
lurking?
dealt with by Team
What's going on here? Just lurking, and as soon as I
Caught a great
flame
timing on it too,
Fortnite,
Meteor
stepping
wasn't
in.
able to get out of there cleanly.
It's crazy.
Everybody dashing in.
Push up
Just
through the
protecting
smoke,
Fortnite.
At the ready, finds himself a second forward, getting taken down there by Envy. Sees, collects another. Envy.
Dude, Envy did pretty good, man.
Now
But
Buzz and Stacks, the dynamic duo versus Wild Oreo. Just dancing around the boxes here. It seems like Buzz, decent idea of where he's at, decides to just go ahead
gotta
and
defend the
backpedal.
greatest game.
Wild
I would
Oreo
like
gets across into his sight lines.
They have
Stacks
no
right
build,
there on
right?
the
I
swing,
would probably
Johnny on
like
the
that.
spot. You go ahead and close it out.
be fair.
Tied up in pistols. Not quite though. In a round count, T1 make their way up to 9.
Yeah, fantastic work here by Buzz, working around that box. It's a great early start. Meteor has nowhere to go. No hope, but still been
PUBG?
tucked
I played
right into
PUBG
the
for a
edge of
little
that
bit. I probably
smoke.
played like, I don't know, 15 hours.
So nicely placed.
It's okay.
Holds his ground for the second.
I didn't think it was
and then
great.
Buzz there, making sure that the
H1Z1
spike
was
is
a lot
still
better,
where
man.
it is, on the ground. Therefore, you kind of have a pretty good idea that Wild Oreo had wrapped around the other side of the box. Just be patient. Wait for your opportunity. Get the double swing with stacks.
Apex was a banger.
Perfect
That's a
timing,
banger
perfect
game,
execution, as you would expect
I played a
from
lot of
duo that's
Apex.
been playing together as long as those two have.
Rainbow Six? Nah, it doesn't look like my kind of game.
Expecting the recon.
Yep, just looking for it. There it is.
Eventually does come through. Full flash connecting, and
Angels
Jeremy
look
like
weird,
one
man.
looks for the weapon, but Sylvan is here, and he is playing protect.
Damn, bro.
Comes up with 3 stacks,
Damn,
swings
dude.
it right around
I like
behind
that everyone from
Wild Oreo.
T1 instant reaction on this, though. Everyone was
That's all
here
that
real
Jesse can do.
fast.
Let's pick up this outlaw.
Apex had a lot of cheers. I don't know. I used to play ages ago when there wasn't
Flank
cheers,
duty,
so it
post-plant
was pretty
duty.
fun back then.
Just
League of
couldn't get
Legends?
there to
Yeah,
get
I played a
the
lot
plan
of League. But like,
An opportunity to try to
Nidley,
find the
Blitzcrank
kill
only.
here, but doesn't catch a
I don't
glimpse.
have fun
Izu
on
does.
anything else.
And that'll be T1. Moving up now.
Played Paladins.
by
I played
6.
Paladins for a little bit, but as soon as you realize that
Yeah,
aim doesn't matter in
really
that game,
nice
I
there
stopped
from
playing.
Sylvan. Good game plan early. Again, you're seeing some good combos. You're seeing some good utility usage from the side of Team Secret, but the individual firepower and the weaponry advantage that T1 has in that situation, too much to deal with. Caught Buzz.
Played Minecraft. I've never
Sneak up
set
behind
foot
him.
on a Minecraft server.
So again, you can see the game plan. You can see that Team Secret
Never-
has some good
never even
ideas,
played
has some
it.
good reads, but
Not even
at
1
the end of the
second of
day,
it.
T1 is just a little bit further ahead. Oh, Buzz.
Buzz at the ready. Yeah,
That's the
full
yellow
level
card.
well.
It's just the Zoomer version of
Yeah,
Rust,
ideally.
man.
Yeah.
Undercut
I would
was
rather
there,
play
so
Rust.
Didn't matter what kind of armor you had. You were absolutely dead to rights, 2G. For a little bit more. Does get contact on the Jesse Bash. Takes him down to 10 HP. It's a nice shot in reply. It put Buzz on the floor.
Chat, if you guys are
At the same
typing
time,
you haven't played Rust,
Jeremy.
then I don't know what to say to you.
Just feels like any and all entry power now out of Team Secret's hands as they are in danger of losing out on this ante.
Ooh, Jesse.
It's another huge shot.
Damn,
Gets himself a
look at
third.
my guy go.
T1 maybe getting overzealous, overconfident.
I even rage baited the mods. No, the mods get really angry when I play Minecraft.
Sylvan looking to get away. No damage
I
suffered
always
there.
know I've got that in my
Tries to
back
push
pocket.
forward.
It's sick.
Izu's still making his way across through the connector. Fault line about to come through, and Envy collecting the kill. Izu now all alone. A 1v3.
Trying to isolate.
But Wild Oreo holding the
Yeah,
angle
nice.
is ready for it. So no bonus conversion to be found. Solid recovery off the back of some very crisp shots from Jesse Bash. And Team Secret will get up to the halfway point trying to tie this up.
Oh, this is a phenomenal round from Jesse. He saves Team Secret's life. Gives them some kind of hope. Disgusting. But it felt like that had T1 bonus written all over it. Off the rip. Good combo to set Buzz up. Do some damage with the Outlaw, even though Buzz goes down.
They
Still
went
gonna
to
have
me,
another
bought my
Outlaw
way
though.
around Elden Ring.
They're looking for maybe
Just don't like one-player games, man.
some kind
I
of
would do it
setup.
for you guys.
But
That's about it.
plenty of
I'm
money
not sure
for
I'd have fun.
Team Secret, 3 of their players could afford full
And that
armor.
game would
Some
be
have been
wasted on
curious
me.
about this. I guess the money just wasn't quite there for the rifle, and felt like this was better than going down to something else.
Yeah, you just got to shoot him in the head.
Just tap him in the head.
Yeah.
Easy money.
Has the gate crash set up. Thrown down to Sewer. TP confirming a decent amount.
Yeah, Sylvan saw everything.
Decoy.
Everything in the world there. So just
How many people can he one-shot? 2?
buzzes. Got his
Dude, everyone's
nose
using the
stuck.
DRX recon now.
I think he might be a
Got
victim
real
of the new
popular.
decoy change.
Oh god, the double damage. He got the fast put. No, dude, there's no way.
As Buzz finds himself
Oh,
a third
God.
pop flash through the smoke, draws out the weapon, has the double take. Go ahead,
4
clean him
bullets
up, but
away.
he's got the
Lovely,
ace.
lovely shot at the end
Brought to
here.
you by Predator, and that
He shot one of the
perfectly describes Buzz
only
in that
2
round. On the prowl.
that was 25
feasting.
armor, and then got the
Oh
second one
my
that had full on
God.
with the double damage. That's nice.
Classic Buzz. The
And the classic kill was just nice.
The production was just like, we don't have enough time. It was so fast, we couldn't get the replay built.
high score? What does that mean? Did I break it?
Should just replay
Nice
the
util.
round from the beginning. No need to cut up anything.
Well, that's
That's an ace with some
Benji
confidence
Fishy
right there.
Armhair
No doubt
with
about
the
it. That's the
gifted to
all-time
Benji.
kill
Thank
leader
you
at
so much.
international events for you, folks.
Thank you for the gifted.
Absolutely ridiculous. He just has these moments. Like he's good for one on
Ever
Haven
played
where he has
Ultra
that
Kill?
round
Nah, I
where he
don't know
just
what that is,
takes
dude.
over. There's just no hope for the other team. We've seen it so many times this year.
Ultra kill. No, I don't think so.
That's why I've been, you know, you want to glaze Meteor, I'll glaze Buzz.
Go for it, go for it.
The guy's just been at the top of every international that he's been to. He's always, I'd say, underrated going into the
Elden Ring is
events, and then
different because the
always shows
level
up.
of challenge scratches the competitive itch.
Here on T1, he is looking
Okay,
right
that's
as rain.
interesting. That is like what my one.
that
That is like my one
on
thing that I
Icebox
hate about one-player
Last
games.
time, where he quick swapped
Like
over
you-
to the Headhunter. God.
Like it's not.
Oh,
That is not
Well,
difficult.
might get to see that as well in map 2.
I'm hoping so. I'm
It is just
curious to see
pointless.
if that's actually
But if it's
T1's
actually like
Icebox
hard,
comp, or if
then
that's
that
just
sounds
something
kind of
they threw
fun.
together last minute.
No idea, but now
Tried any rhythm games?
their last timeout committed.
Does Guitar Hero count? Probably not.
Needing to start to turn the tide here. There's Sylvan. Oh, at the ready. There's the drop down. Paranoia in with the pop flash.
It does?
Buzz gets
Okay,
in,
well then
gets
yeah.
out.
Great trap play.
Guitar Hero is a banger though.
Izu in the corner though, a little bit stranded, but Sylvan hits
Bro,
the transfer.
they just aim diff them.
Envy
They
and Jeremy
aim diff
both on
them
the floor,
and they
5
fight
bullets
so
remaining
well
here in the bag
together.
for Sylvan. Still pushing forward and looking for a bit more. Frenzy on the corner, but 2G trying to shift over towards main. Buzz is right there, ready, waiting, and collecting. Jesse now, he's giving up his position, and Meteor is right on top of him. 12-5. Map point locked in here, 14-1. Team Secret needs
okay,
7 consecutive round wins
7
to take it
chances.
into overtime.
Yeah, one
Played
of the things
Baldur's
I
Gate
really
3.
like
I played the
about
tutorial,
T1
and I can appreciate it.
is the way they play
But I wouldn't.
anti-eco.
I wouldn't
Where
play.
they set up for these traps, where they have multiple
Like,
layers
I can
of
appreciate
eco that they're going to throw
that
at
it's a
you
good
to
game.
make sure that, even though it is just against an eco, they're going to make sure that it's just cleaned up and dealt with.
And I
There's
can
no real
understand why a lot
threats.
of people
20
like
kills
it.
now for Buzz.
But
As is all.
I just wouldn't
See
play
if he
it.
wants to pop it. Jesse.
See, like 1.2 something kills per round.
Yep. It's pretty good.
Not that many.
Ooh.
Do I like co-op games, stuff like Overcooked for like 10 minutes, man? I still remember, dude, I had a flight with DDK, man, and he made me play Overcooked for 2 hours. And I was done in the first 20 minutes. And he wanted to play for like 3 hours straight. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I was done.
They get Izu
So I was just playing and he was having the best time, and I was like, oh man, I'm having no fun here. But I'm looking at the smile on his face, and I was like, I can't let him down. Like a puppy. Whoa, what is that? What is that shot, dude?
Excuse me!
Dude, that should... Why is he even gone for that shot?
He just knew. Man just saw the future.
I'm gonna need a moment.
I'll take this over because the round's over and Envy's
we'll,
got it. So it is a round
we'll
win
keep
for
it going.
Team
Dude, that was
Secret,
nuts, bro.
despite a little bit of wildness of his own from Izu.
We're trying to get me to play variety games. It happens every time in the off
Quite
season.
the
It doesn't really
instant
happen.
transfer there.
Played League of Legends a little
Sometimes
bit.
you just
That was
know.
kind of fun.
Let's see it
see.
again. Please.
Oh my god, they didn't replay it?
Ah.
It's too late.
Criminal.
Pursue production. Okay, okay.
I don't know what the hell just happened.
That was crazy, dude.
All right. Glitch in the Matrix.
Well, you got all the ults in the world for Team Secret. Operator, though, for Buzz. Oh, the spot.
Jeremy dead.
Walks in front of it.
Buzz once again just getting in, getting his,
It,
getting out.
it kind of looked like he went to go for the spam and then...
Punching the clock.
and then he
9-5
swung.
kind of guy is Buzz, you know?
I'm pretty sure that's what happened because it was incredibly
T1 has
fast.
been a bit more of the salt of the earth type team.
This year, yes.
Yeah, just the 1-2-0 they've been able to find.
Well, there goes Haven.
But it's just such a solid advantage here. Buzz is operator. It's been so very clean. And now the dimensional drift will go ahead, scale forward, clear out everything here at A.
Not again.
As Wild Wario trying to, yeah, I mean, come on. Buzz exiting here into window, sending out the pop flash, just trying to harass Jesse Vash here out of mid. Forces him forward, gets him into the cubby.
Yeah, coach pressure, TP's away. Omen flash.
Out, joins in. 3 players on the approach. Buzz.
Buzz, you got another one in
for
you?
a second, he was going to be able to find another ace.
Yeah, this is too good on this map. They're just too good. They're too good with the ults. They're too good playing together, and they aim different a little bit.
Here on their pick of Haven.
Yeah, it's fearsome for anybody to go against. This Haven is, if it's not going to be a map that you want to ban, you are going to go against the best Haven team on the planet right now, and good luck.
Look at Sylvan has his jacket.
Surely I'll hop on the Riot fighting game with you. Sure, I'll do that. Is that still happening?
I like that. Man's got those superhero vibes. Yeah.
Who's the best team in Korea now?
That's right.
Reminder, it's
best later this year.
In the world.
Yeah, I'll give it a go. I'll be off a little, but I'm down.
6 rounds taken away from T1 here on their Haven. Some strange happenings were witnessed here throughout the map. But now we get ready to go to their icebox.
Yes, and I'm excited.
Yes, I am as well.
Because I have no idea what T1's going to do. First of all, I don't know if it's going to be that Reina Chamber thing again. Is it something a little more standard? You know, obviously Team Secret has to have something dialed up themselves, potentially.
Blitzcrank surely Blitzcrank's in the fighting game. He's too easy to do.
I mean, relatively speaking, I guess.
He has to be in the fighting game. I'm playing Blitzcrank only.
This map once and they lost to Zeta.
He's not currently? What are they doing over there?
Using the Gecko on this map, which is seemingly kind of falling back into the meta on Icebox at the very least, is to throw the Gecko in there as one of your info initiatives.
You'll have the Scorpion get over here. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. It's gifted.
Might go back to Jet.
It'll be sick.
For Jeremy.
I think after some of the earlier rounds we saw here from Jeremy, he had the movement, he had
the
Can't God have good feeling Angels?
So
Angels felt okay in that game. It's just that everyone had insanely high HP.
Over to the desk to break down the action from Haven.
Of course we know everything. But yeah, I think we know everything. It's a 13-6 scoreline on Haven, T1's map pick.
We still can see Reina on Icebox for sure.
Continues to look dominant on Haven here. Team Secret, even with the change in the agent comp going back in time, it still was not enough.
Yeah, this is what everyone wants to be, right? Everybody wants to be this T1 team on Haven, but nobody seems to even be close to them. When we watch them play, you know, we spoke a lot about Meteor and Buzz and about how they make this double.
Do you think there's a chance in Icebox though?
They're so dominant when it comes to this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll see. We've got some replays prepared for the attacking side, but before that, I mean, for
higher
Team
or
Secret,
lower time to kill games. I prefer lower time to kill games, to be honest.
There were elements of some good play. I think particularly Envy and Jesse Vash. Like, Jesse Vash continues to put up some pretty decent performances considering the level of criticism that he receives at times. I think whenever he's on a Sova, he's putting up some decent numbers. So I think he did his job perfectly. I think Envy is always super solid. I think some of the other lads just couldn't hang, unfortunately, with the level of firepower that T1 was bringing in this game. And
I think,
you know, at the end of the day, the structure was good,
my main issue with like higher to kill games is that it just becomes so team-based.
Then you're just not going to be able to win against T1.
Public play isn't that fun.
Jesse Vash performing really well here.
Like
it's him
like
on the
when your
Sova, it's
HP's
just,
too high, you can't.
honestly, he's one of the best
1v2,
Sovas out there.
Yeah.
I mean, we make jokes
In
about it and
FPS
everything, but
games.
he's just, I mean, there's a reason why he looks fantastic every single time.
Yeah, his Sova is very, very legit, and it kind of always has been. It's for sure his signature
usually show was a
agent.
one-tap.
He
Yeah, that's
continues
what
to
it's
look
mad
good
about
there,
that
but as
one.
you say, he's not really
It's mad that he even
properly
went for it
backed up
again.
by the rest of his
Okay, I'll be
team,
back
and
in a
it
little
feels like just these players on Team Secret could not stand toe-to-toe with the firepower T1 were able to bring.
The numbers speak for themselves. That's the second Jet that we've seen today drop below 100 ACS against one of the best Korean teams. It really just feels like mechanics-wise as well as macro-wise, you cannot get into the game against some of these teams on a duelist because either you're getting your head banged off round in, round out, or you're just getting destroyed by really, really good fundamentals and good util usage.
Yeah.
Well, we really liked what we were seeing from T1, right? So let's flip it the other way. T1, the double duelists with Meteor and Buzz, especially with the Yoru and how they utilize their ults.
Yeah, I mean, they just know how to do this better than everybody, right? We have some replays that we should be able to show you in just a second, but I feel like they understand how to snowball it very well, right?
Yes. Oh, 100%. I mean, Yoru as well as ISO are these agents, and the reason why this is such a strong combo on the attacking side of Haven, but even on defense to some extent, is exactly this. So much space created and so many advantages created by the Yoru and the ISO ult, and they kind of snowball into each other. You ISO ult and you win it, you get yourself another orb. You Yoru ult and create opportunities to win some duels, you're going to get yourself some more orbs, and they are not shy about using them, even versus Eco. Against the half buys, they will throw in these ISO or Yoru ults, and you can see they just get free sites all the time, or it's going to help kind of allow them to come in for some of these retakes on the defensive side as well.
Also, there's nothing worse than being grabbed by an ISO ult and you know it's a meteor on the other side with a protective bubble. You're just like, oh, okay, guys, this might be tough for me right here.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels hopeless. Buzz was an absolute terror in this game. Hit some ridiculous shots. And he is such a good Yoru right now. I think T1 has got the strongest double tool list. Everyone wishes that they were T1, but I've been seeing some real bad cosplays going around at the moment.
Well, Buzz had a really nice ace near the end, too, to kind of polish things off. It looked like it was almost for a second. There's a little bit of a moment there on A-Long where...
Yeah, he's shooting and then turns away.
Yeah.
Thinks he's already got the kill. That's a dangerous move.
Definitely. But anyway, he ended up getting the ace in the end. Looked super cool with it and just kind of shrugged. Literally just went like, eh.
He does it all the time.
It's not
even a thing for him, is it? He doesn't really care anymore. He gets so many. He's just like, oh, yeah, so that's another one.
Yeah.
What can you do?
Oh, man. Texture must look at that with envy. I wish I could just have what Buzz has.
Yeah.
Now, with map 2, oh, we have another highlight. Or is that it?
That's it.
That's it? Oh, man.
That was the main thing we wanted to show.
That was so good, though. Okay.
I didn't feel like
we can get more.
That won them the game.
Yeah.
Buzz got 300 ACS. They Yoru ulted and ISO ulted 3 times, and the game was over.
Okay.
That's what happened on Haven.
That's true. That's true. I thought we were just going to see more of it, but like we did see a lot of it just now in the game. So for map 2 Icebox, first time we're going to be seeing it this week for week 3. Secret likes Icebox. So
yeah,
the curiosity, of course, as the casters were talking about, is what comps will these two teams be playing? T1 obviously is taking the even spicier take, something very unusual, extremely off meta.
I forgot T1 picked it, to be honest. That's an interesting thing to consider. For Team Secret, I mean, this is my old favorite comp on this map. I love Gecko KO with the Jet comp. Honestly, one of the most flexible comps you can play. A lot of really cool executes you can do. The old Gen G running this comp on Icebox was super, super iconic last year. So I think for Team Secret, if that's something they can execute pretty well, then that should be good. For T1, 100%. The spice level's off the chart on this comp, but even when they played it against Nongshim, I felt like Nongshim was doing a pretty good job kind of neutralizing them on their attacking side. They were just waiting for T1 to push, and they were getting free openers and being able to take advantage of that when they started on attack. So I think it was more so, I think, when T1 moved over onto their attacking half and they got the lurks in play, and Buzz was getting, as you often see on Icebox, particularly towards the attacking side op rolling for himself, that they kind of fell apart a little bit more, Nongshim, if I remember that game correctly.
I always wonder why we don't see more Sage on Icebox. I feel like Sage was meta on Icebox for such a long time.
Lightning Fast had one good game, bro, okay?
But
forget about it.
The map is more or less the same map that we saw ages ago. I think Sage is so strong. I would really like to see some teams bring the Sage back out, but it doesn't seem to be meta anymore, and that's no fun. I think Sage is really fun.
She is fun on that map. I'll give you that. I don't know if it's the best pick for now, but it is always fun.
The problem is it's not fun for the player who has to play Sage.
Really?
You wall plant or you wall...
It depends. You can play it like Jing and use the wall to go up onto belt.
I would like to
from
see
defense.
Somebody bring that back for me, please. I would like to see some more Sage.
I mean, that used to be a big thing when the res was one point less. You'd have people just fragging out of control on Sage. Less so these days. Even the Harbor Cove plants are pretty fun as well.
Yeah,
true.
I don't think we're going to be seeing Sage or Harbor, to be honest. I think we're way past that. I'm living in the past. I'm sorry.
I don't know if this is like, how many chili peppers would you give the Sage or the Harbor at this point if we were bringing in today compared to Reyna and Chamber?
Sage is like the most mild thing ever.
Oh, really? It's the opposite. It's like milk.
Yeah, it's literally like milk. And I love milk, and it makes me feel sick in the stomach, but I still drink it.
Okay, all right.
This wasn't made for me.
That is right. Perfect reaction also to how you seem to be with Sage, so... Yeah, you're like, I love it, but it makes me sick, and I don't want to see an Icebox. So I'm curious what these two teams will be bringing on. Secret did pick Icebox the last time they played this. Not great, but you know, historically, they've been okay with Icebox. I don't know if they're going to be reshuffling things, if they're going to continue playing that Waylay, or if they're going to go back to, like, you know, like their Haven and go back to old times, old meta.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Waylay can work on this map. I think if there's a map where I think Waylay can be very good, it's Icebox, because you don't need that sort of hard entry. There aren't super tight chokes that you need to burst through, and you know, you can kind of get deep positions refract away, right? We've spoke about this before. So I think they could try and do it, but I think if you're picking this, I'm kind of expecting to see some change. I would guess maybe something that might try and counter T1 a little bit more, but I think we have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit of a look at what Secret's going to be bringing into this game, considering they dropped their last game on Icebox. They picked this against T1. They see some potential weakness, and they will bring out the Chamber ISO
Viper
against T1 on their map pick and say, I think we could do this better.
Pretty much go
we'll
for their
see.
comp, but just do ISO instead of
exactly
Reyna.
where they were. We're going to see that Reyna again with the Chamber, and I mean, I do think playing Chamber against KO and Reyna is going to be quite difficult for Wild Oreo. I think that, you know, if there's one value that Reyna routinely brings, it's that eye being able to get rid of the orb.
That's true. We also do see Wild Oreo mix in the Chamber a little bit, though. They do play it on Pearl as well, so it's not like this is a totally out of left field move for Team Secret. The Chamber is something that they have in their wheelhouse a little bit.
All right, well, let's see if Team Secret has what it takes to bring it to a third map. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Yep, some big changes.
Well, we've seen some teams use ISO on this map. It kind of looks good for the A hit, but as soon as they work out what the A hit is, it looks like it struggles a little bit.
Stop him from getting value on that Abyss. Yes, G2
Switch
able
up
to win
the
that map
MIBS
over
C9
at Masters Bangkok, but they were really struggling to keep down and getting value from the Chamber.
It is a bit of a different map if you
Okay,
want
T1
to
on
look at it
defense.
from the glass half
Nope.
full perspective.
T1 on
but I
attack.
tend to agree with
Team
you here,
Secret on
Achilleos, that
defense. Meteor raid
tough to
boss
go into
once
this
again
comp.
on the Reyna.
You know, in Wild Oreo, yes,
Wild
he does play
Oreo,
a little
6
bit of
bullets
chamber.
on the chamber.
Has
Knife
had
went
a lot
over
of
towards
ups and
A.
downs
Didn't
on
hit
it, but
anyone.
This might be an up. He's got a tight angle, and T1. Oh, the TP out just in time.
Just has to make a quick little exit there to GE. A couple shots out, nothing hitting. Back pedals away. Buzz similarly eating some damage.
The gray molly. Timing that was good.
This default plant. Meteor pushing forward past the wall. Gets the
Oh, boy.
overhealing now up to 150. Takes that fight at range. Tagged up just a minor little bit.
Ooh.
Actually just falls. Envy swings the corner.
Damn,
finds
Envy's
himself
taking
a
down
second
everyone.
kill. A third now as Izu also falls. And now it's just Buzz left standing. He's been spotted. The
Damn,
shield is
dude,
there.
nice. I mean,
Yeah, that's
Envy
gonna be
did
Team
great.
Secret
Took down the raid
taking yet
boss and then
another
2
opening
more.
pistol round.
I will say I am surprised to see the ISO, but I do kind of like it. It is a good,
No, the ISO is
another good
good.
anti-chamber
The
agent
ISO, the
because
ISO
of
is
the
good
double
on this
tap,
map.
So
Popping over towards the left of A.
what Team Secret
It's
is
good to
doing
be able
here.
to
I thought this
block.
was just going to be
Honestly, you could
one of those
even-
rounds from Meteor. Got that overheal.
Nah,
but
you wouldn't get a
Envy
plant from it.
is so good.
When you think about Envy, you think about an agent. It's probably the KO for a lot of people. So he's pretty much on maximum comfort. So I'm going to be keeping eyes on him once again. He and Jesse Bash, top 2 performers on that opening map. Suppress able to find 2. Press back here on the 2 in kind as T1 still very quickly scaling forward here. Drone's going to come out. The ping revealed. Meteor immediately having to tuck back. Jeremy trying to take some space. Able to get the shield reset. Finds himself a second kill. Spike now going to be dropped on the floor.
Yeah, Jeremy's
Meteor
going to
does
try to
manage
get
put
that
down
ult
Envy, but not before
as
Izu
early as
dies.
possible.
And that now leaves Buzz all alone. Looking for the flick. Finds the headshot onto one.
Okay,
No
a little
further
bit of damage, not too bad though.
Players
Team
dead.
Secret will probably take
Team
this.
Secret still starting things off 2-0.
Especially as they can
Yeah, really solid stuff.
get one of these ults
From
pretty
Jeremy
early.
on this ISO, found a great
Maybe into the
timing
next
for the
buy
double
round.
tap. Got a couple big kills out of it. Able to absorb a lot of that pressure that T1 is bringing to bear early. And then when it's down to just Meteor with the Sheriff, having that double tap up means that he can't take that fight comfortably. They can just swarm on top of T1. So good start for Team Secret. I mean, this is probably one of the weaker maps, I think, for T1. And I wasn't sure if the
agree with
Reyna
that.
comp was really their main game plan.
I think this was a good map
For
pick.
this, I thought maybe they might have something else cooked up, but we'll see if they can get it rolling a little bit. It's kind of going to be a bit of a tic-tac-toe with the
Like it relies a lot on Dimitri killing
ISOs
everyone.
and the chambers, so you can get their util to connect a little bit more frequently.
Especially as you see on their first big buy run, that's just him taking angels.
Just a little bit more. 2GE calling in reinforcements. I mean, there is a lot that Team Secret has here.
They're able to just stack this site because that trademark is pushed so far forward on A. Snakebite to try to cut off the approach there from mid. Oh, right in the rope, up over the top. Nearly a timing going to be found there. Envy takes a bit of damage. Jeremy able to find stacks. Shots flying through. Meteor surviving. Gets it of our the overhealing. And Envy will be picked off there at Snowman.
Okay, I mean, he can one-shot Meteor, that's about it at the moment.
To make this even more costly, but Meteor will go ahead and find the headshots.
Could be okay damage too. They gotta go up against a Reina roll, that's it. It's not like it's the scariest though.
Yeah, now you got that kill contract for Jeremy.
They got the ISO ult, that's the one.
And it's really important that Izu was able to shut him down in that round.
T1's comp? I mean, both these comps are fine.
Clean there.
They rely heavy on
really
fragging,
go up on
but
top of the ropes. The shot had rang out from 2GE there, and that gave him the extra spot as well onto Envy's position. So kind of gave T1 a little bit of understanding of they were going to be walking into a trap potentially, and they were able to situate themselves for it. Operator is going to be on Wild Oreo. That was the Empress going up.
Ball raised about the drop. Checks back over towards Garage. Re-swing.
Nice.
The headshot. Meteor. Take it down.
yeah, and honestly, the chamber might have a fun time. Especially if we're trying to like walk places instead of overwhelm flash.
Seen a lot of the early game plan here for Buzz is to try to take control of the tube up towards Kitchen. He's being very slow about it. And Team Secret is very aware. I mean, they got a spot of it with the drone in the previous round and seemingly have some kind of idea that it's going to be tried again.
Playing very aggro for an ISO ult, but
catches a glimpse and finds one, tries to get the spray transfer, puts Sylvan down to 30 HP, so very good damage dealt, but Wild Oreo out from underneath of tube. Catches this lurk here from Buzz. 2v4 now. As Dart getting the ping reveal, and Envy out from mid, able to go ahead and find that elimination. Nice headshot there from Sylvan. Makes this a little bit more costly, keeps the economy in check here for the side of Secret, but the T1s is about to be absolutely broken. Swing in.
Boy.
Sylvan finding another one. Rides the rope up to the top. Ups to go on the offensive, sees a shoulder. That means an Envy almost getting caught off guard.
My goodness, 33 HP. Actually had a really good go at it.
Clutch would have been delivered, but instead it is going to be Secret
you would
imagine
imagine
the operator.
T1 have to eco this. There's two people that can't buy a gun.
Already got a good read on the way the teams that T1 wants to navigate the early part of this map. They
How'd you
just
buff
keep that operator
Reina?
there
I
watching
wouldn't
for
buff
Buzz
Reina.
the whole time. I mean, they had Envy there
I'd
for a
just
while.
leave Reina.
Everybody was making sure that that flank angle was dealt with, that Buzz couldn't
It's
come
the
alive
ranked
in that
agent.
round. And okay, Sylvan able to isolate some fights, get some good quick kills, but at the end of the day, he was already very beat up at 30 health, so Envy just needed to react fast enough and was able to. Well, there's a suppress onto a couple members of Team Secret, so they're going to backpedal a bit.
And they get the 3 hero guns.
Continue to march
I guess you
forward.
kind of got the.
A little bit of check.
It's a pretty scary low buy.
Making sure there's nobody sneaked up underneath them. Yeah, they're just like.
Yeah,
this,
it feels like we've
drone
seen
is
this
on
3
Buzz
times
watch.
already.
Let's keep an eye on him. Ops position now confirmed. Envy here on the corner. Sylvan not going to be fast enough. Envy once again able to outdo him, then peeks up, finds stacks, takes him down. The spike now dropped at pipes. Drift back around
I don't
the
think they
corner.
look great at the moment, T1.
And things are very much falling to pieces here for T1. Buzz desperately trying
Like
to grab
if they're
the weapon,
going
but
for
he
this
cannot.
overwhelm
Flawless
over
round
towards A,
from Team Secret.
I would first of all like to see the
4-1.
spacing be better. Second of all,
Might need to consider a timeout
just
here
start
as
using
T1.
actual like Reina flashes to overwhelm.
Yeah,
Like
everything from Team Secret.
What it's good
has
for.
been really on
And they're
point.
just
I
giving
mean,
them one
it helps when
v1s.
Envy is, like you said, comfortable on KO and can frag no matter what. You know, a little bit of an adjustment of the game plan. I don't think this chamber trying to control mid strategy is really going the way you'd want it to.
Nope.
You got to find a way to deal with that operator.
Sloppy, yeah,
Wild
they don't look good
Oreo
on
is
this
being
map really.
Really cautious with making sure that the Lears are out before he starts pushing forward. I've really been keeping my eye on him, keeping my eye on the Reina util, and he's being very patient about it. You know, he might look for that early picture. He'll go up on the tube or something like that, but that's also fine, because if you get that leer to come out, then you can just fall right back quickly. And that's why I'm kind of like more okay with the chamber here against the Reyna, because it's not like Abyss where it's just kind of like you throw a leer out and it covers half the damn site.
Right.
You know, here there's so many nooks and crannies and you know, crates and objects that are going to be able to block some of those leer angles. You can get away from them, I think, a little bit easier. So maybe as T1, save a little bit of that util for some of those deeper site hits. Try and get it, you know, if you're going to go A site, try and get it behind the nets. Try and get
they're going to have a really rough time.
Clearing out screens, making sure that
Insta-Sova ult, you would imagine in terms of Insta-Sova drone. If it spots anyone, you ult, you go aggro. Change up for Team Secret. They want to go aggro over towards mid. Double walk down tube with a late recon and flash.
And just having your Viper walk
There
forward,
goes the
try to
recon, there
that
goes the
angle.
flash.
Tough ask of Sylvan.
Okay, they don't spot anyone.
Push up. Quite a bit of space going to be gained, but
They still kind of contact every angle.
Of Team Secret.
T1.
As kill contract gets the pull
Hey,
in, it's gonna
info
be on
into ISO ult, they speed up, Envy gets a kill on sight.
Falling. Stacks wins out the fight.
Ooh,
Sylvan,
Stacks
it will
wins
put
it.
Envy down on the floor, is going to be Reservoir, obviously faster on the current patch.
Planted.
Still potentially risky position though. As Wild Oreo, well aware of Buzz's position.
Dude, that's fast now, this res, it's
Staying
nice.
planted here for the moment, eating a bit of damage, and oh boy,
Ooh.
down to 3. As Wild Oreo able to find that shot, flash in 2GE, recovering vision, finds Sylvan. Now it is all on Stacks, but he's got the high-low
Damn,
setup.
okay, dude.
They'll get to the third
Looking
kill,
kind of
but cannot
nice.
find more than
T1,
that. A timeout.
it was rough in
No,
terms
it's
of what
going
they
to
were
be very
going up
tricky
against,
for the
but
side
Team
of
Secret's
T1.
util seem pretty good here.
Now a 5th round win
All
here
the
for the side of
nades.
Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret so patient.
Envy's doing incredible over
so
towards A.
diligent with making sure that they're working together. Take out T1 players, and they got that early spot on the Buzz and coordinated the util nicely to flush him out of that position. Envy is absolutely on one. Okay, Stacks wins that, but not nearly enough. 2G just completely blind.
He got wrecked. He got wrecked by the KO flash, but
Yeah, I mean, from a one-tap onto the KO into some whips.
that's an evil laugh, man.
Having a laugh.
Oh yeah, I mean they're really doing a great job just shutting this down.
Getting some energy going here for Team Secret is going to be nice, especially 2GE. Very rough first map.
Dude, I feel like
on the
they.
IGL. Looking a
Yeah.
hell of a lot more at home.
And this attacker side was where
Did imagine a
T1
Reyna
did a lot
flash.
of their damage against Nongshim the last time they played it. So the fact that you're shutting it down this well is very
And
impressive.
they just don't like a Reyna flash.
Swing out, shield's
I
gonna
don't
be
know,
broken.
man.
Full flash
I
to
don't
his face.
think
Envy
I
covering
don't think
fire
T1
behind
can win
Meteor.
this.
Jeremy still alive, now gets the reset.
I'm mad to
Jesse
say.
Bash swoops in from the flank.
If they're not going to use Reyna like a
And they just
Reyna,
get
they ain't
ground
winning
to a
this.
pulp.
You might as well gone ISO.
They're sharp right now. T1's looking a little bit off. I mean, granted, weaker weaponry for sure. Still, having a tough go of it. It's going to be time for the tour de force for Buzz. Bunch of ults available. So this one has to go for T1. You got to get those ult cycles. Bear some fruit so you can push a few more rounds forward. Ooh. Nice adjustment there by Wild Oreo. Yeah, these crossfires are so good. They're finding great timings when the smokes are down.
You want to play? Let's play.
Nice shot. Stacks.
Okay, then there the ISO's here though. Yeah, ISO is in trouble. Jeremy's in trouble, surely. Yeah.
Having to be taken there by Wild Oreo, but ends up falling to the wayside as Jeremy similarly will be eliminated. Eye out as it gets cleared. Meteor hits the floor, rather, Meteor puts in.
Dude, where was the recon? It looked like it was legit on him.
Spike planted. Last player
Well,
standing.
Sylvan finds Jesse Bass.
Okay,
with the
well,
op.
A wasn't working.
Scooped up off the
B
ground.
is working. Do they just keep spamming this?
Try to see what kind of damage he can get. Knows the economy is still very weak on the side of T1, but won't lead to much else. Trying to get themselves over to one of those weapons there. We'll be able to carry forward quite a bit. Operator pass over to Buzz.
Yeah, this is a big round. One of those rounds that could swing the destiny of the map. And you had to get it to go with all those ults invested, with the no command, with the tour de force. The great spot early with that knife, and then the quick call to use the no command by Stacks. Really crucial in that round to knock that ISO util
Hey, everyone's
out,
money's
make it
really
easier
good.
to shut that down, make sure the chamber can't TP.
Back-to-back buy rounds.
All those things, and they
Instant
just
Viper.
accelerate forward
Oh,
off the back
and
of
that
that.
goes
Now,
in. Only
Viper's
spots
pick gonna be
one
put
in the
down by
Viper.
2GE to make sure that
Pretty much
T1
gotta
can't
respect
double down
this.
on that B hit. Buzz is going to be thinking
The
about
original
different
plan of
directions.
the
See if they
spam over towards
remember,
B has been
'cause they
shut
were
down.
aware of this earlier. I saw them at least
They still
checking
have
these
drone.
positions out.
This is very much a pick your poison.
Got drone
type
and
of round.
flash.
Get a pit on the one side. And then this tour de force from Wild Oreo, who has been hitting the shots on the opposite. So looks like T1 choosing to try to push in towards the ladder.
Okay, they spot the trip though.
T1 here, you're going to wait for Stax' knife to come up.
Ooh, double damage comes in. They use
land
the
it on top
suppress
of the
to stop the
chamber
drone
again.
so it doesn't clear too much. That's
Flash
nice.
to try to get some kind of reaction. Now you got the spot. Now you got an opening.
Yeah, you know exactly where he's at.
Oh, maybe they
Trademark
didn't
does not
spot
get
the
cleared.
trip.
Does get a little bit of a slow out. Still though, there it is, 0 point. Now to come through, perfect. Wild Oreo potentially at risk, tucked in here. Dancing around, makes his way over to screens, and Jeremy able to find one. Does get traded out as Zizu, comes up with the kill. Hunter's Fury now going to be unleashed.
Oh, no.
Envy, the fine Stacks there. The peek out, Wild Oreo able to shut down Izu, and now it's just Buzz and Meteor. Trying to get this round across the line.
Still
Ball
doable.
raised up, both facing onto this side. Meteor opting the drop down. Buzz joining in the swing,
Shot.
and Meteor, the instant headshot, gets rid of Wild Oreo. And Buzz in range has Jesse Bash. It's just 2GE. Meteor dancing around, playing with him here a bit as he tucks in behind the box, goes back in on the prowl, looking for the kill. Won't be able to find it. 2GE will go ahead and scoop
I
up
mean,
that,
nice
but
shots
T1
though.
will have the spike detonate.
Gotta give him that. Lovely
Themselves a
shots.
third round win for Sydney
2v4.
Operator, and Buzz catches 2G at the very end.
That was madness. The fact that Meteor is able to win that 1v1 against Wild Oreo, probably the difference maker. The timing's really good on the entry here as well for T1. Good understanding of when their utility was going to be in play and when they can make their moves off the back of it. I like this toxic screen that Team Secret's trying to use to set up for these retakes so they can get some defuses going. But Meteor kind of playing ahead of it a little bit, catches them off guard. Something they'll have to be aware of. Hunter's Fury,
Okay, if Team
another
Secret
Embers for
lose
Meteor.
this,
Sylvan has a
it actually
pick.
ends up being a pretty close half.
He's gonna catch the Viper there,
Because they
so
will have to eco.
that might be enough info that you can feel like that's the weak side. Try to lean a bit heavier into that. No Viper's pit this time. You're gonna clear it with a drone. Meteor just looking for any push-outs from the side of Team Secret. While the rest of the forces.
Did they change anything about Icebox?
Envy is gonna be there now.
Is the T1 comp good
to
on
help out
defense?
2G.
I mean, if they hit their shots, yeah.
Flash out, some damage across.
It
Stacks.
pretty much always has a
Bit.
weakness for a lack. Like it's not great to be honest, but
Checking out every single angle he can think of here, but if he drops down, he's committed into this position with an op just around the corner, and it looks like he's saying, like, okay, I haven't seen that much.
I was gonna say if he drops, he makes noise too.
They're gonna come back into this position, but how do they clear this? They have,
pinged it.
They have to know. They've given up a decent amount of space, and okay, an attempt at the flick. Not gonna come through off the jiggle. Jeremy, however,
please
still
Rain to flash this corner.
posted forward. Suppressed, they have to know that he's gonna be closing. Again, the Emperor's gonna be shut down. As Wild Oreo looking for a little bit more. Can't quite steady the headhunter shots. Izu is not ready for Jesse Bash to also be here. It all comes down to Buzz.
Yeah.
Cash behind to be able to
I
afford
think
another
this goes
operator,
for
but
Admap, man.
this is definitely not what T1 had in mind for this round. Peek forward, looks for it, cannot make it happen. Envy, the one to put him down.
It's a little bit rough for T1 getting exposed on a map.
Able to hide that position well
But
enough
then-
away from Meteor scouting.
I mean, they're probably aware
They
that it's a
don't
little bit weak.
fully understand where the positions are going to be. Top of pipe's not checked. And then they just get torn apart. Almost got another one there, did Wild Oreo when he switched over to the headhunter, but
The A site, no, they can't get any space on A site. They don't use any Rainer flashes.
I mean, the funny
So
thing is
I don't know
the
how they
first
think
read
they're gonna
T1
win
had is
Angels.
actually probably the better one. They just got baited by absolutely nothing going on in the back of A site from where Meteor could see. Thought they could break through, and that was right according to what Team Secret wanted.
That's just going to be a full send here onto the A site. T1 clearly not going too far down the alphabet today.
Okay, you made
Cleared
so
this
much
map or the
space.
previous.
Please double Rainer flash to take
Undercut
site.
at the ready.
Dude, please rain a flash. Thank you.
Push out, eye goes up. He's tucked back here. T1 don't look to over-aggress, and they're able to find one as Wild Oreo does get taken down. Swing out, Meteor. Tears apart 2GE, but Envy similarly does the same right back to him. Then Command now in play, and Sylvan is dead.
Yeah,
The pit is dropped.
they did that thing where they
finds a third.
they don't get the plan.
Buzz again asked to do it all.
They haven't got the plan yet, and then they end up Viper-ing, and all it does is like block you, so they can take a lot of space for free and just spam.
They shall. Team Secret,
Oh,
8-3.
bit of a mess up from Sylvan.
Yeah, they've just got so many answers.
Sound angry.
The
I mean,
no
they're
command
just
there, so nice to have in the back pocket for those
they're just not doing
retakes.
anything good.
Everything that T1 is trying to do.
Oh, what the hell is
just
that?
getting dissected.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, Meteor dismisses right into Envy's open arms. Nobody's cleared that angle. Seems like Meteor there just a little overconfident that that should be safe. It was absolutely not. So, I mean, Team Secret just has a great read.
Buzz's glass cannon onto a Vandal.
Yep. Last round in this half. Oh my.
Shots out, and Stacks gets destroyed. Down to 42, big reveal from the 0 point. Rotations are already starting to come through, and T1, I mean, they're not looking to call this off at all. They're about to meet pretty much the full forces here. As shots open up,
this is
three
chaos.
players on the floor. Buzz Sylvan able to answer it back to try to keep things even, but Wild Oreo, another shot in. Sylvan now down on the floor as Buzz sees the gun barrel, so needs to play it carefully. He's able to get in before the flick can happen, but Jesse Bash
Yeah, nicely
is
done.
here across the way. Spots
We
him
start
out through
looking
the
at
gap,
Lotus,
finds the
'cause
shot, and it's going to be 9-3.
there's way
with
too
Team
many rounds.
Secret well out in front.
Especially as Team
they
Secret
look
will
so
probably
good.
have this A hit locked down, I would imagine, where they go like
waiting right
heavy
around
left
that
side
corner
with the
is
ISO
2GE.
wall.
Again, it's another trap play. Wherever they're going to get contact, T1 has to commit because of the Reyna. And they're happy to just throw the util at him, throw some flashes.
The Reyna,
throw
no,
some
the Reyna's
volleys,
pretty good on this
then
map.
swing into action.
Like it's good for the
Really nice
overwhelm
stuff.
over towards A, and it's really good for B in terms of like flashing off the up angles. So a lot of times you can maybe save your Sova util, like you can kind of use it as a protocol a little bit. But they just don't flash.
On this map,
that's the issue.
done pretty darn well.
Like they only really had 2 good
Right at
flashes
home here.
out
Team
of
Secret.
12 rounds. And you got to think that's 24 potential good flashes you can
Fairly
have.
solid map for them across. You know, you take a look at the longer run here in Pacific. It's been a good one for them. Like you said before, T1 now showing that this is one that maybe we don't have a good read on. Maybe we just happen to scrape by with that victory the last time out.
The Reyna replaced by the
kinda
Gecko.
feels that way
Doesn't really do the same
little bit.
job.
We'll see.
Because
Defender
like now
Who
on
knows?
defense, I
Maybe
want to
it's
play a
just one of
lot,
those days
of
where
like
both
off
teams are good on the
angles
defender side, but
and make them
I mean,
actually
last time it was a little bit
have
tricky.
to worry about
That was kind of one of their weaker parts of the map. Oh, very nice. Ah, yes.
That's clever.
The world's best flex.
That's kind of cool.
Very nice.
We haven't forgotten about you, Forsaken. Don't worry. You're right up there.
He's up there. He's up there.
Well, now T1.
Oops. Team Secret.
tie things
Wait,
up
chat,
as
where
far
is
as
the
pistols are
pistols?
concerned. Secret
T1
in the
won
lead in that
both,
regard.
right?
As
I
Wild
remember.
Oreo
Nice shot.
already able to put Buzz down. He is reading this nicely, but doesn't have the shot.
It's 2-1, right? Or am I just
He
fully
does
on?
come away with that kill. Pop flash out
2-1.
here
I
from
think they
Envy.
won
Sylvan
both on the first map.
catching a decent amount of it.
It was 1-1 first? Oh, okay,
Lobbing
so
down
it's
the
2-1
snake bite,
here.
trying to prevent the plant here for now as Pink does get the reveal. Stacks able to find one. Izu cleans up Jeremy. Player advantage for now here in the hands of T1. So there's a tap on the spike plant. Shock dart lobbed out, but double push around towards the backup site here.
One enemy remaining.
It's not really going to be too fruitful, it would seem, as Jesse Bash now completely surrounded and overwhelmed.
Okay, maybe they
T1,
can get it close.
They'll take the pistol, they'll
We'll
tie it up
see.
in that regard. They'll
The
start
problem
long
is
trek
the
back towards
Team
getting themselves
Secret,
into the driver's seat.
like
Yeah, this is
2G,
just really nice work
should
there.
be able to just win this on his own,
Realizing
really.
that
Against the
Sylvan was in a
chamber,
world of trouble
they should
and used
probably
that
be
recon
defaulting
dart
over
ping
towards middle,
against his
especially on this
opponents
eco.
there. Hold
Like,
the
go
fade
try
away
to find
onto
out where this
Envy.
trip is.
Ridiculous
Hopefully
stuff.
they're doing the
Izu
spamming
barely able to win out that long
from
range
mid as
ghost
well
battle.
to break the
And then at the end,
common
just
spot
swarming
for
them
the
in.
trip.
So, for sure, Outlaw, a couple Guardians. Let's see what T1 can do. If there's going to be any response by Team Secret on this eco, certainly would be devastating. That is.
Oh my god, he's hitting some nice shots though.
Able to go 1 for 1. Izu looking for a little bit more, some decent damage across his Envy, falls down to 35. Sylvan comes away with 2. And it looks like the remainder
well,
of
at least
the
it was
round
nice and
is gonna be
fast.
very swift as Sylvan getting the lion's share of the kills.
Okay, let's focus on middle at the moment, right? If we're just thinking about Chamberlain itself, you smoke over towards middle. Trip can only ever cover 1 out of the 3.
Solid anti-eco.
No, it's fantastic.
So that you got 2 out of 3 chances of getting
More of your guns.
good on your luck,
Very
or at least
happy
finding a
about that
trip.
as T1. Give yourself a decent chance coming into that bonus round. You're going to force out a lot of the full armors, but still 2 players, only with half for that Outlaw for Buzz potentially to connect with. He's going to be over at B, looking like another big A hit. Quick shock dart. They know that T1 likes to be aggressive towards that
smoke
orb.
towards
Sometimes
mid.
it's Buzz with the chamber.
So you already see T1 early, right? 1, 2 to cover it with a trip here. Like they have to have 2 at middle, which means that sides are weak.
Quite far forward, but damn near shoulder to shoulder here with 2GE. Drops the poison orb again. Buzz playing this patiently. 2GE about to come creeping out into his sight lines. And he's got the half armor.
And this was nice from T1, to be honest, to push over towards A.
The last players who want it going.
Especially with the info that they had over towards A. I think they had an immediate reaction from what went on.
Up over the top, able to find Envy. Jeremy trying to scale forward.
I don't know. I feel like he should be pressuring middle.
One opener. Drop down here on the corner, the pig reveal. Shots
Dude,
flying.
Wild Oreos.
Be good for another.
I don't know how he's winning some of these duels.
It's now just down to Jesse Bash. Cannot find
Okay,
it.
rough bonus. Still not exploiting the weakness yet.
Convert their bonus. Now we're just 3 rounds away from tying it up.
Yeah, just a lot of little things going wrong for Team Secret that compound into a pretty clean-looking T1 win. This is one of them. The other is that T1 does a great job here early, waiting out an aggressive
that was
hit
on
from the side of
Chamber
Team Secret.
too.
They got the double tap to expire. It was popped really early by Jeremy, and T1 is able to just backpedal, wait that also.
Okay, Outlaw can one shot for.
Kind of collapse on top of Team Secret. Looking a little bit like what we saw Team Secret doing to them. Give them a little bit of space and then just crunch them. Oh, Jeremy, that double tap.
Okay, that's a gun down.
I'm not sure if it wasn't relayed fast enough that he was pushing
Dude,
forward and had the shield popped.
Meteor just flash sent it through the Viper smoker middle.
Little glimpse of Sylvan's shoulder. So he's going to slowly drift across, get himself in behind Yellow. Meteor.
KO flash into Reyna flash.
Sublime on the 1. They swing out, and Sylvan's just going to be taken down. Far too over-aggressive, it would seem.
Yeah,
Team Secret
looks like they're going to get ecoed.
Thrifty. Now just Izu and Stacks. Pop flash sent. Drone not spotting here for the moment. Stacks just trying to push forward again. Does manage to find 1. Aldorio going to be taken down behind the box. The swing onto the corner. Envy sending out the fragment. Now looking for the stick. Izu trying to swing, trying to interrupt, and he does so.
Spike down B.
Finding the critical moment, the perfect timing to stop the spike from getting planted.
Last player standing.
Jeremy, however, fighting back, finding 1, but now all alone.
What a huge 1v1 this is.
Whittling away, just a tiny touch of damage going to be found.
Still the drone here too.
Ooh,
Jesse
nice
has
shot.
The headshot, and I was about to call it.
Very nice shot. Gotta get wrecked by the low buy. Just a little bit too aggro.
Scrape by with a round win. Now get up to 10.
I think you gotta kind of question this aggression here from T1.
Yeah, play against
it's a tough angle there,
ISO.
and I don't
You go close
know
with
how much that Lear actually covers.
Go close with the Outlaw.
position.
Try double
And then
shot.
you're trying to just take some battles against 3 players staring right at
They
you.
hit some nice shots though again.
I think at that point you just got to back off. If those flashes don't really work, you're not able to find those quick one and dones. Settle back in. Stack's doing what he can to buy time for Izu to get there, but a little bit over aggressive from T1, and Team Secret happy to let T1 walk into their arms. Well, Buzz's turn to try this position. It's like, I saw Wild Oreo do this in the pistol. I too.
The drone is coming his way though. Sylvan able to clear it. How much credence does Team Secret lend to this? He's just in the radius, and oh, they read it to perfection.
It's just like, why else would he be trying to swing out and break the drone? Does miss the ult.
Through into the gulag. Still a very solid opening kill. Team Secret have to pump the brakes though, which means that shield expires. Double tap not available here now. Looks like widely Team Secret happy with the damage that they've dealt, just waiting for everybody else to get clustered over towards this site before they go for the exact.
Yeah, and this is nice though from Team Secret. The more they cut sounds, the more they're like,
Sylvan, however, looking for that
oh
second kill.
boy,
He's able to
you gotta
find it
trade
right
that.
before he can take it down. He ensures the 3v3.
The more there could be a lurkaround. Meteor's just covering up the fact that they don't have info middle by dueling 2G all the time. Twice in a row that he's won now.
Crazy. I can't believe Sylvan got those two.
Yeah, I mean, he should have got traded for sure.
Jeremy.
Oh, dude.
Around the back side, the Hunter's Fury going through. Quick cancel. Stacks puts the spike down on the floor. There's not much more here for Jeremy to do other than maybe deal some damage. He knows that the economy is still going to be a bit weaker. He'll get himself another 3K.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting closer to another
More
ult.
charges towards that next kill contract.
Damn, that miss of the ult is
finding a
little bit rough.
Once again, 3 rounds
Should
away.
probably have waited for the recon.
This is just, excuse me, this is so ballsy by Sylvan. The fact that he gets that second one is a little bit of a wish from Jesse, but
fine line between ballsy and stupidity.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct.
And he treaded it just finely enough. It looks like that's going to be a timeout call from the side of Team Secret. First one here on Icebox, T1. Also still one more remaining. Team Secret wanting to ensure they close out
the
rest
trade
of
should
this
have
map
come
as
in there.
cleanly as
But I mean, he
possible.
won the 1v1.
Yeah, for sure.
Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose them.
It looks so good for Team Secret here. It looks like they're going to be
Is
able
that so
to push us to that
huge
third
counter
map.
against the chamber? Yeah. It's just a counter against the op in general.
We've seen it time and time again this year. Sometimes you'll think they're kind of out of a map and they'll just come roaring back at you. You can't give them any opportunities, and they will capitalize and they will snowball. So I think there's a great time for a timeout. Really think this one through. See if you can find those gaps in the defense. I mean, B side has been where Team Secret is really trying to do their damage, trying to exploit some of the gaps in this agent composition.
Okay, force him down to an eco.
Well,
I really want to see 2G go for a lock in one of these.
Hand for Buzz, but he's going to be peeking under tube into mid.
Yeah, eco on this one. You can take a risk.
Yeah. Hit onto A. Meteor scaling down through tube.
Flash to clear middle.
Back in this
And they've heard this, so they should be doing their own flash to clear this.
Buzz gets onto a deeper line.
Or honestly, ISO swing, ISO shield swing.
They absolutely do, and this time Buzz is able to escape.
Okay, they handle this well. Okay, but now they should be inserting one and get ready to lock.
Tiny amount of damage taken, but now they know the outlaw is in effect. Sylvan still
Drone goes
all
in,
alone.
they clear that no one's lurking, they go back
here
to the angle play in
pit,
front
the
of
drone
this.
About the chase. Snake fight going to be thrown down.
But it's nice from T1.
Wild Oreo drops in, undercut connecting, and Wild Oreo's there on the corner. They're vulnerable. Not even mattering too much. He had him dead to rights.
Ooh, 40 HP.
Stacks will find one. Pop flashes in. He drops down over at backside, and they're just absolutely smothering them out of this round. Meteor fights back for a little bit more.
Right here.
2GE can he recover a weapon? For now, just has the Sheriff at hand. Plant committed to here behind the box. Jesse out in the front. 2G at the same time, able to find a kill. Buzz eliminated. And now the Guardian scooped up by the Viper. Tucks back, gets himself around the corner. No snake bite to try to work with here. Meteor thinking about going for a bit more of an aggressive push. Peeks in behind 410. Nothing spotted.
Not a great
Doesn't know
plant,
if
but
he's
he
gonna be
thinks he's back at
He's
sight.
completely lost the plot. He has no clue where this Viper could be, but now footsteps are going to be heard. Gets onto the spike, holds at the half, swings onto the corner, and finds the headshot.
How's he won this one? How's he won this one?
Meteor able to make it happen with 2 seconds to spare. But again, It's a thrifty attempt from Team Secret, and they still get
Yeah,
so damn close.
Oh, it's
the bad
unreal.
punt got him
It
wrecked.
looks so good for Secret. Just, yeah, I mean, Sylvan was absolutely dead, but still, I like the combo. I like the ideas that you're seeing. Some good vulnerables being landed by Jeremy, but Meteor is Meteor. It's the fadeaway with the Vandal. And then has to go for the half, pull off, and go for it. Yeah, it's rather close.
Run back and let him know where he was. Yeah, it was a little bit rough.
Both teams.
Oh my God!
But now you've got
Did they keep going aggro?
massive push from Meteor, and they are ready for
Yeah,
it.
Envy's super
Fully
ready for this.
expecting,
I mean, that's all
fully
they've been
reading
doing,
this
right? They've just
aggression.
been going aggro here and here.
Great call, great understanding here
Cover
from
up
Team
the fact
Secret.
that the
Oreo
chamber
does
can't
caught
get too much
over
info.
outside of A is Sylvan. Frantically going to look to try to
goodness.
backpedal here. The Hunter's Fury opening up, looking for the tags. It actually gets the catch on the stacks.
Kind of smart.
Hunter's, or rather, the no command now popped here from Envy, forcing them back over towards Snowman.
What are we thinking? Keep an eye on the chamber.
Could counter
Locked
with
him
a no
in.
command of his own.
Does he overstep?
Buzz is well up behind them here.
I feel like
just outside of the
you could
spawn.
argue he's already
Jesse's
overstepped, to
checking
be
for it.
honest.
He's aware that there could be that quick lurk.
Okay,
Since Buzz
just
got
holds
that
this.
early op kill.
Sure.
Because they haven't really gained control of the site, though, he can't keep his attention tied behind the entire time. Otherwise, for all he knows, he might be sending the team into a 3v4. And Jeremy gonna look to try to push forward, but Sylvan's got the crossfire angle set up.
This is nice though.
Cuts him down. Buzz
His
gets
stacks
on a
ate
deeper
that
and deeper
flash.
line. Barely lined up for
Oh,
it, but the shot goes wide.
it's okay. You can miss
Doesn't
that.
find it.
Go back.
Potentially
Don't swing.
exploitable weakness here. Stacks over the top. Rather is able to find one. Izu over the top. Comes up with the other. Full flash now into 2 GE space. Buzz trying to get in behind. Stacks able to
He
hold
got
his
bailed
ground.
out and he can go pick up his ult.
Buzz will tuck
Dude,
back,
I was
cover
worried
his
when Buzz like
operator.
missed the shot and then
T1
carried on facing. I was
Continue
like,
on their
oh
merry
no.
way. 3 rounds in a row now. And
Like
one
just
away
staying
from
alive
tying
is
this up 10 to
everything,
10.
man.
Yeah,
The
Team
pressure
Secret,
alone is good.
Again, great awareness in the beginning, but that 1v1 win, the chamber v chamber, and the fact that it opens up so much of the map for Buzz, it allows T1 to just plant their feet, set up those crossfires, wait out that no command, just close out the round. And I mean, Team Secret fighting tooth
Okay,
and nail
another
now, but
eco.
T1
Dude,
has
how have they
finally got
not
their
locked
heads on a
yet?
bit straighter.
Come on, guys.
Shock dart. Just to try to stave off this orb tank.
Got 2 avenues, especially
Just
this
get a little
avenue.
Trade on the recons. Jesse Bash going to be pinged out. Secret only confirming that there's no one super far forward. The drone comes flying in. That'll get cleared out. Does get a spot on the 2.
Still have the kill contract. Still the double tap.
Does get popped. Jeremy comes up with 2
Dude,
kills.
Jeremy gets
On the
a
back
double
end, Izu
close.
both taken down. Meteor dead to Envy's hand.
Dax is gonna have to kill everyone.
He's only able to find Jesse Bash. Team Secret. Every single time they have this week, your economy continue to look absolutely excellent. That being said, Zach's able to find 1.
Yeah, and
pull
they
comes
can at
through,
least
but,
flood
I
over
mean,
towards the
Jeremy's just got a
site.
sheriff.
Jeremy has his sheriff only.
Takes him out of the equation.
Damn, this guy's a monster of a sheriff.
It's a thrifty for Team Secret
Nicely done from Jeremy.
to stop T1
I
from
mean,
tying
he
it
hit
up.
some lovely shots there.
What in the hell am I witnessing?
That is just
But no matter what they would have
23
traded
and
him
15
anyway.
now for Jeremy on this ISO. Crazy. Oh my god.
Oh my.
Fantastic.
His crosshair was already
Nasty
there
stuff.
because he's shooting the shield. So funny.
And I thought it was just going to be, okay, he gets the pull in, he's going to die, but then someone's there. Yeah. Where Stacks, you know, got teleported
Sure.
and they're going to get the kill and it's fine. No,
Nah,
he just wins.
He wins those.
Yeah, force them down to their
Now
own
it's
eco.
a thrifty attempt of their own for T1. Do have Buzz's ult. But I mean, this ISO is so annoying, especially against this comp that T1 is running. It really makes Chambers' life an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, it's true.
0 point right now from Stacks with all. Isn't sending it though. Peek in while the Oreo
Timing on
gets
that
on
is
the angle
nuts.
a little bit faster. Buzz gets taken down. The ult, the tour de force, no value. Guardian at the ready. As ADS in, Meteor fast with a headshot, fully anticipating Wildorio's position, and Stacks is able to find Envy, and oh boy, here we go again, perhaps. 2GE says no. Gets rid of the primary weapon. Stacks desperately trying to find a kill, but it's only going to be one shot into the shoulder. Not enough damage dealt. Izu still standing, still breathing, still looking for more. As Sylvan tries to make it
came
happen.
in a little bit too late.
Gets
He's
into the
aiming up.
1v1, but cannot find it. 2GE
Okay,
with a
3
4K.
chances to take us to Lotus.
Continues to rally back.
It's just absolute chaos. The fact that Wild Oreo wins that, again, those chamber v chamber battles are so important. And the fact that Team Secret's able to win that means that their flanks are clear. And they can focus on what's ahead of them. Even still, it is extremely
Get some lovely
challenging.
shots on this.
Those sheriffs were hitting, and the Guardian from Meteor.
2GE from, what, 3 and 18, I want to say it was?
Yep.
3 and 18 on the first map, to now being positive and chasing towards the
I
top
think
of
it's
the
mad
standings.
as well. They haven't even like gone for
Hell
this,
of
which
a
I find
turnaround here for
crazy.
this Viper.
Maybe they're just happy with the pressure alone being there.
Doing it all from the
They can
IGL
overwhelm
position.
sites, but
T1, 3
but,
rounds
like
in
this
a row.
luck has
Trying
been
to take this
open a
into an
lot.
overtime.
It would have
Otherwise,
been
we were going on map
successful.
3.
Yeah. Certainly feels like it. With how... Okay, well...
I mean, that's pure
Finding him,
madness,
quick little
but
dismiss, Meteor. Still wanted to challenge the angle, but Envy re-peaks it. Has that op recovered. Meteor on the floor, just going to be a 1-for-1. Spike transferred over, Sylvan now. Transitioning back in behind Yellow. Looks like the call for a pivot across is maybe coming through. At least want to re-clear over towards mid.
okay. Well, when they go to re-head over towards B, the knife. They re-clear mid and then go back B, I feel like, and then the knife
really
will
good
hit them at yellow.
about being aware of these pushed up positions.
Time's gonna be low on this.
He is just completely caught off guard.
Yeah,
Not
back
sure
over
what the
towards
plan
B. They use
was,
shield
what the call was, but
wall
Izu
over towards A to create a little bit of pressure.
down
This
size.
knife's gonna
3v4 now.
hit
Drifts
Sylvan.
back over towards this B site. Peek in. Sylvan, the shots completely
shots.
whiffing as Jeremy collects the kill.
20 seconds.
Stacks nearby, but now
The double damage
Vulnerable
suppress
now.
hit him. He can't flash through the
Shield
smoke,
popped.
through the wall.
just staying tucked here into the corner. Looks for a kill, is able to find one. Interrupts the plant. Buzz now with everything to do. No way to stop this plant from coming through. Swings in, finds one, turns from the flash. Only a couple bullets remaining left in that magazine. Swings
very,
in,
very nice.
finds
Buzz hit a
Envy,
good
but
shot there,
cannot
though.
find Jeremy. 13-9.
Yeah, T1 look rough on this map.
Showing up on their map
It's
pick
pretty
here
easy
of
for them to
Icebox.
fix.
They're
This comp's
sending us
definitely
now
good
over to
against
a
how they
third
play.
final with Lotus.
But
Yeah, just a great read here from
Micho's
Secret.
flashes,
Had good
like Micho's
answers
Reina,
for this
and I know
comp
there's
that
not much
T1
that
has
goes into
shown
a
on
Reina,
Icebox.
but his
big part of
Reina
it
is pretty rough on this map.
Definitely the ISO. Envy
He just
playing
doesn't flash enough on
extremely well on
attack.
KO as usual, but
He just
it was more
contacted
like
everything.
he's just so good, man. Like, he hit so many important multi-kills in the beginning of that game.
Yeah. Just multiple thrifties as well for
Yes.
Secret to be able to get this one over the line. But yeah, big step up in performance across the board from everybody on Team Secret. You know, I guess you could maybe say aside from Envy, given that he was still very steady on that opening map of Haven. But big performance from Jeremy, huge step up from 2GE, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing from your IGL.
I think you should go.
For T1,
I mean,
just
it's
looking
easy to
frazzled,
fix,
having
right? It's incredibly
very
easy to
limited
fix. He would probably just watch this
playbook
VOD and
calls.
realize.
Yeah, on that attacking side. Never really exploring
But I do think
into
the
mid.
ISO
Always
probably
looking
is
to go
better
over
if you
towards
get
that
used
A
to it.
site and always getting shut down. So good prep here from the side of Team Secret.
Especially,
means that we
I think
go
even
over
when,
to Lotus,
because they do,
a bit of an older favorite
they kind of
for Team
force
Secret.
similar things.
But it also likely
You
means
can
that they are once
play,
again
well,
going to
can you play off angles? I don't know, they actually play kind of different, but I just think the
Yes.
main thing is
I'll be
just
curious
like,
to see what
the
they
double
want.
damage
Are
is
they gonna
nice
try
on this
another
map,
ISO
especially when you're
themselves?
trying to
It went
cancel
so
a lot
well
of the
here on
drones.
Icebox. Is that
I
something
think
they've been
also,
prepping? Something that's been
the
going
ult
well
on
in
this map
scrims
is
for
sick
them?
as well.
Big questions.
Maybe a double duelist with Jesse Vash coming out on either the Rays or the Yoru.
Let's do it.
Why the hell not? Let's see what happens when we get to that map. But for now, we'll go ahead and send it back
Let's get
over
the
to the
VOD up,
analyst to break down all
and
the
we'll be
action from
back in a
Icebox.
little bit to see what's going on in Lotus.
Ooh, if those are going to
T1
be
have
the
a nice
comps for
Lotus, though.
I
We know that.
cannot wait. Now, Icebox, Team Secret's map pick, they definitely made it happen here. You know, making sure they get to that third map full series against T1. T1, I guess, going back to the old pattern of doing the full series.
Yeah, you got to play all 3 maps. They got to get their reps to warm up for the next international event, right? They're going to make it, right? I'm not worried at all. I think, Honestly, Secret, again, another great example of them bringing some good prep into a game like this, and they honestly exposed, like, if you took the nameplates off and you didn't tell me this was T1, I would say this was one of the teams that played these very contact heavy, like double duelist style. There's no dive in this comp. We're playing KO Sova. It's very kind of set piece oriented. You're droning, you're darting, you're playing around the dart and the KO knife timings, you're flashing onto a line and things like that. But other than that, it's just very dry contact, and Secret on defense played anti-contact so well. You just had off angles from Jeremy, you had Wild Oreo get the op going and win most of those op duels, and they really just exposed T1 for being way too one-dimensional at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I also think this is what happens when you play Reyna and Chamber and these kind of individual agents, but your individuals don't pop.
Yes.
I didn't feel T1 really in the server, you know? We're used to seeing Meteor dominate, we're used to seeing Buzz dominate especially, and that didn't really come to fruition in this map.
It just fizzled. Like, in the mid-round, you always bank on T1, someone to multi-frag and bail them out of a bad situation, and then when it doesn't happen, you go, oh, like, I guess that doesn't happen every game.
I mean, Team Secret was really well prepared for this map. Like you said, it was very one-dimensional from T1 here. And Team Secret, they had so many thrifties on T1. These should not have happened at all, but they were so well prepared. And like you said, you know, sometimes when it came down to like just, you know, full contact play here, Secret was just winning out a lot of these.
Yeah, they were well prepared and they were looking sharp. Like I was saying, take some degree of balls to be Chamber ISO into T1 and just go, we're going to beat you in aim duels, and then do it.
He did it with, Jeremy did it.
Yeah.
On a Sheriff, on a thrifty round. I mean, we can see
ISO
why.
ulted someone with the Sheriff. We're like, don't worry guys, someone's going to trade him. I don't need a trade. He doesn't need to get traded. He just bags his head off.
Only need one bullet.
Yeah.
He did it. So that's a really good look for Secret here. So lots to highlight and lots for Team Secret fans to be happy about and, you know, hopeful for.
Yeah, taking a look at the replays, I mean, this is the perfect example. Meteor's trying to lurk up B long on the opening part of the map. Someone's trying to walk out under tube. Wild Oreo's just posted up. He's getting the freest kills of his life, hitting every shot with the op.
Yeah, I mean, I said when we saw these agent comps that Wild Oreo might have a tough time on this op because T1 had a lot to sort of get him off the lines, but T1 trying to contact as far as they can, and he's able to move so far forward because he is a Chamber.
I remember in kickoff, a lot of people, there was a few games where Jeremy was missing a couple of op shots. People were questioning his op. I think he's been pretty solid on the rifle. I think that Wild Oreo coming into the team, picking up some Chamber, picking up some opping duties, does give a dimension to this Secret roster where Jeremy can just focus on the rifling. He's winning all of these rifle duels. He's playing the off angles very well. He played a great game on the ISO against one of the most heavily firepowered teams in the world and did this. 25 kills, 300 ACS. I mean, you can say what you want about Jeremy, but when he can drop numbers like that and win Team Secret a game, you've got to give some respect.
Oh, absolutely. That was phenomenal, and I hope to see Team Secret to continue performing like this on multiple maps. So we know they got Pearl. We didn't get to see it today, and they performed really well on it. Now we know they have a pretty solid icebox, at least against T1.
Like, we know Team Secret have a really high level, right? Team Secret can play really, really well. The problem with Team Secret and the reason why they don't have any wins on the board this stage is that they're not able to do it consistently. So they have to show up in this map 3. Now, if you're the coach of Team Secret, if you're Meow sat down in that chair, do you want to bring ISO into map 3 and take the fight to Meteor again on Lotus?
I didn't like that they did it on Icebox, but I don't know what I'm talking about.
Though.
It worked. 100% it worked. But like, would you really play that comp into T1? I don't think so. I like the idea of having all of these little tools and things like that, and maybe not relying on individual firepower, because your assumption is you're not going to beat T1 on individual firepower, but they just did it. And T1, I mean, I've been saying it since even before we started this series, like, they are a team that's vulnerable to just being a little bit sleepy and losing maps. And although Secret did play well, and I've just given them a lot of props, what was T1 doing that game? That attack side, they looked lost. They were just kept contacting into A over and over and over again and walking into the basic crossfires between screens and rafters and getting picked apart.
Well, would you bring ISO back onto the map? to ask you your own question?
I wouldn't, like, if we hadn't had it prepared, I wouldn't randomly change it.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think if Jeremy clearly has some affinity to ISO, he's able to play very well. If you want to unlock your players, it's definitely one approach you can take, and we're seeing lots of others. Lots of other coaches.
They did play the Waylay on Lotus last time. They played Waylay on Icebox. Yeah. They dumped the Waylay on Icebox and ran in with this comp. It worked well for them. I liked actually some of the things that they were doing with their Waylay on Lotus when I saw it from Team Secret, if I'm honest. I liked the way that they post up the Waylay on Rubble and then they can just give. I thought they had some great ideas and some great protocols. It didn't get them a win when they did play. They did win with the very standard meta comp in Kickoff, a good game against RRQ, so we know that they have some degree of being able to play this map, at least with the very standard comp. And for T1, I mean, you know what you're going to get, guys. It's going to be the single Sova, you're playing the double duelist with the ISO Yoru, and T1's just going to do, or is it it's the Raze this map, isn't it? I think it's the Raze.
Raze, yeah.
Yeah.
Almost certainly we don't expect changes from T1 at this point. I mean,
ISO Raze, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they're so well built on these maps. They have such good protocols. They played, you know, very similarly the whole way through.
Yeah.
Winning Masters run. So why change now if they believe in the style?
Except in the final against G2. And I think there's actually some lessons to be learned there. Like the way that G2 won that game was a lot of patience, a lot of just waiting for T1 to aggress on a lot of angles. I really liked actually the way that they played the Rubble fight, breaking the door a lot of the time and using a Viper wall. So honestly, when I think about that game and the way that G2 played that with the Viper wall and the Teo comp that they played, I think if you're Secret and you want to take some learnings from that, they could go back to the Viper comp themselves and the super standard meta comp and try to adopt some of those same strengths that you got from G2 in that Masters game.
Okay, I think Team Secret has the tools. They have the players, they have the tools, they do have the ability to beat T1. Yes, they are the Masters champions. They got into the grand finals of Kickoff, but Secret and this squad has so much experience. They have a lot of raw firepower. They showed it, they reminded us just now on Icebox. So I want to ask you guys, pose this question. Do you think your predictions are correct?
I'm still not too worried, personally. I think T1 will be able to close out on map 3, especially on Lotus, a map where T1 have been historically very good. I mean, I think Team Secret, you know, they have a lot of potential. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I think I would still lean Team 1's way heading into map 3 because I just don't, you know, they won their own map pick, and I get it. They went a little bit offbeat, a little bit off meta, kind of surprised T1, but I don't see it happening again. I would expect a more similar matchup to Haven where, you know, T1 are also excellent, and I think Lotus is very similar to that.
T1 always drops a map and wins the series. Secret always wins a map and loses a series.
Okay.
Every time. Every time. It just happens every time. Since Kickoff.
It's true. That is definitely the pattern, and patterns have been, you know, following the trend so far in Pacific. I don't know if this is where we break the pattern. You know what? I think Secret could do it.
I'd like Secret to win.
Maybe, like, I'm wondering if I should
For the same reason I wanted Boom to win in Kickoff. I just want it to be chaotic. I don't want to watch a round-robin group stage where the teams that we all expect to win the games, because then when we get to the end of it, it's kind of a little bit played out. So I love Secret to throw some chaos in, and what will they be bringing here? It's looking standard. It's not the Viper approach. It is Jesse Vash back on the Cypher. He does like to play a little bit that. Jeremy's going to be on the Raze instead of the Waylay. So Secret continuing to change up the comps map to map to map on Lotus.
I don't hate it, though. Jeremy back on the Raze, I kind of miss it.
Yeah, he's good on it. I mean, T1, we're seeing the Raze and the ISO once again.
But the Viper, there's not a Cypher. They're going Viper instead of Cypher this time, and they're throwing in the Fade there instead of the Sova.
Yeah, so small changes there, which is quite big for T1 to do, but yeah. Stylistically, it's not going to be massive changes, though. I will say the double duelist should still be the focus point of this comp.
All right, well, we are getting the full series, and of course, we're getting the full series with T1 and Team Secret here. Let's send it back to the casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
It felt like it was an inevitability. Maybe not as much after the first map, but once we got to the halfway point of that icebox, it's like, okay, yeah, this one's going to go the distance. We knew the teams that we had here, but the question is, which one of them walks away victorious? Is it going to be Team Secret regaining their throne, their title, I should say, as kind of the Titan Slayers, the Robin Hoods of Pacific? Or will it be T1? Let's find out. 2-2 in pistols so far across the set. Let's see who gains the lead from here.
You gotta look at these minor changes that T1 has made. Early clear of the Prowler. Hiding Meteor in the corner.
Salvo's in a fault line out, but yep, Meteor still hidden for the moment. That's Stealth Drone as well, not spotting. just going to stay tucked here for the moment. As Izu able to find two, gives up his life to the boom bot to be able to get that advantage, but it's quickly traded back and equalizes.
What do we got? We missed 2 draws? That's not great.
Keep rid of stacks.
2 draws, 4 kills. Team Secret on attack, T1 on defense. T2 came back in an even 3v3.
Finds the kill on the Silva. Now the C site completely opened up. It's just Buzz and Meteor to try to be the
Was it
difference
Boombot
makers here.
kill?
See what they can do.
Shots just a hair off finding any kind of connection
Dude,
there.
if Team Secret win this, we got some upset potential right here.
Salvo cycle back up. Gets the break here onto the shield. Chance for a reset here for Meteor, but needs to find a kill, but that bar is wearing thin. It's a double tap now, expiring. Instant headshot, Wild Oreo taking him down, spot out of the Meteor. He's just going to be surrounded.
We got some
and dealt
upset
with.
potential
Team
for
Secret,
sure right now.
3-2 in pistols.
For
Once
sure.
again, they've had every single opening pistol of the map so far.
Lamageddon,
Really clean.
3108. Thanks so
And
much for the
trap
14
never
months.
really got to be
Appreciate
sprung.
the prime.
It was a good TP out by 2G.
Thank you so much.
Izu there, huge stuff.
Don't jinx. Chat, why are you guys getting so angry? It's one pistol.
The changes here being put on display from T1.
Yeah.
We'll see how they look as we go deeper into this, but I have to suspect maybe it's because the last 2 times they played at Lotus were losses. They're both over at Bangkok, but they lost to G2, they lost to Vitality. Maybe they thought that, okay, we have to iterate on this a little bit more.
It was starting to get red a little bit. I mean, some of the combos they were setting up with the Sova and the ISO were starting to get figured out. So now you're trying to establish a little bit more map control with the Viper, using that toxic screen and other things to kind of make things a little bit more difficult. You don't have a Vice
Yeah, I
in
feel
here.
like people know how to play against
That's what
that
a lot of
though.
teams like to run with.
They're just gonna make sure if they're doing the Viper, they just gotta go aggro all the
Going to be
time.
snatched up here, Jeremy. 3 charges towards that showstopper.
We've
and
at
all
least seen them
Secret
take.
making their way out.
Didn't see the pistol, but we at least saw them
Jeremy
take
in
A on
position,
the
trying to
eco.
get a catch, just in case the pivot comes through out towards the mound.
Well, they're making a pretty good read.
Locating targets.
Haven't
Yeah,
seen
Team
much,
Secret
but
making sure that
seemingly making a little bit of contact.
they're not
and
getting any
expecting
codes.
rotations out of T1 because
C
of it.
pressure,
Got the reveal of
A
at least one there.
reclear, and then they still got someone holding this in case they want to reclear C
here.
question mark.
At the door. Doesn't opt to go for the push, and it is going to be the call back, but they've left 3 players on this
I do like
side,
this from
so
T1 though.
decent
They
numbers
actually
to
put
try to
someone
contend with
inside
this.
door itself to kind of realize that it is fake pressure. The no one push
Clear this
behind it.
thing,
Molly
but now
goes
they'll be
down,
thrown
20
The
seconds.
undercut
They
as
got to
well,
pivot
just
over
try
to B
slow
right
things
now.
up. Might have to be a pivot into the B side as, yep, the door is going to be tapped.
Stacks, no
Stacks back
util. It's a little
situated here.
shame in
And
terms of
doesn't
fade
know
eye timing.
There's going to be anyone approaching from behind. Plant can now come through. A couple seconds to spare on this. There's a swing out. Seeking kills, but none being found. It's looking like a flawless
Oh
here
god,
as Jeremy
Jeremy, chill.
pushing forward. I mean, yeah, got to play this out
Oh my
a little bit more
God.
cautiously and gets the
He
knife
actually got it.
for some added mental damage. Flawless
that's
here
sick.
from the side of Team Secret as they move up 2-0.
Where's that Tondo Gaming? It's been a while.
That it has.
And he was going for it. Nicely done. Really good pivots on the map. Rerouted to C, thought, that's a lot of contact there with that vulnerable Snakebite Poison Cloud combo. If that had been delayed like another half a second, it might have gotten a kill for T1, but
This is when Secret are at their scariest. They're vibing when they're feeling like, okay, we can go for this. We can go for these knives.
Okay,
See,
like we
Nate
said, with the Viper, they
sees
kind of got to
Nate
go
out.
aggro. So they make sure they go aggro over towards A, but they don't
still
actually.
so much weaponry.
Oh, they might get wrecked
Team
here.
Secret to work with.
Oh, this is looking good for
Buzz
Team
looking for an
Secret.
exit path. Does manage to get out the same.
Jeremy has an outlaw which can one-shot 3
Three
people.
players on half armor for
They
T1.
have rubble control.
That Outlaw could
Creates a lot of pressure. They can no longer hold this with one. They got to keep a few
find
over towards
opportunities,
A.
but so far, T1 being good about not giving those up. They're playing very slow. Just trying to see what the reactions are going to be out of T1 with this new comp. Trying to get reads, I suspect.
Prowler
the
goes
utility
in
and
and
what
hits
that
one,
means
so they
for
know
the
that they're
position
still
T1's
holding over
forces.
towards A as they drone over
Project
towards
on the
C.
one, but
So
rotation's already called
right
here.
now,
T1 looking
full
to
map
reinforce that
control.
C site once again. Even Stacks drifting away from A. They have
Okay, as we can see, it's going to
Izu
probably be an A fake into a pivot B.
tucked in just on the
But they
entry
might get
here
too much resistance
of
on B that they mid-round and go A.
So much free space being gained at the moment here for the side of Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
Breaking the door, pivot getting ready to come through.
Oops.
Jeremy, oh, a little bit of a botch on the paint shell. Can't clear the haunt, but Easer's just swinging in to try to capitalize, but he completely gets caught off
Look at
guard.
this fast flood,
Quick
man.
transition, though. Mo's down 3. Bit of juggling here on the weaponry. There's 2 GE. Forced back, and Buzz bails them out of what was looking like it was going to be a horrendous anti-bonus round.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit rough until Buzz kind of centered as well. At least they were all on the same page with their send. Can't help but think that if this nade actually hit,
I thought he was dead when he
if
walked
this is
in
a
there.
different
I was
round,
like, oh boy,
because
you
the
got
nade
two
would have
players looking at this
stopped
angle.
everything.
That often doesn't
Would have stopped the double
go
running.
well, but he catches him kind of at a moment where they're just thinking about planting that spike. So nails the timing, nails the shots. Puts a nail in the round. Nicely done. Still some work
The
to do
nade,
here.
yeah, it's unlucky, man.
Rifles
He just got.
bound.
I mean, he decided in the wrong step because he saw the guy on the site.
Coming out of this one, huge dump of util, has to TP out of there. Does Sylvan, able to do so.
I think at the moment,
Yeah.
Team Secret are playing
space
wrong.
opened up.
I think, like, well,
Now being
it
able
depends.
to
They can play like this. I've just never really seen it work
Maybe
with
they
the
would
no
just tunnel Jeremy,
info
given that he's
sentinel
so
comp.
close to the showstopper. They want that extra oomph on these approaches to the sites.
Because they just don't ever have any map
Probably
control.
would have put you in pretty good cycles for those ults. You just showstopper 1 round, rolling thunder the next round.
T1, yeah, sorry, T1.
Smoke gonna be
I
popped
don't know
by
how I
Sylvan.
said it. Did I say Team Secret? I meant T1.
Sliding on in to try to help.
They play so passive. Oh, that is.
Corner. This is get red at all. Meteor's able to find one, but oh boy, whiff city there. From the side
Big
of
Mort with the
Sullivan,
tier 1.
desperately
Thanks so
trying to
much,
drag
dude.
that
Appreciate the
crosshair
23
over.
mums.
He's unable to do so. 2GE does get noted here as Izu.
Dude, Izu might have just bailed them out. Next kill's
Looking
huge.
for a little bit more. Interrupts the plant.
Dude, Wild Oreo, sorry, Jesse Vash needs to get involved,
Swing in
man. He's
Buzz.
miles
He's
away.
happy to readjust, finds the headshot. Wild Oreo now very much pinned in this position.
Attached for a lot of this, waiting
20
for
health
some
to his
kind of aggro push.
Flash back to offset. Buzz goes to the peak. Now down to Jesse Bash. Showstopper at his feet.
Oh,
No!
Jesse!
He cannot pull the trigger.
1v2
Jesse Bash
and took down the
just
ult.
a bit faster.
Oh boy.
And that is going to be salt in the wounds for T1. An ult committed, but no round win. Secret up 3-1. Ooh.
Like the ideas, don't know what
Dude,
was going on
the
with Sylvan
TP
there.
off was
He had
pretty
been in
sick.
that corner for quite
It was
a
like who
while.
could get more
When
out
he
of the
TP'd.
Omen TP.
Don't know if he just waited a bit too long or something like that. Great stuff from Jesse. And as usual, cool as a cucumber.
1, 2, 3.
It's a sick clutch.
And
He's
they
5-1,
go
and
for the
he's just-
eco. They go for the eco when honestly they could have forced, which means that they want to prioritize an op, which means that they think it's a big win condition for them to get an op in this comp.
On having their usual,
Which I think makes
Christmas
sense.
in
I
their
think
aim,
like when you
their
just think of
usual
Buzz
confidence.
as a player, it does feel like
Paranoia
when he's got
out
an
there
op,
with a-
he's
go ahead and fight over
way
Mount.
better than with the
Wild Oreo
rifle.
Not caught at all by the blind. Shuts him down. Meteor going to be ushered out into the open. As Wild Oreo able to collect a 3rd kill. Armageddon now online. Buzz missing the timing to find that shot. Gets him lined up.
Oh my
Finds
god.
himself a 3rd.
Bro
My
got
God.
3.
It's like Buzz.
Collide into an
One
extra
guy who's
one.
still very much looking to win the game.
Drone goes in, spot
Collapse.
stacks.
Buzz. That's an opportunity.
Oh my
one that is
god, this is
narrowly
close.
A head scratcher.
Okay, it ends up being an incredibly good eco for T1,
on
and
display.
right now, the money
But
must be
still,
so low for
Secret
everyone.
finding the victory at the end.
I don't mind the idea here at all from T1 to be aggressive off that orb tap. See if you can catch him sleeping a little bit. Wild Oreo so prepared for it. And then Buzz does crazy stuff with the Sheriff, and Stacks almost follows up. Tons of ults though for Team Secret. So they've been kind of cycling them around so they can get a bunch in play. This could be a brutal round, especially with the economy where it's at. For the side of T1.
Showstopper now here. Jeremy.
Oh my.
Lunging forward.
Oh my.
Shorts it, sends it into the wall.
How's he sending it into the
Not quite what
wall
you want
there?
to be seeing here. Now he's going to be all on his lonesome. Can take it down.
I don't even know how that's possible.
Reestablishes the aim. 2GE popped. As it's just back-to-back confusion. This time, T1.
I don't even know how that one's possible.
Perhaps in flawless fashion.
Not gonna lie
Jesse
to you.
not really leading any credence to Buzz's position behind the box. So T1 will go ahead and find their 2nd round victory. As, yeah,
Well,
Secret just gummed up on,
there goes the
entry
money.
into the B site.
Yep, a little bit awkward. And then,
A little
you know,
bit. It's
Meteor with a
crazy
double tap
awkward.
up. Good
Well, the
luck.
replay guy's done him
Look at that.
niceness on this.
Caught the TP, so he knew he could not. He didn't have to go for that other orb. Crazy good stuff. I mean, it's just coming down to these scrappy fights. It's just who can kind of outguess who on the timing and the positioning, and
Chat, was there a
who's gonna
team
hit
flash
their
that we
shots
missed?
a little bit cleaner.
That's the only thing I can think of.
Rubble
The
control be damned.
Envy team flashed him.
Let's just brawl.
Oh, now it's Secret. Back onto a
that
thrifty
TP?
attempt, and okay, Oreo going to be taken down, still been able to find Jeremy. As Izu does get picked, so just the one kill, as you said, 2GE getting into that B site is able to come away with one. Sylvan fairly well convinced that he's in this spot, but Jesse Bash claws his way out. All info gained. 2GE here. Already situated as the Rolling Thunder going to go across. Just to push back onto Buzz, but it buys them a little bit of space, a little bit of time. As Stax tries to make his way around. Prowler to try to check. Believe gets cleared out. And he loses the fight. 2GE is at 27 health. Oh, the wheels have indeed come off. As Team Secret get themselves a thrifty.
Ow.
It's
3v5
sus.
eco.
I mean, good start.
Sorry,
2GE there
3v4.
teleporting right towards the back of B site. Right off the rip, throws a smoke
God,
into
the
it,
frenzy.
jumps into it, and
The
catches
frenzy
T1
crouch.
completely off guard. Nice work by him, and then
Dude, Jesse
just
Bash
tucks
is
into
just
a corner,
winning
and
multiple
for some
rounds
reason,
on his own.
T1's pushing out there. I think you got to calm the boys down a bit.
You're definitely gonna calm him down. Why are they pushing 4v3 against an
scratching his
eco
head.
here?
Unsure of exactly what to
I
make
said they
of
got to
all
be
this.
aggro, but not that
Some
aggro.
frustration from Meteor. I mean, it's just a little bit of... It's chaotic for sure, but you can control the chaos a bit better and not give up those... I mean, those 2 kills to Jesse are what turned the round around. Without that, it's
2.5
probably just
hours.
a pretty... You know, maybe a few more kills are found for Team Secret, but looking at a cleaner round for sure for T1, and instead they make kind of a questionable decision. I mean, they're trying to get aggressive, but it's so cute.
It is, but I mean, that sign might have to be rewritten after tonight. Given the way that this is going. Heavy setup.
Okay, Team Secret want to go aggro over towards A. We go once, dude.
Meteor's got his ult.
1-9 loss bonus, honestly. It would be 2. 2 and 4 in terms of who can't buy next. Double damage into a nice shot.
Oh, Buzz.
Doesn't matter about the double damage for that one. It's a great shot.
He's been good about that.
He's had some moments. But so is Team Secret today. They've had some crazy good ones.
For now, looks like 2GE just going to be left in a bit of a flank position here. Go on the lurk. Izu. Still trying about to come his way over towards B main. Just clears that out. Say tucks back. We'll go ahead and drop the pin. Solid.
Okay, the
little
Prowler
game sense
kind of
here
keeps
from
them over
Stax. Sends out
towards
that
A. It's an
Prowler.
easy call at
Does
the
note
moment.
Forward presence here of 2GE.
Everything's gone on. B's a no-go. You got the A pressure.
Sneak his way forward in towards the
I'm
C
loving this
site.
from
Stripped it
T1.
back, but back is
Like
just
at the
facing
moment,
Sylvan.
T1, every time there's fake pressure over
Happily
towards
collects the
A,
kill. Looks like
it's
still wanna
like
try to
they
play into this,
open the
though.
door, but they just always have someone inside door. So they're just like, well, this is
considering a
fake. You guys
reposition,
can
instead
hold
it's gonna be
heavier
cycling
over
the
towards
smokes here.
C. Not that we're
Paranoia
seeing that heavier
still
C at the
ready.
moment.
Oop, double push out. Saw that pixel out of place. Paranoia not going to be connecting. Envy slipping the net. Gets around the back, plays it quietly.
I'm worried for him.
Waits for his moment to strike, trying to see if there's going to be anybody else here.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
did. You
God,
could
he's
feel it a
absolutely
mile off.
beat it.
You could feel it a mile off, man. Oh no.
And that's one. You might be, you might be feeling a little bit rough about tonight.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Insomnia might strike.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker. God, what a shot from
Would they
Buzz.
run the round?
Sylvan
Probably
just
not. Did they
finding
need to
some
do
good timing,
damage
he's getting a
econ
little
for
lucky.
sure?
Reacting
Would they
so
have liked the
nicely
plant
there
for sure?
to Envy. I mean, he never saw Envy come in. He only saw the shoulder of Wild Oreo.
Oh, that was just
That's, I mean...
Grass-fed, non-GMO. Free, just...
Organic.
Free range.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Meteor
Wait.
is on an island.
He's in trouble.
And he is not going to be able to escape. Sylvan now
Oh
has
god,
joined
they're
him
all
on
in
said
trouble.
island, and both will not find rescue.
Guys, please go aggro A
Orb is
instead of
being taken by
aggro
Stacks
C
out of the
against
open
it.
with no cover, no information. Is Izu able to transfer on the two, but suddenly Buzz is by himself. Showstopper going to be called out, sends
Oh
it,
my god,
shorts
he's
it,
always.
as Jeremy is able to get away.
Nice
That
shot.
shot will connect, and I don't know what's happening anymore.
I'm just here for the ride. This is fun. I don't really care.
I don't know how I feel about this ride.
Okay,
It's
what is going on, man?
it's just madness.
Team T1 seem
I'm
to
a
think
bit
they can
confused.
like they got to go aggro A.
About having an ISO
Just
try to
purely 'cause of the
solo hold
comms.
C mound off the rip.
But then they keep
I
fighting
don't know if this is
C
just a bit of a
against the
miscommunication
Teo
here between
breach.
Meteor and Sylvan.
So they're out, and then, yeah, the salvos come down. They're kind of stuck out there.
Yeah.
But I agree. Why are you there to begin with?
No, it's not a position you can easily hold with just an ISO unless you expect a 1v1.
Somebody must have called that all 5 were at mount, because otherwise I don't know why the hell Stacks is trying to grab an orb.
That might
And
be.
then Buzz is
Also that.
having some rough ults.
The whole thing was. It seems like heads are a little lost today.
Go back to elementary school, learn how to count to 5. Well, Buzz. Tucked here at Rubble. Prowler on the scout, swing on the corner.
And then they
Jeremy
wanted to
finds
fade
the kill.
ult, and Buzz is swinging fast.
Only just a tiny bit of damage taken. Gonna widely be shrugged off.
Oh, he just missed the
Why
kill
do they look
contract.
like they haven't played together?
Meteor went for it. It hit.
I'm so
nothing.
confused. Really,
He was all the way
really
back
rough.
in spawn. Why?
I don't know. Stacks on the repeat. Reward. Jeremy going to be taken down. Has a tiny little cubby to tuck away in. Jesse Fash, though.
Dude, and this guy
Sliding
can do
forward,
no
gets
wrong.
himself into the sight.
Look at that
Izu's
timing.
position. And they have no clue. The craziness continues.
Well, I think you're seeing what the lack of a cipher is doing to this
Goes
defensive
his,
side.
goes his team over towards C.
Just go knife him, Jesse.
After
Do it
watching
again.
the MV mess up,
again.
I imagine he's going to
Probably will.
insta-shoot
do it,
this,
do
but
it, do it, do it, do it.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the call.
Do it!
Nope. Okay.
you never know.
Turning it over a new leaf.
He at least wait for them to get a little bit closer though. Ball goes in so they can secure the plant. Molly's just off the plant, but honestly he can just get like a really good plant.
Stacks. Counter swing, he's able to
They
find
go for the
Jesse
heaven
Fash
plant
after
instead of
Sylvan
mount
falls, and now
plant,
we
even
go
though they
into
have
a
no
2v2.
vision block.
Stacks finding the first, spotting the second,
Ah,
closes it out with the 4K.
I mean, nice round from Stacks,
T1,
but
pick up a 4th round win.
you gotta question why they wouldn't
I feel like I'm-
plant for mount here. Are they scared of the Viper smoke?
This map is like modern art.
Maybe.
Because I don't understand it.
Oh, okay. Now I see.
I don't know what I'm
Nice
looking
it up from
at.
Stacks.
It's just a lot of like.
I'm like, oh, there's elements of this thing over here. But then I don't know what the correlation is between these two things in the piece.
Zek, thank you so much. On a scale of 1 out of 10, how mad would Achilles be if T1 loses?
Kind of running new comms.
See, I think
they look a little shaky
Achilles
on it.
secretly wants Team Secret to
That
win.
makes sense. Especially T1, I think.
He's just
without that
he's just
cipher
pretending
there,
he's had
or
enough
those
of them.
trips to kind of keep track of things, I think is
Or is it
causing
is
them
it like
some
the
gaps
point
in their
of
defense that Jesse is doing a great job exploiting?
he's fed up with them,
Bunch of spam
but he
damage
like
out. Another attempt at a bit of a
wants them to
thirsty
win,
here.
man. I'm telling you,
Secret have been.
he has a
they've
soft
been getting
spot
those
for him.
through.
Yep.
Jeremy with an orb take gets him a showstopper.
He doesn't. No, I think he does.
High low.
I think he does.
But a good paranoia, if a good flashes could really just nullify that high low.
I reckon if they win this, he'll come out celebrating on Plat
Taken
Chat.
by Buzz and Sylvan.
Meteor. Oh,
He's actually got a Team Secret shirt.
Jesse has the confidence, goes for the swing, wins it
He's
out.
got a picture of Jesse Vash
Buzz now have
signed.
to drop away. Stealth drone not going to be cleared out. Paranoia sent. Showstopper
Dude, this
avoided.
Omen flash is great.
Sylvan able to find Jeremy. It's a decent amount of damage. It's Jesse Fash trying his luck once again over at stairs, but this time Stacks. He's down to scrap.
Now you've just got B-Site with Izu. Still has a snake bite though. They're actually going to pivot all the way towards Stacks, try to challenge
it's
him
good
again.
info.
He's been playing solo
Rotate
on A,
comes
and they're
in.
going to try to see if they can capitalize.
2G,
gun.
big jewel.
Grabs the weapon
Okay,
left
now
there.
you can
By
pivot.
Jesse Bash, 2GE intercepting into the B site, opens it up as Buzz does fall.
Surely.
Now a 3v3.
Big Omen flash.
In view with a Sheriff,
Oh my
still
god,
something
you're going for
to
it.
be concerned about. Still very deadly. Push into the smoke.
Damn,
2GE
bro.
at the ready. Snake Bite able to find
Damn,
one.
dude.
Now it's left to Stacks once again to try to clutch it out. Has to break his way
Oh,
through
dude, he's got to
door.
do it
He's able
all.
to do so.
Mate, let him tap. Little Omen
On the
flash.
reveal. Oh, no. 2GE. He ends up getting caught
No,
by
boss man.
And he somehow survives. 8 HP.
8
Denies the
HP.
clutch away from Stacks.
Well,
Gets
I
himself
thought
a
he was done
4K.
for. I thought he messed it up at the end, but
As Team Secret get up to 7 on the attack half.
It's just crazy.
it does look like you can see the just purely from the peaks of the rotators through B, you can tell they're like not super used to not playing without the Cypher.
For so long that you have such good awareness of
Yeah,
what's
like
going on.
most teams that will play this comp for a little bit, like every single
Without
pass,
that,
and when they get anywhere over towards B, like in this square, they're like
mental in check.
all of their peaks are like
Meanwhile,
good for this
Team
area.
Secret's
They're not
happy
out here like lazy
drag
swinging.
him into the mud. Especially Jesse.
Ooh, this time, not quite going to be ready for it. The read, but just not quite the
Wait, it's a good
shot.
reaction.
Izu
They've locked him in.
Swing, just does a quick little jiggle peek as Buzz pushes forward, the vulnerable landing at Jeremy's feet, the headshot connecting as well.
The idea wasn't bad.
T1. A 5v2. My brain says surely not, but stranger things have happened.
That's true.
That 2G gotten that kill on the
That is
Sylvan, then
true.
oh boy. I was going to be a firm believer.
Dude, they got 7 though.
Wild Oreo going to look to try to make a go of this, but Buzz quickly will
Imagine
shut
they
it
win
down.
pistol.
7-5 at the half as we swap sides.
Well, I guess the big question is how attacker-sided is Lotus today? You know, because it's been some good defense on Icebox.
Attack sided map, yeah, but T1 normally have a like Cypher info to get them out over towards A when they see default. Now the Viper just has to take the risk.
Like you were saying,
It's a little different.
These worlds where they can get to playoffs, I don't know if there are any anymore after dropping a map, but
from what I was told, it was 99% coming into today that they weren't going to qualify and it would take a bunch of different tiebreakers.
Yeah, just like crazy.
And I don't know if them dropping a map has made those tiebreakers impossible, or if it's tiebreakers fully based on just series win record and head-to-heads type deal. I don't know. But what I will say is it's not looking great for those
It did
odds,
look a lot
but
like him.
close out
It's
the
pretty
series,
good.
it's at least looking good for them in stage 2.
True. It brings hope back to this Team Secret team that has always been so competitive in Pacific. This year has really been a struggle for them for sure. T1 today, just after Haven, they just haven't looked as crisp. They haven't looked as clean. Doesn't seem like some of that coordination is there. They're kind of
No, I agree with that. The coordination is not there.
Yes, they can work. Yes, there is that caliber of player, but that's not a recipe for successful Valorant in the long run.
Just look at the alternating pattern here.
Yeah, it's a checkerboard.
Just taking turns, throwing and clutching, throwing and clutching.
These guys aren't the best with the pistols.
Getting ready to start a ska band there.
Yep.
I'm glad you get that. I know you do, because I know you two are a big ska fan.
Oh god. Oh, big nade. Oh, what's it bounced off of?
Significant damage.
Oh no, okay. Dude, I thought it didn't go that deep. Look at the damage. Oh my god. How do they lose this pistol now? They can't lose this pistol, surely.
Looks like they still want to commit.
They've done so much damage. Look at 200 damage nade in a pistol round.
Door pivot. Stack's going to be backpedaling. Has to be wary about any kind of approach, any kind of aggression out of that A main position, or he can try to join in.
Cover going out.
That smoke should give it away that they're at least thinking about C. Yeah, that's going to put Team Secret on the move. This is taking too long. Stacks is going to go on a fact-finding exploration. He can find the space on A. He might call for the rotate.
Yeah, but as soon as he does that fake pressure over towards door again, they're going to have a camera to clear it.
Secret, so
30 seconds.
They got to go now if they're going to go.
Another smoke cycled forward here onto the C site.
Smoke.
Looks like they're still just going to kind of continue forward.
Okay, he breaks the camera.
Oh
boy, look at the rotate.
Team Secret over towards this side of the map.
Oh, he's absolutely owned them.
He's done it.
I mean, what a salesman. Get this guy a promotion, it would seem.
Okay, they get the kill, but they're very far away.
And now you've got 3 players.
They don't realize how much they've owned it. They don't go for a good plan, really. It's okay. You can still see it from mound.
Sylvan taking a close approach. Does he go for the jiggle? I think he's just going to try to stay behind the box. Nope. Swings out.
Sylvan takes the timing, one way to delay.
Sets up the one way. Paranoia connecting at this range. Doesn't mind that too much. Looks for the right clicks. Just a tiny bit of damage taken there. As Buzz needing to come away with something. Finds the first, the headshot connecting. Izu getting another. Not much HP between the two of them though. This is Buzz with 14. Another paint shell cycled up. Sends it.
Oh god, Envy.
Going to be dead.
Oh my god, on 14 HP.
What an unbelievable Red Bull clutch, the 4K to
They
get
actually
the
needed this, by the way. They actually needed this. Dude, that last shot is insanity. So sick.
10 seconds left.
Dude, on 14 HP.
It's only T1.
Oh,
dude, they were so done in this pistol. No one had any HP.
Just when you think Team Secret's going to pull off a huge upset,
that shot.
this happens.
I mean, he's trying to stay calm and collected on the outside, but inside he's just like, can't believe I did it.
Yep.
Can't believe I just did that.
I mean, it was wild.
Oh man. I mean, I'm not sure what to believe. Is it Buzz's skill or is it Sliggy's curse? I'm sure he was thinking.
Hey, come on now.
As okay.
It was a bad one though.
Push in, Sylvan. Looking for a little bit of damage, and okay, eventually we'll snap in to find the kill. 2 casualties though.
I didn't know.
And anymore, it's going to be catastrophic here for the side of T1.
Got lucky on that right click. Envy should have had him dead to right. Jesse might.
Jesse finds a headshot, but Buzz, I think he's feeling a little bit angry now.
He's feeling good. He's got his razor into the big buy rounds.
But a hell of a lot of damage dealt here by Team
Lovely
Secret.
little bonus potential.
He's got a showstopper now because he's frying. Oh, Envy just opened that door and smoked Meteor. Meteor was popping his shield, and he just clicked on his head 3 times in a row.
Sylvan, I'm thinking, is probably wondering, like, how the hell am I still alive?
21 to 8.
So he wouldn't be alone in that.
Okay, it's a great bonus. Do they want to go for him this round? That is the question.
Yeah.
Team Secret pretty much going for a similar setup in terms of the pistol. Cypher starting over towards A. Prowler goes out, clears all of this. They got free A control.
Crazy map. No way you dry peek of this. Ooh, okay.
Certainly not.
Just getting a little info. Do you see the Tejo there? Kind of expected. You're going to get the drone baited out as well, so that's a huge win.
Man, that pistol round was so
Dax
nuts.
is like, you know, they've been leaving A kind of wide open. There's some Cypher util here, but forcing them to play for retake when we have a showstopper feels pretty nice. Are they going to rip the showstopper, though, to make sure it's clear? Yeah, they are.
Yep, they are. Sends it, takes the rope. It's looking for anything that he can. Envy. The peek out, but the rocket's already been sent. Instead, it's just going to be a little
Okay, they do get side for it though.
Meteor forced away from the angle.
Stack still has Teva.
And he's gonna re-swing. A couple more shots sent, but the salvos will
This is
force
nice
it
though.
down.
They make
So
him
the
use their
double tap shield's
salvos
going to be
close.
expiring.
Need to clear
Chance at a reset
back.
now, but Meteor's still able to find one. Looks for a second,
Dude,
gets it
Meteor
while
got a
Oreo put
double.
down. Already some damage dealt. Drop. Should be noted there by Buzz. They're just shoulder to shoulder through that smoke. 2G, however, able to find a fight. Jesse Bash comes up with one of his own. Stacks is dancing around the door.
Damn, Stacks has owned
Fancy
it.
footwork, and the time is gone. 2GE now going to be locked in, no way to escape. The spike will claim him, and T1, never mind, Silver will claim him, he'll give his life for that, but everyone's going to die.
The pistol into the bonus.
As T1 convert the bonus and get themselves the lead.
This is insanity. Just all it takes is one hero play from Buzz, and all of a sudden T1 starting to click again. Good reads from Stacks. In a good, mostly good post-plant positioning. You know, Jesse has been really sharp on this map. Able to take out.
No, he's had some good rounds, man. I mean, he's 16 to 10.
Speaking of stingers,
this is the guy right now, 21 to 9.
Guardian for Jesse, 16 and 10.
It's a little change up. We'll shift over. So just the one stinger, 3 sheriffs.
Aggro with quite a few over towards A. Instant reactions, dude, they're gonna actually just full prod into B. Okay, nice.
Away from them and hit B. Oh boy, wrecked. 5 HP remaining. Meteor wanted to go in for the kill collection, is able to do so.
Like the setup with the frag.
Triple setup here outside of the door. Shield's gonna be broken, and Meteor unable to reset the aim. Buzz.
Hey, Buzz can do no wrong. Look at him. Oh, he's way too locked in.
Around the corner.
Oops.
Boombot not gonna bounce out the way that he wanted, but he'll just go in, peeks on the right click, strikes him down. Buzz is absolutely on one.
You can tell he's feeling it by the way.
Yeah, he's really, really in.
He's so quick. That is, as we like to say, angry Buzz. Just crazy stuff. Can Jesse do any more damage here? Round is over.
He's lowest cash behind here on the team.
Ninja defuse? Ninja defuse? Come on.
You'd have to get on it right now.
Yeah, he can't. It's too late.
This is no problem.
And looks for a little more. Finds the
well,
headshot.
yeah, he took easy down with him as well.
Die, so
yeah, it's worth there.
Some value.
He gets a little bit for it.
It's the wily veteran there. Anything you can get out of that. Like the setup again. The paint shell's in too. The double tap. And then Buzz is just, oh my god, that's fast. Goodness.
Timeout call now here from.
Yeah, because if they lose, they have to eco again. They don't want to be there.
All of the craziness.
This is why they kept Jesse Bash.
Yeah,
flaming him. I mean, yeah, if he's not calling anymore, you gotta.
That's rather surprising.
He's sitting in the middle.
Really
Are we sure he's not calling anymore?
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit difficult to find a timing when.
But
winning every other round.
I do think he needs to be fragging like this.
What are you gonna say?
More
Slow
to warrant
things
it.
down. Take a deep breath.
But he's definitely had mad impact into this
Buzz
map.
go kill.
Buzz go kill. That seems like a good strat to me because it's been paying off pretty nicely. I mean, man, Team Secret. This is a toughie. You're putting up
Sitting in the middle calling. Not really.
I mean, no
Traditionally,
come out of this
sure.
Match, I think you should
but it's not always
feel pretty good about yourselves. You know,
it's normally like.
Okay, you lose today.
Honestly, it's about 90% of teams will do it.
So what?
I think Team Secret and Sentinels are the only teams that don't have their caller in the middle. There could be others that I'm forgetting.
Tallied it up. Buzz, to this point, 61 kills in the map.
Wow.
But maybe it's just that's what they used to set, so they didn't want to move 2G around. Who knows?
The first two. And now 24 here. 2GE. This is an unorthodox spot. Prowler kind of gives it away, though, so just has to go ahead and back off.
Oh guys! Oh god! They've got the they got the cipher as well.
Has a guardian, breaks the shield, but Meteor able to find
so
the
there's
headshot,
no trips
the
anymore. You can just stroll into the site, not have to worry about anything. Dude, fast flood. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that I want to see more from these ISOs. This wall is busted.
The Buzz will fall.
That's nice. Right click of the wall and just like tucking in the whole time. You take so much space. Like that with a Bucky is crazy underrated right now as well.
With that contingency, yeah, that was so cool.
Yeah, and this is what I want to see teams do more. It's so strong.
And then he sees
you can literally just tuck in the whole time and clear stuff.
That is a very cool setup. And just double tap helps too. Of course, winning that kill contract. For a moment there, I almost said, my money's on Jesse. He's been so sharp.
Yeah. They're still buying down a bit. I mean, lost bonus obviously is there for them. It's been a massive streak for the side of T1. Jesse glass cannon with that Guardian in hand.
Well, but they've got some ults too. They can make a meal of this. Judge for 2GE. This is definitely doable for Team Secret. Look at that! Look at those tripwire setups from Jesse.
Just looking to try to.
Yeah, the double kill trips.
Bounce into one and then into the other. Buzz goes up and over the top of both. on the hunt, swinging the corner. Jesse was able to shut him down before. Looks like this time not going to be given the opportunity. Buzz just rerouting, running down the wick there, just buy as much space and time here for the team.
They still have Sylvan's flash.
Countering showstopper here from Jeremy.
Wait, Sylvan's lurking and they still have his flash?
Rewarded for it. Sends it close, Izu. Eating an immense amount of damage, then going to be flushed out of him, being able to find one. Buzz picks up one, back pedals, rolling, then
God, they
crashing
felt like
across.
they had a chance. They all in it. All goes in. Damn, the shields. The shield actually got him another kill. Nade goes out. Jesse. Oh, bro. He tanked a good amount of damage from it. Dude, he just walls at the moment, though.
It just felt like it was going to continue going, and then it ended. This is one of the weirdest rounds that I've ever commentated.
I don't understand.
Team
So
Secret kind of all in.
just like spraying into the box.
Okay, so what?
He wasn't flashed. Was he?
No. So contingency comes up, kills Oreo. He goes down. Paranoia. Oh, and he just finds him up over the top.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not alone.
Yeah, that last word, yeah, I'm right there with you. Up shot going wide. A little bit of damage going to be taken here. Undercut connecting. You just have to backpedal out. I'd like to
They're just going to keep it simple. Fatal. Fatal Sense.
Yes,
evaluations after this.
Yes, please.
No, not even. Dude, they got so much util out of them. They got the Omen flash out early. They got Nade out. They got obviously one smoke. We saw the drone go in as well. And they got a breach flash.
I mean, it makes sense with T1.
All of that for your
You're
C.
gonna
It's
deathball
pretty
around
good.
this map. Try to find the weak side.
Saying that though, Stacks is used a lot.
See if you can just brute force your way through. I mean, that's everything you could ever want as Jesse.
Well,
where did that tether go?
It's caught him. They're avoiding him.
Okay.
Again, not leading
Wait,
much there.
do they
Quick
just...
ready to come in. Buzz finding one, looking for a little bit more. Jesse Bash just going to be blinded out.
This is a nice Omen
Flushed
flash
out
from
as Sylvan
Sylvan.
comes up with
I was
one.
wondering, I was like, are they literally thinking that tree's just empty even though there's no util here?
Down 10 HP, not enough to make it happen. Jeremy weaves a shot through. Meteor on the floor. Swaps over to the Vandal. Just can't line it up. Stacks.
Yeah. Ah, it's such a
dancing
shame.
around him.
It was like...
Match point now locked in for
I was
the side
excited
T1's
at the
looking to
half.
pull off an absolutely flawless
But,
attack side.
I mean, Buzz just took over.
Nothing gained here for Team Secret.
Well, this is classic Lotus, in a way. You're kind of curious about the team that starts on the defender side. You're like, I don't know, maybe. And then this happens.
Yeah.
They're just running them over now. I mean, they're just turning up the tempo, throwing util. And another timeout, the last one from Team Secret, to try to see if there's anything they can do. Take 5 in a row. I don't know what the economy's like. It can't be great because you just bought an op.
I would say crazier things have happened, but nothing is crazier than this map.
Well, that's
The cast, bro, the pistol was mental.
But the manner in which some of these rounds have taken
He's
place
14
even in
HP.
this second half have just been insane.
It's chaos.
Yeah.
You never know where there's going to be some flank. Somebody's trying some weird stuff with util. Meteor's running in with his contingencies, or they're popping at the perfect moment to save his bacon. I mean, it's just been... It's been fun. I'll say that.
Oh, yes, Doctor.
They needed a pistol. Oh, yeah, they had to get it.
Well, it seems to be the problem. I just cast a T1 versus Team Secret. Oh, my God. Get in here quickly.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Lay down on the table.
Get this man an IV.
Okay, 5
here from the side of Buzz.
5 chances.
30.
And Micha has his ult as well. Oh, boy.
He's just
good. Just say good.
So good. What else? I don't have any more.
Buzz one away from the
I don't have any
fight.
more words to describe how good he's looked on this map. I'm out. I'm out of adjectives. Stellar, super, stupendous, good, really good.
It's you and me.
Kill
Cool.
contract not going to come up with
Ult
anything
doesn't
there.
hit anyone.
There's quick clear on the tripwire. Quick rotation here from Team Secret. Jesse able to find Buzz. There's Oreo and Envy.
Yeah, it's
Just
interesting.
take
So
over
the
the
ult
round.
didn't hit anyone,
Jeremy
and
with the
honestly,
finisher.
they must have felt like
And
there
just
wasn't
like that,
many
able to
people
go
over
ahead,
towards the site.
Smother out the flame of T1. 4 more to go.
Well, the call
And
there
then
was
there ended
just,
up being 3.
look, they've been going A. Let's stack it, react to it, deal with it.
Okay, 4.
They do so quite nicely, and now they're going to get guns back in hand. So from here on out, if this goes to overtime, Team Secret's economy should be fine, mostly.
Well, first round here on the defense for Team Secret.
Last round on the
Their
defense.
economy
Yeah, that's
still
rough.
very strong from the side of T1.
Yes. I mean, when you win 7 in a row, 8 in a row.
7 in this half, 8 if you count last
Going
round
back
of
to
the
last
first half.
7 in this half, thank you. No alts really to speak of.
Yeah, from the shadows from Sylvan, that's about it. No one else in the lobby having anything. Buzz 3 away from a showstopper, 2 from a pit here from Izu.
Okay, insta drone up towards B is gonna
crazy stuff like Art does on Omen on this map.
Ooh.
Where he just TPs into spawn.
Take your time if anyone's pushing behind it.
You know what?
I mean, with the
Do it.
info, they
Just
should
do
know
it.
that they're
Do it.
likely
Do
to
it.
split over
Okay.
towards B. We
A little
got
bit more balance, just checks out backside.
Omen or and
Couple of
Prowler
shots on
to
the
fake
door.
like they go in A to
tucked
try
away.
and push the rotate off, but because
Finds
the
the kill
drone hit
quickly.
here,
Blast pack
they
not
didn't
connecting.
really bite
Going
too heavy
out.
on it.
Buzz is able to go ahead and find that one before Wild Oreo trades it back. Stacks finding Vash, keeps it now
Wait.
at a 3v3, but the spike is on the floor, and
But
Wild
still,
Oreo is here
Meteor?
to protect it. Meteor,
Dude just got
narrowly
the
coming away
kill
with a kill
after
on the
his
2GE is
shield
Izu.
went down.
Spike now recoverable. So he gets it into a 1v1. Paint shell
With
sent,
the
but
plan, he
Izu
gets
sprinting away.
Viper.
He's going to get a pit off this
It's
plan.
pretty rough for Jeremy.
Could be it. Yes, absolutely. go
Might
for
have to
this.
be the hero
Huge
boombot coming in.
wraparound. Jeremy sending it back over. Goes for the tap on the door. Tells Izu all that he needs to know. So I think, yeah, he needs to play this out through main. A bit more ambiguity.
Let's have the boom bot.
Yeah, I was thinking the boombot's the one. Yeah.
Cleared. Oh, pass back on his face. Hits him with another, but he's just down to no HP.
Okay.
Izu will go ahead and bring this madness to its conclusion.
Dude,
13 to
imagine
8.
it covered up his
T1.
crosshair. It would have been incredible.
Always going the
okay.
distance.
Dude, shout out to Buzz, man.
Still
That was a
maintaining the wins. They
very,
take down Team
very
Secret.
close.
They lock their
It
position
was
in the
close at
playoffs
the
here at
half,
stage 1.
and then it wasn't close.
I mean, you do have
But
to be really happy
Buzz played great.
with Team Secret. This is the best we've seen from them in a while.
The T1 definitely got
And
to
they really put up a good fight.
definitely
They
got to
had
sort
good read on
their
Icebox.
icebox out a little bit.
It looked like for a map and a half, they were just as sharp, if not sharper, than T1 in terms of their aim, in terms of their reactions, in terms of their teamwork.
I see that they had a good start
And
on
then-
this map as well. I thought they were,
And then
I thought they were
Lotus
good
was,
for it.
well, it was a map.
It was a map.
It was a map.
I think it's worth saying. Team Secret, always a team that has a pretty good sense of humor about things. Taking a look at them in the lobby, all of them except for Jesse Bash have T1 icons.
Did they?
It's
Oh,
right
it's
here in
so
front of
funny.
us. So I think they knew that this was going to be a tough battle. They knew who they were facing against. They also knew their standing as far as playoffs were concerned. Unfortunately, though, for Team Secret, this is the hard lock on them not making
Okay,
it
chat.
into the playoffs here at stage
We got
1.
Platchat
But given the
in.
performances here today,
Platchat
the
in 2
Icebox,
hours. I need to get some
the iterations that
food.
we're seeing, the
I
ISO
want
from
to
Indy,
catch
that
some clips
from
of some
Jeremy, if
games,
that's
so
something that
I'm
continues,
going to stop the stream here.
Team
Who do
Secret
you want
could
me to
absolutely
rate?
be a heavy hitter. They're in stage
If
2.
people are around
It was a
in 2
good
hours, you want to
bounce
watch a
back after
Platchat?
a fairly one-sided affair on Haven. Like what we saw some decent perseverance.
Who do you
But for
guys
now, we'll go
wanna-
ahead and
who
send
do you
it
guys
down to
wanna
Bella
rate?
once more to close out
Carpe
the
Gary
on
again.
stage with a winner's interview. So we'll go ahead and hear from one of the players on T1.
Chobra, you guys love a Chobra raid. This one's not a pity one, at least.
Today, Mr. Buzz. Hello, if we could have you join us here.
Yes-
버즈 선수
yesterday was a
인터뷰
pity one.
만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드립니다.
Snongshim lost.
Wow, your clutch on Lotus, that was what sealed the deal. And you told me last week, next T1 interview, that's going to be me. Now you earned it. What do you want to say? 오늘 로터스 클러치부터
I mean, yeah,
이렇게 딱
he
버즈
played
선수가
great,
정말
man.
대활약을 해줬습니다.
Actually did
저번
earn
주에
it.
저한테 T1 인터뷰 다음 거 제가 하겠습니다라고
Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you. I'll see you all in about 2 hours, okay?
일단은
If you want to watch Platchat. If not, we'll be back for EMEA on Wednesday.
이겨서 너무 좋고요.
We might be back on Tuesday for a Liquid Academy game. If they lose today, we'll
I
see.
mean, I think our match didn't pan out the way we anticipated it to be, but I think we know what to fix, and we're gonna prep for that, and we'll play better next time. You started off great on Haven. You had the upper hand on the mine.
When is that? Depends if they lose. I think it'll be 4
Team Secret. I want to know
PM
why were
my
you
time.
guys so focused on hitting that A main? 이제 Haven에서도
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Bye, everyone. Bye. I will see you in 2 hours for Platchat. Where can you watch Platchat? YouTube. YouTube Platchat. Okay, bye, everyone.
저희가 A메인 계속
Bye-bye.
가서 이기니까 이것만 해도 이기겠다 싶어가지고 계속 했던 거 계속 똑같이 했던 것 같습니다.
there wasn't really any specific reason behind it.
YouTube,
You know, we
thanks
went
so much,
there,
guys.
we
Thank
won
you,
the
thank you.
round,
Subscribe
so,
if you
hey,
can.
why not keep hitting
I'll
it
see you all soon.
until, you know,
Thanks
it
for
doesn't
being here.
work, and we took that map. All right, that icebox comp